All right. All right, Mark. See if you can get your mic to work. If it does work, if you can hear me, and I cannot hear you right now. Close that one. Mark, are you on PC or mobile? I'm going to refresh, see if that helps. What? Testing. All right. Okay, PC. Mobile has an issue, so PC is better. All right, try your settings and see if you have a different microphone selected or something. That happens sometimes. Oh, it might be you might have push to talk on. See if you have push to talk on. I don't even know where that is. So user settings, voice and video testing. Yeah, so if I go to user settings, voice and video, there should be a input mode, voice activity, or push to talk. Click voice activity.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yep, that worked.
Okay. I can hear you perfectly.
Good. Yep. Discord has that weird setting where if you have push to talk on, it won't make any noise unless you push the button you have selected or whatever. Yeah, Discord has a bunch of complicated settings, which are dumb.
Oh, wow. That drove me nuts for the moment.
Yep. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm excited. And I'm a little nervous just because I don't know we've never done this before.
Yep.
So how do you want this to go? Like, what's your view? What's your
Well, normally, so we have a Sunday show with some other guys, and essentially they just do whatever they normally do for a talk show or whatever you would normally do for your call-in show. And I just hang out and talk in the background when people join. That's it. So just do whatever you would normally do to host your call-in show pretty much, and you can stream it to whatever or call it whatever you want. And I just hang out
like
and chat.
when you say hang out, like you'll be constantly talking, right? Do I need to be saying stuff? Is it
kind of depends? Just sometimes I'll go to the bathroom, get some cereal or whatever, and you can take over and do whatever.
Oh, okay. I just want to know if I need to have like material ready. Like
no. I have nothing
okay.
ready. I do literally nothing but show up and talk when people join the stage, and that's about it. So you can set it up and prepare whatever you want to prepare in any way, whether it's a lot or a little or nothing. I don't care. But yeah, one thing I would appreciate is if you could figure out how to get a call-in number, because that I've been trying to do, but I haven't figured out how to integrate it. I think you need to have like a second, like an incognito window Discord up, and then somehow link the input volume from the call-in show to that Discord account and have that one on the stage to make it audible for everyone in the audience. But I haven't figured out how to do that yet, and I'm too lazy to figure it out. So
Gotcha.
if you eventually want to do that, that'd be cool.
We figured it out for StreamYard, but I'm not so sure about because I don't have any experience with Discord.
Yep.
But I'd imagine there's gotta be you gotta have like that cable set up. It's like a digital cable.
Yeah, virtual audio cable or something. I don't think so.
Uh-huh.
Maybe,
Oh, no.
maybe you might. I don't know, but I think like
Gotcha.
Like what I wanted to try to do was just create an incognito window, and then have the voice come through the incognito window, and then use that window as the input or something, or you can do it second computer or something. I have no idea, but
Gotcha. I'll look around and see.
Cool, appreciate it. And I want to send a message to Taco.
So, like the audience, like, how do you know who's like wanting to talk to you and whatnot?
They will raise their hands.
Okay.
There's nobody's raising their hands right now. So if anybody wants to come up and talk God, philosophy, politics, whatever, raise your hand, and when they do that, I'll show you how to do it.
Do I need to be reminding people of that, or is that something that's pretty common in this?
It's pretty
context?
common.
Okay. And then, is there a way to like kind of screen what they want to say for you, or is
No.
you're in control of who gets to speak?
Yep, I can
Okay.
bring them up and then kick them back down whenever I want.
Gotcha.
But I don't usually like vet them and make sure that they're not trolls or anything. Too lazy for that. There is a way to do it. I don't, but it's too much work.
Gotcha.
You do have a little background noise.
Yeah, I can turn some things down. I'm just running a AC unit.
Gotcha.
It's so damn hot.
That makes sense. Yeah.
But I have one of those expander gates. It shouldn't really open the microphone unless I'm speaking. But let me increase threshold and see if that doesn't get.
Hey, Woody, Mojo, I upload my debates on the T-Jump Gaming channel for the most part, because that's the only one that's monetized right now. So that's the one I'm uploading channels on. Woody, Riki, Pilat Thulu, how's it going? Trillion, Red Hammer, how's it going? Drew Nichols is raising their hand to offer help if you need extra hands. Yes. Yes, Winston's mom. Send Drew. I'll message Drew. Hey, please. Yes, I would love help. I would love help. Send me an email. Jump@comcast.net. Need more people to set up meetups, and definitely need more debates and speakers. Need people to set up speakers for me. I got another job So I am working too much to do much of anything right now. Hello, or Wooly. All right. So yeah, now we just wait. Hopefully, eventually, I will get the ability to do at everyone so I can do notifications because I don't have that yet. So I essentially just have to message Taco and have him message the mods to get him to do stuff. Hey, Udolph, how's it going? I got a job as a bike courier, so I've been doing bike couriering from like 5 p.m. to 10 p.m., which is exhausting. And then I got a job as a chess coach, which I've been doing for 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., also exhausting. So I've been doing too much work. Do you believe someone has to physically make a prediction for something to count as evidence, or is it implied prediction based on the established theory enough? I mean, if it's obvious, like an obvious implication of the theory, then that would be fine, even if you didn't expressly make the prediction. So it's, as long as it's an obvious implication of a theory, it's fine. You don't need to explicitly make the prediction. Is this live? Yes, Froggy, this is live. Yeah, Momo Jack, I've mostly just been uploading my old debates to my TJump gaming channel. I haven't had any new stuff for a while because I've been working and haven't had anybody to set up conversations for me, so I've been out of new stuff. Need to get Amy. Amy should.
Pardon my ignorance, T-Jump, but it sounded like you were referencing a chat, but the chat of this show.
Yeah. So
Doesn't
the
really.
chat is from my YouTube channel because I'm streaming to my YouTube channel. All right. So do you see in the
Oh, okay.
audience, Jeff has his hand raised? Do you see the little hand?
I see that.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, Jeff. I gave you. Here you go. I invited him to speak, so he can speak now.
All right, Jeff. Welcome to Atheist Call-In Show with T-Jump. I'm Mark Peralta. Where are you calling from? Where are you from?
Calling from my computer.
All right. What would you like to talk to T-Jump? What do you got?
I was actually curious to know like what the reasoning is behind you being atheist. If you want to just like throw that around real quick to get something started.
Sure.
But I'm actually interested in the question. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm an atheist because I don't think there's any evidence of a god. I think the evidence for God is equivalent to the evidence of unicorns, leprechauns. So I think that's the reason I think there is no God is the same reason I think there is no Santa Claus.
Oh, that's it?
Yep.
Can you like explain a little more in depth? Like why is it akin to like I guess fairy tales?
So Santa Claus, leprechauns, fairies, etc. The only things that are evidence that they exist is people's imagination, stories, personal experience, testimony. And the same is true of a god. The only thing evidence of it is stories, testimony, intuition, feelings. And so there is exactly the equivalent evidence of both of those things. Neither of them have ever made any novel predictions about the future. And so there's no greater reason to believe in God than there is leprechauns. There's no difference, epistemically speaking, between the two positions. Also, Mark, you can totally answer all these questions too. So it's mostly just for any atheist wants to hop in. Usually we have like 6 atheists on the stage answering questions. So if you want to answer any of them, go ahead.
Sounds good. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I don't see it any different.
Oh, okay. Well, that's really my only question, is to like try to understand why, you guys are atheists. I wouldn't call myself an atheist because I'm like traditional, right? And I was like, uh, how do you say this? Conditioned to believe in a higher power as a child. But nowadays it's getting less and less uh interesting, the concept of God, right? Because like you guys, I don't really see any like tangible evidence, right, for a God. It's all just like all these ancient what's the word? All these ancient
Fairy tales?
reference points. Well, you could call it fairy tales, fine, but it's these reference points, right? It's like you're referring to like archaic times when people could see like a star in the sky and think it's a god, right? Or something as crazy as that. And nowadays we know better as a collective, so I don't see why people are still so devout to some like inconclusive beliefs this day and age.
Yep.
I mean, I would get into why religion was even started. I think there's like there's a reason for it, because it's like, how do you control people, right? And that's
I don't
like the
think that's.
greatest way to control people,
I don't think
I
that's
think.
how it started. I think how it started. There was a really great YouTube documentary or explanation by Robert Sapolsky on the origins of religion. He's a Stanford professor, and he was talking about how epileptics and things would have these visions and have a bunch of confidence, and the confidence would be followed because confidence is an attractive trait. And then the beliefs were then positive beliefs, some of them, which led to more beneficial outcomes in the societies, which then caused those ideologies to grow in popularity. So it's not controlling people was not the purpose of religion, but it was a convenient secondary effect it had. Also, Regert van Rensburg asks, "Are you still cycling? And how is the weight loss going? I don't see any activities on Strava. How much do you weigh in at now?" I'm at 240. I haven't been using Strava. I got a job as a bike courier, so I've been doing bike deliveries, and hopefully that helps with the weight loss.
All right. Well, it looks like we've got Walker with us. Walker, welcome to the show. Welcome to Atheist Calling Show with T Jump. What do you got? What do you got for us today? Walker, can you hear you? Can you hear us? Welcome to the show.
I can hear him there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Nice.
Walker's
All
a
right,
regular.
Walker. Okay.
He's been on my YouTube channel a bunch of times. He's in the Discord. How are you, Walker?
I am awesome. How are you doing?
Very tired.
Managed to pull off having a couple days off, which is nice. Decided I'd come online and argue.
Sounds good. Yeah, I want to get, there's a specific like stage or in the server there's a role you have where they give you the ability to do announcements. We don't have that role yet, but we need to get that role so we can do announcements and get more people. Hey X, how's it going? He's also a regular. He's one of the speakers in the main show. Ouch.
All right. Welcome to the show.
Can't hear you right now though, X. The mic is not working.
Yeah, I don't know if there was an update or something, but I had to go into my options and just exit out before I could talk.
Yeah.
It didn't change anything.
It was just headset change. Good morning, everyone.
Hey
Good day.
X, do you have connections to the admins to ask them to do like an announcement thingy?
I have not been the one who's dealt with them in the past. I think that's been like Taco and Randolph, presumably.
Yeah, it's Taco. Taco is the hero who does all the stuff, the real work.
The doer of the things.
Yep.
But we can ping him. I talk to him all the time, just about other stuff. So I'll ping him right now and ask him if he can put the word out.
Awesome.
Tom, can I ask your perspective on Agrippa's trilemma?
What about it?
Well, you know who Susan Hawke is.
Is she the one who did the found herentism or whatever?
Yeah, she found a way of combining foundationalism and coherentism together.
Yeah, I don't think it does combine anything. I think it just uses the problems of both. So I don't think it solves anything.
Yeah. Well, yeah, she didn't necessarily say it solved it. It's just that she couldn't get away from the fact that both were in play. And there was a second argument that all three horns are in play almost at all times, which is kind of counter to the way Agrippa's trilemma is offered, and the fact that you'll find yourself impaled on one of the horns sooner or later. And she basically said that something along the lines of like the Cogito, you couldn't stop acknowledging that there was a coherent web of knowledge that was being used. So coherentism was in play, but one of those nodes was you being sort of an absolute extant fact, you know. And as a result, like, since you couldn't walk away from that, but you also couldn't share it with anyone, like there's no way anyone can share knowledge of your mind such that, you know, the problem of other minds still exists. You yourself also can't deny it. So it's a kind of a catch-22 there, or a properly basic belief if you'd like to go down that way. And
yeah, so I think that if you're starting with the you exist part, and then after that you get all the coherent stuff, well, then that's still just a form of foundationalism. You're just adding the coherence of all the secondary beliefs together on top of the foundationalism, which is the I exist part. So I don't think
she tried to describe it like a pyramid or a crossword puzzle, which was kind of interesting about how, yes, all the bricks in a pyramid are connected together, but there's one that's at the top. Or if you invert it, there's one at the bottom if you're building upwards.
well, the crossword puzzle example is saying that there's none of them at the bottom because there's all interconnected and you need the sum of them to get all of them. And so there's no one that you start with essentially, or one that
Except
is
for
It
the
also-
one beginning phrase you use.
yeah.
It
Which
also
could be any
implies,
of
though,
them.
that there's a degree of interlock between sufficiently reinforcing beliefs that they become the most confident beliefs that you have, even if they didn't start out as your initial ones. And I think that's why I like the crossword analogies. It's descriptively the way we do at least science with regard to falsification. Like Hack's Founitarianism is roughly analogous to Popper's falsificationism, which is to say, problem of induction is a thing. We don't know if any of our inferences or guesses about the future are guaranteed to turn out to predict the future, but we do know that we have predictions that are the most strongly modeled predictions, the most justified predictions, and which are the least likely to be falsified because they've been the most tested and attempted to be falsified in the past. So it's a way of saying, why are these beliefs the most confident ones? It's because of the way they're reinforced, like the letters in a crossword, which are all filled in and reinforce each other in a way which is completely self-consistent and not just sort of like merely arbitrarily chosen.
If I was to describe it using the whole spiderwebs analogy, do you think it would still hold true that what we're talking about is if you're attempting to add a single node or you're trying to analyze this particular node, there are surrounding nodes that are connected to it and they act as the support for the investigation? For example, you have one node of what constitutes something to exist. So if you're trying to find out if something exists, it has to at least match up with that node.
I think the key is that it's not about just support. Like, you do support eventually in a crossword that's mostly filled out, and that you achieve something that you could call support, which is just to say, like, you've tried everything and not found any errors beyond a certain point. You assume there aren't any. But what really matters is the fact that you're actually trying to do deductive error elimination. You're finding contradictions. And that's the same thing that Popper was saying in the philosophy of science. He was saying, look, verificationism and positivism was a mistake. Because scientists used to say, oh, we've proven this. Oh, we've verified this. Oh, we have empirical evidence that this is just how it is, right? But it turns out that it's more important to be looking for ways that it's wrong than it is to be trying to find ways to, like, confirmation bias, why you think it's right. And that's what we do in a crossword, right? We're trying to find, oh, these words can't be compatible. Like, A and B cross each other. There's no way they can both be right. And you have to, in many cases, reevaluate two scientific theories, not just one, because you're not sure which is wrong. And this happens all the time. Like we have physical theories where we're like, well, damn, the Bohmian wave function collapse doesn't currently jive with gravity. So this could mean that Bohmian mechanics is wrong. We keep working on that. Or it could mean that like Copenhagen and the other interpretations are wrong. And we're in a state of underdetermination until we find some way to falsify one or the other. And that's just like when you have two like vague guesses in a crossword, but not enough evidence either way to rule any of them out completely. And you just have low confidence in that until you find something that eliminates one or the other of the two hypotheses. And then you start to feel confident and you start to feel like you've filled that area out. But it's error elimination, not confirmation or proving things that builds confidence.
And I'm good with the idea of going down the path of error elimination, but the argument that I was most curious right now was the attempt to not just find a way of meshing foundationalism and coherentism together, but adding in infinitism, so that you would have to jump from horn to horn dependent on the question that's being asked. Essentially, something like anything about the self would have to have been a foundational beginning. Anything about the nature of reality or the nature of self, that would have to be a coherent web. And anything about the extant nature of reality would have to be some sort of infinite regression, such that, you take a look at reality, you see no limits to it. Therefore, on some level, when you're referring to the far reaches of what is known about reality, you're referring to infinite qualities. And so it really would depend on the question somebody asks as to whether you're standing on one horn or another.
To me, I've never seen the benefit of coherentism. I don't see what the potential advantage of it is or why we would prefer it to just foundationalism. I don't see why it should be accepted or used as a basis of knowledge, preferred in any way.
I think it was the way she described it was that we couldn't deny that both were in play.
I think I
You
can
couldn't-
deny both. Like,
Well, even you said that you start with foundationalism. Yes, we know that.
Yep.
But you're still engaged in the process of induction, of learning about the reality around you, and that's coherentism in play.
yeah, but since it starts with just the one thing, which is the foundationalist thing, it's a foundationalism. Whether I use other things after that is irrelevant to the model. Like I can use a whole
True.
bunch of things after that. Like I use science. That doesn't make it found scientism.
I think that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the idea is that whatever the so-called starting point is still defeasible and reevaluable based on what turns out to be defensible and not eliminated later. So like you could start out thinking some theory of mind about what I think therefore I am means that turns out to be wrong. And it could be the case that when you learn more about brains and what I think therefore I am means that you'd abandon it. For instance, I don't necessarily think that the I part is very well founded because it seems like with split brain experiments and so on, the concept of an I is a bit of a construction. Like it's a very important construction. We can't really do without it, but we construct identity as a sort of narrative storytelling process that isn't totally real because there's more than one of you depending on which part of your brain you ask at which time.
For the I to be a construction, wouldn't that have had to, I don't know.
Well, so I don't actually agree there.
Just a recognition?
Because I think that the way I define it, the way I use it is simply whatever is producing the conscious experience, whether it's the conscious experience itself or whatever.
Yeah.
And so even if you are a split personality and there was two of them, whether it was produced by a brain or whatever, still the I would still be the singular thing of whatever it is producing the conscious experience. And so I think that you can obviously give it some kind of particular definition of I am a brain in a vat or I am a soul or whatever and be wrong about that. But as long as you use the correct definition of I simply being whatever produces the conscious experience or the conscious experience itself, whatever that is, I don't think that could be reevaluated. So I think that that starting point as a foundationalism isn't up for reevaluation, and so wouldn't fall under the category of the coherentism where you have to make it open to reevaluation in that way.
I mean, at the minimum, you can say thinking's occurring. However, thinking actually works. It is occurring because you can't deny thinking with a thought.
Well,
But
yeah, but Descartes also disagreed slightly with your formulation because he didn't say there was thinking occurring. He said that there was a thinking thing, that there was thinking and thingness going on at the same time. So there was identity as part of the perception. It was already there. It wasn't a choice.
yeah, it's just on like a few different views of cognitive science or philosophy of mind, like illusionism or something. It could be the case that there's some mistake in the base assumption. But if, as you put it, you're just open and you're sort of agnostic as to what the I is, and you're not loading it up with a bunch of theory-laden claims about the I part, then the minimal version, whether you say thinking's occurring or whatever I am that is thinking turns out to be, then yeah, I think it's a reasonable starting point. I just don't think that we have to commit to it as an absolute. I think we could turn out to be wrong about that and still end up with a web of beliefs, even if we ended up not being I's, or maybe even reevaluating what thinking actually means.
Do you not have to commit to it being something extant?
Well, on like extant and meaning ontology is a funny thing when you have stuff that doesn't have really clear Mariology and very clear parts, right? So, like, you could commit to thinking without committing to identities being real, or without committing to like the Cartesian theater of the mind kind of view of what thinking entails, the way that Descartes thought of it, or the way that maybe some people misuse what they think Descartes thought of it.
I do have an issue with the statement thinking is occurring. I like the I. I think the I is a useful term there because it's not just thinking is occurring. It is thinking that you have direct awareness of is occurring. And I think that direct awareness of part can be encapsulated by the I. And so I think the I think is perfectly meaningful when it's saying thinking is occurring and that thinking I have direct experience of. So I think the I is an important addition to that sentence rather than just saying thinking is occurring ambiguously.
I kind of say the same thing, but I don't go with the I just say thingness because that's what I learned. So maybe I should change my language. But the idea was there is thinking being acknowledged, but it's singular. It's identity that is being labeled. There's an A, is A there. And that we call it self. We didn't choose to call it self. It's not the end of some sort of rational argument. It's just a description of what we perceive to be going on. Like there's the extant facts of it, and then there's the essence of the experience. Then those are two separate contexts.
You mean like phenomenology as opposed to cognition?
Well, there's the thinking going on, and then there's the nature of that thinking. You can't deny that the thinking is occurring, but you can start to doubt almost everything about what its essence is.
Yeah, like so there's a couple biologists, for instance, who think that sentience, like phenomenal awareness of experience, is something which is separably evolved in a more recent time and among certain species, but that some animals don't have any need for it, that they can more or less purely react to stimuli successfully and appear to do cognition like puzzle solving or environmental navigation or whatever prey finding that they need to do without having any of the things that we would think would be part of our brain's phenomenal experience. And he thinks, I've got the scientist, but he thinks that it's a more recent development. But what that calls into question is just like the unitary sort of package deal of whatever thinking really means. Because if you could solve puzzles without having any phenomenal experience, that is very counterintuitive and strange.
Do you really need to know the essence of it? Is it necessary to? Does anything about the essence of the experience change the extant fact that it is occurring?
I don't know about what knowing the essence of something means exactly, because I don't think this is about knowledge. It's just about experience, sense experience, right? So if it turns out that there's an animal that has the ability to like solve problems, but has nothing equivalent to what we would think of as sense experience or phenomenal consciousness or awareness, but it does have the ability to react to its environment and learn and survive, then that just means that they're not as inseparable. The idea of thinking about the world and experiencing the world are potentially two different things that usually overlap in our case, but don't necessarily always overlap in the animal kingdom.
Wait, you lost me there. So, because I think experiencing versus thinking, I think thinking is a kind of experience in a sense. And so the statement, I think, whether you're simply thinking about some kind of an external world or whether you're actually experiencing it, doesn't seem to make a difference to the argument. So, like, obviously, like an AI can solve problems without actually being conscious.
Exactly, yeah. That's kind of part of the analogy that makes sense to me as well, is that we can construct a machine that can appear to react and respond as though it's an aware creature, but it's not. It's just, programmed or using neural networks in a certain way.
But would you?
And if it turns out that that is analogous to what these animals are doing, that they have the neurons to fire to make it do things, but they don't have the neurons that we have that are like sense experience. They don't have the neurons that we have that are like second order beliefs and conscious thoughts about the sensory experience. Then it could be the case.
They're not thinking about thinking. They're just
They're
reacting.
just doing. Yeah, exactly. And they may learn in the sense that they get smarter at solving their environment. Machine learning doesn't entail consciousness. Like, machine learning just means a thing gets better at doing something the more times it experiences the thing. That's all that machine learning implies, is like some performance improves in some measurable way in response to repeated exposure to some kind of stimuli. And so we do that all the time with algorithms that predict what you would like to purchase in the future or something like that. They're just taking some like stochastic function and they're trying to do like a curve fit for the data that's coming in to predict where the curve is going to go the next node on the graph or whatever. And they don't need anything like we think of consciousness to do it. So I know this is reasons why I'm somewhat agnostic as to what it turns out to be. I think I share the exact same intuition that you do, T-Jump, that it's very meaningful to me to say, I think, therefore I am. I'm not so confident that that's going to be the case when we're finished understanding everything, that I think it couldn't be reevaluated what it actually means. But it's a good starting point.
Cool. Anybody else got any questions? Philosophy, politics, religion, potatoes.
Anybody in the audience want to put their hand up?
There's WizKid has a hand up.
All right.
Welcome.
Looks like we've got one more person join in the conversation. Welcome, Wiz Kid. You're here with T-Jump and Mark Peralta with A Positive Mind. What do you got for us today?
Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure where the conversation is right now. Should I just should I just like input my own thing, or
Sure.
should I like go off what I'm talking about now, or how?
You can talk about whatever you
do it?
want. Go for it.
Okay. Well, okay, let's start here. I'm a theist. And I don't agree with atheism.
That is what it means to be a
Uh,
theist.
Are you a
yeah, sure.
deist or a theist? And like, do you
That's a
make
good question.
a strong distinction between, usually theism is like a personal God and deism is like
Interactive.
an impersonal, non-interactive God,
Yeah, that's
just
a
a
good
creator.
Well, I think God is personal, so I guess is the TH. I don't think there's a God like outside of me, if that makes sense.
Does
Not
the
even
God
remotely.
does the God intervene, or is the God just like a part of things, or like the creator that put everything in motion?
Well, okay, so the way I see it, well, okay, so I adhere to hermetic principles. So according to hermetics, it's the mind is all and the universe is mental. So God is a construct of the mind. So it's the mind itself. Like so, when you say God, um, God is gonna be anything that pertaining to that mind's creation. So if you have a mind, you if you wait, let me just say this: if you could have a mind, then you could have a God.
Right.
So since it's possible to have a mind, then it must be possible to have a God. That's why I don't agree with atheism because from my point of view, atheism is like totally discrediting God. Like he doesn't exist, he can't exist, it's not possible, and so on. But
It
but
sounds like you
that
don't
that's
agree with theism either, though. From that description, doesn't sound like theism at all.
how
Yeah, I think we
so.
might need to ask a couple more clarifying questions. So
Yeah.
you said that you believe in Platonism, Hermeticism. So I mean, I grew up with like Hermetic and like Neoplatonist beliefs, but it's been a very long time since I held those views, so I'm not especially sharp on the distinctions anymore. But do you hold to something like Neoplatonist Hermeticism? The two are often like almost interchangeable or overlapping.
Is that adhering to the world of forms? Is that what
It's not
they're
just like it's not just Platonism. So like Neoplatonism is more than just Platonic like abstracts exist. Neoplatonism is a view that says that there is like a something like classical theist God creator of the universe, similar to or sorry, more like deism, that put everything into motion, and usually it's a kind of monism about the world, that everything is like one essence. I'm not going to be able to do it justice because I don't hold these views anymore, but I just wondered if that's what you think.
so I don't think the world is just made of one essence. Well, it's complicated because I can say that the world or existence anyway, or essence anyway, is consciousness. That's what I equate existence to. The phenomenon of existence. I equate that to consciousness.
Well,
So
So
you
if you
are fully embracing the concept of hard consciousness. The idea that yes, your mind exists, but yes, everything around you could also be a figment of your mind. Therefore, if there is a God, it's just another figment of your mind. And to
yes,
me, that doesn't
exactly.
describe God even in the slightest.
How so?
Because by definition, if we're talking about theism, you're referring to the belief that a God is a fact of reality, and that this God is like specific God that does specific things, specific interactions.
Yeah,
And the
no.
majority of the world, for example, statistically believe in the Abrahamic version of that God, who has a laundry list of interactions. So when someone says they're a theist, I'm just waiting for them to tell me what this God is doing, and then I'll
Right,
ask them what the evidence for that God, what they're
right,
doing is.
right.
Your God
I
wouldn't
mean,
be able to be open to that line of questioning.
I see what you're saying, and I would say this: my God would be in line with that theory because again, the
Are you
way I
sure?
see it, yeah, I'm gonna
Then
explain.
name one thing your God interacts How, in one way of revelation, one way of revealed truth, something, any way that your God interacts with reality, not necessarily people, but with reality, just one way.
One way that God interacts with reality. That's what you're asking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
how is your God an interactive God? In what way is
Oh,
your God an interactive God?
okay, yeah.
And I think with that, what we're asking to, or what I would demand also is what mechanism, like how, like what's actually at work, not just like, oh, I heard this story, or someone said, or I experienced this, but like, what's the mechanism by which this God is actually operating, and how do you know that's working?
Right, I understand exactly what you're saying. So the way the
Thank you.
mechanism of my God working and interacting with this reality is something called the subconscious mind. Okay. There's different tools in our reality that we could use to tap into the subconscious mind, such as uh, candles. Any aspect of reality can be influenced in the subconscious mind. So these tools, whether it be candles, whether it be a symbolic representation of something that you hold meaning to, that's your interaction of tapping into the subconscious mind, which creates certain aspects of your reality, whether it be revelation, whether it be seeing God firsthand, whether it be coming to enlightenment, which is an internal factor, not an external factor.
But none of these are
Um,
interactions.
Yeah, those are
how
coming
so?
from you, not from the God, right? So in all the
Yeah,
things you described, you're talking
yeah,
about how you think a person can stimulate or facilitate a state of uh, consciousness or subconscious access in which they will perceive God, right? That's what you're talking about so far.
yeah,
Is that
yeah.
correct?
Because
Okay.
as I said, I don't think God is an external thing that has influenced the person. I think it's the other way around. The
Okay.
person
So
finds God through internal means.
okay. So that's compatible though with a view that is purely psychological and doesn't actually require any supernatural metaphysical commitments, right? It's like there's a lot of people who are self-described like atheo-occultists. Like I would probably have described myself as that at some point, which is to
Wait.
say that like
You
you
said?
could you could do all those same rituals and you could have those states of mind and you could perceive like God beings or narratives and it could be psychologically valuable to you, but you don't necessarily have to assume that they're real in an external sense. And you yourself have said it's not external. So if it's a something like a wisdom tradition to you that you feel like you get access to some beneficial psychological subconscious experience or whatever, that's still compatible with the world actually being atheistic. Like the belief in or experience of a story about gods not the same thing as having a commitment that they literally, physically, ontologically exist or the actual cause of the universe existing or anything like that. That's like a step beyond what you've described so far. So, uh,
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying to that is that existence doesn't solely exist in the realm of physicality, is what I'm trying to tell you. Existence doesn't solely exist from you seeing, tasting, touching, or hearing it.
Do you not
I
consider
don't
your mind
define
physical?
existence as just that and that only.
So
When I say
you don't
super,
hold that your mind is physical then?
no, I don't. I see the mind is not physical. I see your brain as being physical, but your mind is metaphysical in my point of view.
And those are different to you somehow.
Yeah, they are different, but they work in relation to each other.
And is there evidence for a body mind dualism that you're aware of, WizKid?
Um, well, yeah, well, from my perspective anyway, I think things like out of body experiences do exist, supernatural events do exist,
There
miracles
are.
do.
Have you considered other explanations for things like that? Because really, I don't know, feel free to jump in, but I'm not aware of any evidence that, like, say, a mind or a soul exists apart from what's happening in the brain and working through the body.
Why not? Why not? Like let me ask you this. Like, when I say I'm not talking about my brain. I'm not talking about my leg. I'm not talking about my
It
arm.
appears you are.
Yeah, it appears, but the I, what I'm referring to as I, is not your brain. You don't say I'm my brain or
It
I'm my
appears
heart.
you are.
Yeah, it appears, but appearances can be deceiving. And
Can
there's
be,
there's
doesn't
no
mean it
no,
is. How did you determine that it is? Because you're making decisions based as though you know that it is.
well, you can say that, but you can also not 100% deny it as well.
It's irrelevant. We're not concerned with two questions at the same time here. We're trying to auger down on one of them. Is it true? We don't have to worry about is it not true. It's not even an issue until you've proven it's true.
Why do you think your
But why
consciousness
not
isn't
if you're
physical?
atheist? Huh? Say that
Why
again.
do you think your consciousness isn't physical?
Because I believe that when your body dies, you don't cease to be who you are. I believe in a spirit, and I believe you live on beyond death.
But those are still
Um,
claims, though.
Well, so let's
Yeah,
let's say
why do
that's
you
true.
say
Let's
that?
say that if you die, you still survive in some sense. Like, but why wouldn't that also just be physical? Why couldn't you have a physical continuation? Why would it need to be something more?
that's it. That is a good question, but I think well I believe anyway
What if you're
these
wrong?
Let him finish,
what if
Walker.
you're
Don't
wrong?
interrupt.
Yeah, I can say the same thing for you. It's the same thing. Like you can't just say, "Oh, it's wrong," and then say, "Oh, I have to prove it." You have to prove your end as well.
Well, so the
Well, there
question
is.
was, is why do you think consciousness is more than physical? You think that we don't. We think it's physical. The reason we think it's physical is all the evidence
Because
indicates that. So, what reason do you have to think it's more than physical?
um uh like again things like out of body experiences, people being in comas, people having dreams, which is a big one. I think dreams is not physical. Imagination is not physical.
Why?
Um, why?
Yeah, because like all of those
Mm,
things sound physical to me.
yeah,
We
no,
we
they
we
sound.
actually we've made a lot of progress, WizKid, in recent cognitive and artificial intelligence studies. So a lot of the things that you just mentioned, we actually do have machines that outperform humans at so-called imaginative tasks, for instance. We do have machines that outperform humans at like navigational tasks. So it's not that everything about the brain has been understood, but it's kind of like if you had a computer and you had figured out like a lot of the programming language, but you hadn't understood all of its code yet. But you could read the code and all the code that you looked at, if you looked at it hard enough and you reverse engineered it, you could figure out what it did. But you were like 1% through the code. But there's no in principle reason why the other 99% is going to pose any major obstacle different than the first 1%, other than time and effort, right?
Understand what you're talking with that example.
And WizKid, can I just ask, is there something about consciousness that you think is separate from other mechanisms? Can I ask, does fungi continue to exist even after it's gone?
You said fungi?
Yes, for example, plants and fungi, from as far as we can tell, have no conscious mechanism. So they kind of separate
Uh,
themselves from us.
I disagree. I disagree. I think anything that has consciousness has a mechanism.
What is your definition of consciousness?
My definition of consciousness would be simply awareness. Nothing more, nothing less.
So you think that fungi and plants have forms of awareness?
Yes, yes, because they can do something called photosynthesis and they can interact with their environment and the sun.
That's a chemical reaction. That's not a choice.
In fact, mitochondria would be a better evolutionary analogy to that because they have their own DNA. In fact, plants have 3 unique sets of DNA, but it wouldn't be conscious as far as I can tell.
And what do you think happens to that organism's ability to like be aware of its surroundings and what you're describing as existence or consciousness once it dies? Once the proteins and the cells and the tissues are involved in that, like say light detection or touch detection. What happens when the organism dies?
Okay, so as I said, I believe in spirits, and I think anything that's conscious does have a spirit, aka energy.
Yeah.
And according to energy, it doesn't die, and energy doesn't die, it just changes form. It doesn't
And then
die.
once it changes form, what? Like if it
Um,
changes form in the real world, we call it something else. We don't call it the same thing because everything we see in the real world is just change of form. There isn't any actual creation going on.
Right, right. But what I'm trying to say is, like the way I see it, with spirit, there's something called different realms. We're in the realm of 3D. Once you die, you go into what's called the astral plane, which is a different realm.
This sounds like a conjecture on top of a conjecture. I mean,
Yeah.
you're not hitting anything to address.
What do you need me to address?
So the question is like, how do you know something other than just because it's been posited as a conjecture? And we generally, even in metaphysics, have epistemologies, like a mechanism or a method of establishing. If you have, let's say you read 2 books, and one of them says that when you die, you go to the astral plane, and the other one says when you die, you go to Hades. And then you read another book, and every book you read by a so-called metaphysician just has like totally different cosmology about death. And
Right.
how are you supposed to rigorously establish if any of these have any evidence to support them?
Yeah,
And the answer is that you
they
can't.
both, yeah, no, they both can be valid. They all can be valid. Like it doesn't have to be like there's just one linear
But
place you go.
the question is, if there's no way to establish which of these hypotheses is valid, maybe none of them are valid. Or maybe they're valid, there's just no epistemic way to demonstrate or justify it.
Yes,
So
and that's the world of the mind. It's not logical. It doesn't work in logical terms. So
I would
when you
disagree.
ask me, can I finish? When you ask me for logical explanations, things like what we're talking about now it can't be explained solely on you want a logical, straightforward answer, but that's not how the mind works. The mind works off of possibilities, imagination, intuition, those types of things. That's why you can't get a like straightforward one
but
answer for all of that.
it turns out that there are like hard facts that ground how the brain works and does the things that we call mind, right?
Yeah,
And
no, yeah.
we're
The brain is the operation. The mind well, to me anyway. The mind is different from the brain. The brain is the mechanism. The mind
yeah,
is the. You see
yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah, but the mind, in terms of its like in terms of its epistemic position, the mind is not equipped to be able to be the authority about how it works because
Why not?
it's not doesn't have access to the kind of third person information that you need to understand what brains do. So when we
I
look
agree with this.
when we look at what brains do, we come to surprising conclusions, counterintuitive conclusions that contradict our intuitions about our own minds from our own mental experience all the time. And this is
Right.
something we couldn't do if we weren't using all sorts of tools like functional magnetic resonance imaging,
Right.
EEG,
I totally understand that. I
like
totally
thin
understand what.
slicing. Yeah,
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying because the mind works logically. So you could have, for instance, you could have a problem in your mind, right? And you could think solely with what your brain says logically and still be incorrect. It happens many times with many instances of people making predictions based on what their logical brain says based off the past and based off those analytic data. That's not like the only thing that works in reality is like analytic brain calculations. That's not the only thing to predict things. You see what I'm saying? So just the
No,
way
I'm not following at
the
all.
brain is-
You
how
seem to be getting away from it, WizKid, because your initial claim was, as I remember it being, was that that there is consciousness or reality beyond like
yeah,
our living lives now,
yeah,
like after
yes,
death. And so,
yes,
you're claiming that somehow in this other realm, that
yes.
I don't think that there's any evidence that we can say, all right, we know that exists, but you're just positing
It,
that there is a
there
realm
is
where these exceptions take place. Hold on one second. That somehow reality or an experience of living is possible, but yet everything that we know about our bodies and how our brains work and how we experience reality, namely through our senses and how our brains are making sense out of it, require us to have a physical body, and that one that is fully functioning. Because without like auditory organs, or like without pain receptors on my skin, without like those light receptors in my eyes, I would not be able to experience life. And I'm not quite sure how that would even look like outside of having my senses. And so, how can you explain? I mean, maybe pick one aspect of reality in this other realm that you're describing, and tell me how is it that you're able to experience that? Yeah,
it's just
how?
mainly again is mainly consciousness, which is awareness.
Yeah, but consciousness in itself, unless you're referring to a memory, I wouldn't say a memory is reality, but unless you're actively living, a memory isn't anything, an experience isn't anything.
Yeah, but what I differ from you is that you
Uh,
see it as you need a body to experience things, and I
right.
think it's a spirit. So
Well,
that's where we
that's
disagree.
kind of
Yeah.
how, when we're describing consciousness, what we mean. Because, I mean, if you're just using a very base definition, you're talking about the state of being awake and aware. You know, you have this awareness of mind and the world. It's not a singular awareness of that's being described. There's delineation occurring, and so that's the base perception, is that we perceive ourselves as separate, although we acknowledge it's possible. In a vast ocean of experience. And all you can do is sail around this ocean of experience and label things with its extant qualities, like describe it as it is. Because reality is consistent around us, or at least it appears to be. And so that becomes your measuring stick for what is true, is everything that seems to be consistent with reality. And
Yeah,
that's where the terms come in. It's not something you could say about self. You know, like it's true that my mind exists. It's like, well, it's just self-evidently true. It's not something you could prove to somebody else that your mind exists, right?
self-evident. Yeah, and that's something that can't be disputed. Your mind is self-evident.
How
Like there's
how how is it possible that your mind's existence is not self-evident?
I know I said it is self-evident.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, it is self-evident.
But it's
Do
it's
you
more than
also
it's
do
more
you
than self-evident at this point because we have third-party observation of minds. We have a model of how the mind does what it does, such that we could externally look at a mind and literally read words out of the thought process occurring in
No,
that mind.
no, you
We
can't.
can do
I
a 70 to 80% accurate reconstruction of entire sentences that you are thinking with fMRI and EEG attached to your head. So
WizKid,
it's not the case anymore that these things are inaccessible to the external world. or that you're the only person who can know that you have a conscious thought process.
See,
We
that's
can
not what
externally read your conscious thoughts.
I agree with what
Apostate
Apostate Enix said, but can I ask you, WizKid, you use the word spirit.
Yes.
If we're just going to continue on with definitions, what would be spirit?
Spirit, I equate the spirit and mind as synonymous with each other.
Say that one more time. The what was synonymous?
The spirit and the mind are synonymous with
Oh,
each other.
see, there is a talking point because you said, well, the mind is not the brain, and then consciousness. We all have these floating words, and I assume then that consciousness and the mind are not the same thing.
No, they are synonymous as well.
Because I believe we have a mind, I do not think that it's synonymous with spirit. I think the mind is the operating system of the brain. I think that's a closer analogy. And I think that when you remove this term like spirit, you find that plants, fungi, and single cellular life don't have it.
Well, the way I see it, I think the mind, the spirit, and consciousness are all synonymous words, and I use them interchangeably. Maybe that's confusing, but I just wanted to make that clear.
Well,
So
no,
I do see.
I agree with some of what you were saying up until you start to delineate from what I think is physicality, like T Jump and others were starting to point at, is I think when the brain dies, the brain is the highest level and everything under it, including the mind and consciousness, ceases to exist.
Okay, so where I differ from you on that is, I see the brain as the mechanism, and the mind lives on when the brain deceases.
Yeah, but it almost sounds too like it sounds like in your view, what you're referring to mind or spirit can operate independently. But I don't think that the evidence points the complete opposite direction.
Like, no, well, there's a lot of evidence of otherworldly things such as dreams, out of body experiences, astral traveling.
Well,
Yeah, that's that's
you're
when it
kind of
gets away
poisoning the
from it.
well by calling them other bodily, because that's what's in debate right now.
I think
Okay,
dreams
well,
are very much made from the mind. I think that your body is trying to figure out what to do with you while you are just chilling there for hours and hours and
Right.
hours.
And we've
Right.
actually
See,
studied
the
it
way I
enough to understand there's a mechanism called memory consolidation. So what happens is when you experience new stimuli, like a new place that you haven't been before, or a new concept that you haven't learned before, entire new cortical columns and like hippocampal complexes get formed to attach to these new memories. And when you go to sleep, these newly attached memories are in a state of excitation, which causes what's called memory consolidation. And so memory consolidation is just these recently formed regions of neural organization repeatedly reactivating and generating a fictional world, a dream world, based on things you've recently experienced for the first time. That is why you have dreams about stuff that you've just encountered or just thought about before you went to sleep. And like
And
this is a well enough
it's doing
studied
it
thing
with the
now.
help of chemistry too, because you've got hallucinogenic chemistry that's being secreted during those sleep stages. I think you're referring to what occurs during REM sleep cycle and
Yeah, it's
memory.
specifically called memory consolidation.
Yeah,
So
and so
if you don't do anything, then you tend not to have such strong memory consolidation experiences. You have to
that's
learn
right.
new stuff for it to be triggered.
Okay,
Yeah, and
well,
then what happens is that you'll wake up in the middle of the night if while this is happening, and then you recall the memory of that experience, and then it'll be like, okay, you had a nightmare, you had a dream of some sort, in which then gets equated with like out of body experiences and all kinds of other stuff that there really is no evidence for. But I do want to ask WizKid one question though before I let it go, and that's would you consider, like, say, loving your family, recognizing your loved ones as something that be part of your mind spirit that you're referring to? Would that be an aspect of that?
yes, because that would be a feeling aspect, and when you're dealing with feeling and
Okay.
emotions, That is part of the mind.
Gotcha.
I see that as falling under the category of mind.
Good, good. So me too. So are you aware of instances where people have brain damage or some sort of yeah, so a brain damage that affected an area of the brain that then changed the person's personality, even to the
Yes,
point of not even recognizing their loved ones? How
yes.
would you explain that in your view?
Okay, so in my view, when a brain injury happens, that will be a disruption in the bodily function. So when you have a disruption in the bodily function, of course, your mind will be
Okay.
affected. I will say that your mind will be
Uh-huh.
affected because, like I said earlier, your mind and your brain works interconnectedly. Like there is a relationship; they work together. So if something happens to your brain, like a brain injury, your mind is going to be affected. And if something happens to your mind, such as a traumatic event, then your brain might be affected. It goes vice versa. That's what I'm trying to
Yeah,
say. Is
I,
relationship.
I can see. So if we stretch that out to like the point of death, let's say we have some sort of neurological degenerative disease that's progressing,
Hmm.
and it's starting in the prefrontal cortex, which takes off all the person's ability to make judgment and decisions. And then it moves on to other areas of the brain where now family are noticing they're not being recognized, memories are being lost. Eventually, the person dies. Yeah. I mean, isn't that, couldn't we say the same thing with anyone else that just dies and their brain decomposes and then what happens to those memories? What happens to that existence? Doesn't
Oh,
it
okay. That's a
also
good question. Go
doesn't it
ahead.
also disappear? Doesn't it also
No, okay.
become dysfunctional?
That's a great question. So what happens to your memories in your life while you was on Earth? Again, I bring up the astral plane. That's where your spirit goes when you first die. So that's where your memories, your passions, what you wanted to do in this life, all of that goes to that. That's your spirit. So all those things go to that.
So
Like,
it sounds like you're now positing some sort of like iCloud
yeah, I
of where
mean,
your
you could
life
say that.
can go to while you transition. That's where I lose you, Wizkid, because I don't know, I don't have any evidence of that actually being a thing.
I mean, okay, well, okay, you could say that, and that's fine. You could say you don't have evidence, but I think it's plausible because there's a lot of evidence of certain out of body experiences, certain dreams, certain
Well, you have
true
to be careful about the
experiences.
evidence term you're using because that's a claim, not an evidence. That's just a story
Well,
until it's
well,
validated.
it's I would say this is not hard evidence, but it should be taken into consideration when many people are saying this.
Right,
No,
we
as a
can
matter
we
of
can
fact, the
take
number of people that report something is irrelevant.
yeah, we
How
can
is it?
take data. We can take data of people's reports into consideration, and we can find that there are explanations for their reports which are not consistent with their beliefs about those reports, right? You understand there's lots of phenomena where people are deluded, people are confused, and so we have many cases where large amounts of people's claims are not compatible with reality. And
Yes, physical
we
reality.
routinely downgrade those kinds of claims to being essentially worthless when it comes to determining what's actually going on. And unfortunately, that's the case when it comes to people saying that they had a dream and they think that the dream is real. Because what people do is they try to prove that these things actually work or are real, and they fail to do so. For instance,
Okay.
there was a James Randi challenge where James Randi was offering $1 million for any confirmation of any psychic phenomena of any kind. And all people had to do was demonstrate in some kind of repeatable experiment that they could demonstrate some provable effect from the psychic phenomena they were claiming existed. And literally, no one ever successfully claimed this because no one could actually do anything repeatable and reliable that would demonstrate any psychic phenomena was real.
Okay, I disagree with that. I think there are many instances where you can prove psychic phenomena are real and it can be repeatably tested.
If any one of those had been demonstrated, they could have collected $1 million prize. Why do you think it is the case that they never successfully did so?
Because they probably didn't know what exactly psychic phenomena is, and a lot of people get that confused. They think it's some woo-woo thing that's crazy. No, everyday things are psychic phenomena, believe it or not.
So psychology, everyday like mental experience, imagination, dreaming, all that kind of stuff is not
That's psychic
something
phenomena.
that's going to be measurable in any meaningful way affecting the
Yes.
real world outside of what we would already expect from existing physicalist models of the brain.
It can be, and I'll tell you why. There's a thing called hypnosis, where you can hypnotize yourself and see results psychologically and psychically, behavior patterns that can be tested, and you will see a change in that individual.
That's not.
Pretty sure hypnosis
not-
does not rely on the supernatural to work.
Yeah, hypnosis is not a psychic phenomena. I think what you're confusing is like the idea that there's some mind-body connection
Yeah,
and the
it
term
is.
psychic. Psychic implies spooky action at a distance, something that actually affects the outside world in a way that relies upon some action occurring from the mind to the external world directly, or something like supernatural knowledge accessed from the external world, information that you shouldn't be able to have.
For example, being able to read someone else's mind. However, if you just predict what you want for dinner, that's not psychic.
Right. No, I understand that. And what I'm trying to tell to you is that there are many instances of psychic phenomena that happen in everyday life. You don't have to read somebody's mind, you don't have to levitate a rock off the floor. Those I don't see as like psychic phenomena.
May
What
I
I'm
ask
saying-
for an example?
Yeah.
As I said, things like hypnosis, things like affecting your subconscious mind to see results, things like that.
But let's just take hypnosis. I mean, at least from my perspective, it's just telling someone on loop to do something over and over and over again in like an ASMR type of way. Why is that supernatural or psychic?
Because that it affects the subconscious mind, and I think anything that affects the subconscious mind is altering their what you call their psyche, which I see is the realm of psychic alteration.
So say we're in a restaurant and I'm like, you know what? If we put the level of lighting down just a little bit and we put in music, people actually think that this is a way fancier restaurant than it is, and the tip amounts go up. Is that a psychic power?
Yes, that's a psychic phenomenon because
No,
and
no,
I'll tell you
no.
why.
There are better explanations about that don't include that believe in the supernatural.
He's not even really saying that it is supernatural. He's just construing the word so broadly that it includes just like everyday things that people have physical
Yes.
explanations for.
Yeah.
Let me explain.
Equivocation.
Let me just like reiterate, WizKid. Look,
Yeah, go ahead.
there is like two competing worldviews essentially about how the brain works here, right? Now there's a lot of like subspecies of each of these like variations of them, but essentially we have two views of how the brain works. On one view, there's something that is going on in a brain that involves neurons, and the structure of those neurons can be understood to the point where we have an empirically adequate model at some point of everything that's going on, such that we could predict its future states. We could read the thoughts out of the brain from external sensors. We're doing that with like a 70-80% accuracy, reconstructing whole sentences already that people are thinking. And that appears to work. It's working so well that we're reverse engineering it. We're reading the thoughts from like neural scans. And we think we know why it works because we can reproduce in an artificial form a model of how it works such that it does similar things. Like you can have a conversation with ChatGPT about why psychic phenomena are not real, and it can explain this stuff to you using an approximation of the way the neurons in your own brain do verbal reasoning and are able to use language in the same kind of way, just artificial neurons instead of biological ones, right? So the question is, if cognitive scientists are in agreement that we have a developing and potentially empirically adequate model of how brains work, then what room does that leave for the positing of a psychic phenomena as most people construe it, which is something other than those physical facts?
Right.
If you're
Okay,
just
but-
going to say that the subconscious is psychic, but what you're talking about is something that we can describe physically, if everything that you think is psychic is just stuff that the physical theory can predict and model, just from how molecules, chemistry, electrons, etc. work, then there's no non-physical thing being talked about that we could properly call psychic. Saying
Right.
something is psychological does not mean what most people mean when they say psychic. So
Okay,
do you
understood.
think there's something other than the physical energy and matter taking place that is necessary to explain what brains do and how consciousness works?
Yes, I
What is
do.
that thing? You think it's a spirit or a soul?
Yes, I do believe in
Okay.
the soul. And let me just explain. So, okay, so you said we have predictability in our sciences to predict based on how your brain works, right? Your neurons, your chemicals, and all that stuff. Yes, I'm not denying that. I know we can predict no, I disagree. We can't predict what somebody's thinking, but we can analyze their neurons, the chemical makeup, what's the chemicals doing in their brain, all that. Yes, I do agree. I'm not disagreeing with that. But what I'm saying is psychic phenomena is not what your neurons is doing in your brain and how they're moving, is what's causing, keyword, what's causing those things to move in those certain patterns.
But the
So
thing that causes them is the physical laws of the
no,
universe.
I disagree. The physical
What
laws is
evidence?
the product. I'll let you finish.
Yeah.
So
Why do you
the-
disagree?
Okay, so I disagree because the physical laws, such as the arrangement of neurons and the chemical goings on in your brain, those are a byproduct of what's going on psychically. So when I
What
say
evidence is there for that? And how would that work?
huh?
Yeah, what do you mean by a byproduct? I mean, from a chemistry perspective, I understand what a byproduct is.
Yes.
And in order for
Yes.
you to claim that a byproduct took place, you got to have reagents, and you can
Yes.
demonstrate those. So what are you seeing that's working that ends up in a byproduct that you can demonstrate?
So the byproduct would be the neurons and the chemicals going on in your brain and your brain process.
But you're not actually adding anything new. So
Well, sorry to
that's
jump
where
in,
the
guys,
problem
but we do have a few other people in mind, so I wanted to move on to a
All
different
right.
speaker. We can come back to WizKid later. Antangelo, what do you have for us today?
Yeah.
Yes, hello guys.
Hey.
So, yeah, my question is, why does random unguided events be a superior explanation to the origin of codes, languages, which direct the making of complex machines,
because we
rather
know
than
they
an
exist.
intelligent creator?
Because we know they exist and we don't know a creator exists. So we're just dealing with the toys we have.
Novel
Well,
testable
what
predictions.
exists requires an explanation. That's the point.
Well, it still happens. It doesn't matter whether we know why it happens. It's still happening.
Yes, but the question is, how do you explain the fact that cells which store information and direct the making of machines, how they have come to be, how they originated? That's the question.
We've
What
talked
is
about
best
this
Because there's
explanation?
natural
before.
ways to generate information. This
Look,
is
we've talked
common
about
knowledge
this.
now.
We've talked about this before, Tangelo. All you need is a replicase bootstrap from a protocell, and the necessary replicator protocell substrate exists on the surface of the Earth in the form of clays, which randomly autocatalyze the production of long polymer chains in random arrangements, some of which will eventually be self-replicators, given a protocell membrane, which lipids provide, which is abundant in the same environment. Some of those replicators get captured in some of those protocells, bootstrapping the initial self-replication process of what eventually becomes RNA and eventually becomes DNA. It's a gradual process. All you need is for it to start somewhere and we have abundant evidence that it starts spontaneously all over the surface of the Earth.
Okay,
There's a
where is
video
your
by a
evidence?
guy named John Perry. He actually talks about how nature can naturally generate information, and lots of it.
Oh, really? And so,
Yeah, you should look it up. It's
yeah,
stated
I
clearly.
know,
It's probably one of the
yes,
greatest
yes, I know him.
education sites I've seen in a
Yeah,
long
sure,
time.
sure. I know him well. So explain to me what he's actually saying and what evidence we have for this.
Well, I actually
Well,
wanted to
he's-
ask you a question on Tangelo. What is the evidence that a rock is better explained by natural processes than by design?
Well, we are not talking about rocks. We are talking about molecular machines.
Oh, no,
and
no, I'm
causal
talking about
law.
rocks. This is a question for you. What is the evidence that a rock outside of my door was a product of natural processes and not design?
Are we talking about the atoms that constitute rocks, or the
You
shape
can use
of the rock?
anything you want in the rock, Tangelo. What about anything in the rock would tell us that it was a result of a natural process rather than design? What do we use as evidence to determine it was natural process rather than design?
Yeah, you would need to have to start with the existence of all physical. How that would be better explained by random process rather than by design.
What?
And I honestly have never seen a consistent, and plausible, and rational explanation.
What?
What are you talking about? Randomness is considered a fact of the universe.
Wait, Walker. So let's keep this simple. So if I want to look at a rock outside, and if I want to know, was this rock designed by a mind or random processes, I would have to make some kind of metaphysical assumption about the state of the universe. Is that what you're saying?
I would say that the explanation of the existence of all the physical, including our universe, is a metaphysical question. So it is a philosophical question because science cannot answer that question.
Yeah, but I don't care about that. I'm just a random guy, and I go outside and I see a rock, and I want to know, is this rock designed or a natural process? And you're saying that in order for me to answer that question, I have to do some kind of metaphysics to get an answer.
Yeah, we have to you have to qualify what you mean with your question. Is it about the shape? Then yes, rain, wind, and natural forces can shape the form of that rock, which is a natural process, so to say. But if you want to ask what is the ultimate cause of the rock, like everything physical, then
No. Say we walk
would be a
outside and we pick
metaphysical
up a rock.
question.
Is this rock designed or was it natural process? Or pick up a leaf. Was this leaf designed or natural process? Or pick up a potato and say, is this potato designed or natural process? Just go outside, pick up any object, and you want to determine, is this a designed object or a random process object? What is the evidence you would look for to determine one or the other?
Yes, one evidence would be if you investigate. First of all, you would need a framework. What is the sign of an intelligent cause, and what is the sign of what non-intelligent causes cannot produce? And one is which I just gave, which is codes, languages,
So let's say go back.
and machines. So
Wait,
if
wait,
you
wait,
see
wait,
that
wait,
in the
wait, wait,
natural
wait,
world,
Hold on,
then
Otangelo.
you
Hold
can
on.
detect that this was designed.
Tangelo, you lost me there for a second. So you said the two pieces of evidence we're looking for are the signs of design and the signs of not design. Now I agree with you that part. That part I agree with. But then you said the sign of design is codes, et cetera, and the things natural processes can't produce. Now that doesn't work. That's a gaps argument because there's a positive claim, the positive signs of design, and then you have a negative claim for non-design things. Well, that doesn't work. You need a positive claim for non-design things. You need a positive way to differentiate designed and non-designed. You can't just have a positive for designed and a negative for non-designed. It doesn't work that way. So what is the positive evidence we would be looking for in an object?
I can do a scientific hypothesis and prediction that only minds can create blueprints, instructions.
I don't care. I'm not asking about that. Tangelo, I'm not asking.
And I can test that. And if you can demonstrate
I'm not
that a
asking
natural
about
unguided process can
not
produce that,
asking.
then you
Angela,
top my
Angela,
proof
stop,
and you
stop,
falsify
stop,
my
stop,
claim that
stop.
intelligence is the best explanation.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about the other side. What would you look for to determine it was not designed? Pick up a rock. We want to know it's not designed. What evidence are you looking
Right.
for to figure out it's
I
not designed?
can, yeah, sure. I can verify and I will observe that rain, wind, and natural processes shaped the form of the rock. Therefore, the shape of the rock was not designed.
And what else?
I answered your question.
Well, you just answered for the shape. So, like the shape of the rock. I don't care about the shape of the rock. Was this rock's existence
Yeah, you
designed?
want to know about the existence of the rock.
Yeah.
I told you already. Then we would need to ask, what are rocks made of? They are made of atoms. Then we would have
Everything
to ask,
is ultimately
what-
made of energy, right?
No, that doesn't matter, Walker. So like we know there's a natural process to produce the atoms, which is in stars, right? Stars are they gas combines, crushes the atoms, explodes, sends iron everywhere. The iron then collapses into rocks, right? So just like we can say the shape of the rock was not designed, the rock itself was not designed. There's a natural process that does this, right? And even though we haven't seen the natural process for this rock, we've seen it over there in the galaxy where the stars explode, atoms come out, the atoms collapse because of gravity, produce rocks. There's comets, it's a rock. And so we can look at this rock in front of us, and even though we've never seen this rock being created, never in the history of the universe have we ever watched a rock go from gas clouds in the early universe to stars to supernova to gravity collapse to comets to planet. We've never seen the complete process. Never seen it. But we have seen each of our different parts of the process naturally occurring all over the universe. And we can say, because there's a natural process that does a bunch of the different steps, we can infer this was probably not designed. It's just natural processes doing the thing, right?
You're making an excellent case, T-Jump. And I think this is something which you understand, which many colleagues of you do not understand. That is, that we do not need to see something happening in front of our eyes in order to make a logical, plausible inference. Namely, what is the path to the cause. So if you see a rock, you can make an inference of the best explanation, even if you do not have proof of the process, how eventually the rock was made, but you can reason up the cause. I think this is an excellent method, and you
Yeah, but I think you're twisting it a little bit.
and
though.
you're basically
twisting it.
using inference to the best explanation.
No.
And I do exactly the same. So when I don't see a rock, but I see a living cell which contains instructional information,
It
then I
doesn't, though.
know by experience that intelligence causes and makes instructional information to make a machine, for example. Therefore, I can infer that information has to come from an intelligence.
Wait. So
I
my
used
question
exactly
on
the same
Tangelo is
rationale
the way
which you
you
did.
determine if something is not designed is we look around in the world and look for natural processes. And if there are some natural processes that do some of the steps to produce the object, then we infer that the object was not designed. And guess what?
Correct.
We have that
Correct.
for
Yeah.
DNA and RNA and information and cells, just like we do.
Oh, really?
Yes, information is just the repeat
Ooh.
generation of chemical
I've
processes.
really never seen a science paper confirming what you just claimed right now.
What are you
that's
talking
fine.
about, Tangelo?
Stated
seems
clearly, how does new genetic information evolve? It shows how just repeat chemical processes generate new information, genuinely new information.
So, genius, there was no evolution prior life starting, and you need a minimal cell with information to start life.
No,
and
you don't.
cannot explain that information by evolutionary pressures because there was no self-replication right at the
Yes,
beginning.
If you're
there
going to
was.
define life as a
Stop,
cell,
Walker. So yes, there was self-replication before life. That's called crystals. There is self-replication and evolution, prebiotic evolution. Both of these have been confirmed to exist. So yes, we have both of those, and we have evidence of these, just like we have evidence of rocks coming from stars. We've seen both of these happen in the world.
Okay, T-Jump. So let me quote you here from.
I don't want your quotes. I don't want your quotes because we've proven this in
well,
papers. Your quotes
I'm
don't disprove
actually
papers.
giving you the paper which disproves what you are actually claiming right now.
And afterwards, I have a
Okay,
question.
it is from Iris Fry, The Role of Natural Selection in the
No,
Origin
no,
of
no,
Life.
no, no. Stop,
of
Angelo.
21
Google
of April
prebiotic evolution.
2005.
Google prebiotic evolution.
She said,
Wait, stop.
so far,
stop.
none of these paradigms.
Stop. No quotes. I don't want any more on Tangelo quotes. We've debunked these. Google prebiotic evolution and self-assembly of nucleic acids. Right there. Paper, ACS Publications, 2018 by A. Lazcano. There you go. You just got a paper. Your quotes don't count. Quotes do not debunk papers on Tangelo. Papers exist.
And there's another one you can watch. It's only 7 minutes long. It's a presentation by John Perry, who I've mentioned before. He discusses how genetic information is developed through repeat chemical processes. So as long as you have repetitive chemical processes in prebiotic life, in biotic life, it doesn't matter. It's still a chemical process that's repeating, generating new information. And so this assertion you make that information can only come from a mind is wrong, because it can be shown to generate from repeat chemical interactions.
I also would like to know how his God makes anything, because from all of our naturalistic models, that is what we're trying to do, explain how a phenomena operates, and you cannot do that. So far, I've seen with a God. Would love to see
magic.
someone do so.
It's magic.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that seems to be his game. Typically, every time I've debated Octangelo before, he just wonders why this, and he's not really interested in learning the concepts.
All right,
Not
Dev,
even
what do you
close to
got for
learning.
us? Cannot hear you right now, Dev.
Nothing personally, actually.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, so to be honest, I'm just observing for now, and then I'm going to speak up when I think it's the right moment. Because this is actually, I find it very interesting that you all are speaking about stuff like this. And there was Tangelo, who was asking questions about, to be honest, in all fairness, I think it was about existence of things. And it was just that he wasn't satisfied with the scientific answers, and it seemed like he didn't even want the answers in which per se
Well, he selectively
religion.
Wait, let him
refuses to
finish.
pay
Let him finish.
attention.
Let him finish, Walker. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, so as I was saying that it seemed that he did not want to believe the supernatural way or the religious way, and he did not want to believe the scientific way. So it just seemed like he wanted to disprove all of you, and he didn't have the answer. He did not have the answer, but it's just like, I don't know, maybe perhaps he had a god complex or something like that. But it's quite interesting. The thing is that we do not have answers to these things yet, not by science, not by religion. And I'm an atheist, or you can call me agnostic. So I don't believe I don't believe in those things. But we do not have answers. It's pretty I don't know what to say. It's pretty illogical or something to argue about it. You can, of course, you can ask questions, but you have to understand at one point that we have no knowledge as of now.
I would disagree there. So I would say that in the field of abiogenesis, science has made many novel testable predictions that if life came from non-life, we would be able to predict certain things like corpuscles of cells forming on clay and RNA having self-replicating properties of like certain lengths and whatever. And we found these things. We've said, yes, if this natural process occurs, we'll find it here. We look, we find it. And so that's something that we discovered about the world that was predicted by one of the hypotheses, but not the other, which means one of the hypotheses has evidence and the other doesn't. And so I think we do have good reason to conclude that it's a product of natural processes and not design, because one of them makes predictions and gets it right. The other one doesn't. So I'd say we do have knowledge. We can say things.
Indeed, but this is not just about life, right? It's not just about life. Even the abiogenesis talks about how life came into being with like non-biotic stuff, right?
Yes,
If
life
I'm
from
correct. Am I
non-life.
correct there?
That's what we're
Yes,
talking about.
exactly.
You get a
Yes, 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 yes,
polymer.
yes.
The polymer gets a protocell. The
Yes,
protocell
yes.
encapsulates the products of the polymer, which
Uh-huh.
self-replicates. Once you get enough
Yes, yes.
self-replicated polymers, the protocell splits into two. That's the first form of reproduction. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so that's that, right?
Yeah.
But what I'm talking about is I'm talking about the existence of everything. For example, like as abiogenesis says, life from non-life. But then where did non-life come from?
Stars. It's like, are you asking where do quantum fields come from?
No,
Yeah,
no,
it
no,
depends
no.
on
You
how
don't
far
understand,
back
my
you want to
friend.
go.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. I'm talking about the start,
Right.
the
So I
start
think
of
I
all.
think the same thing applies there, is that we can say that we have evidence of certain kinds of things that are fundamental to reality, like quantum particles, quantum fields, quantum fluctuations. Like those things have decent evidence that they're fundamental and outside of space-time. There's no evidence for minds or pineapples or potatoes outside of space-time. And so again, we can say we do have knowledge for a good explanation of what is the fundamental thing in reality that created everything else, because we have evidence for certain kinds of things outside of space-time, and we have a good reason to conclude certain things are not going to be the fundamental nature of reality because they only exist as higher order emergent properties, like pineapples. You would never say a pineapple was the fundamental nature of reality, because a pineapple is a biological thing which came from a chemical thing which came from a physical thing which came from a quantum thing, and so it's a very higher order object. And so the same thing would apply to like minds or God. If you think a mind is the fundamental nature of reality, you have the exact same problem is if you think a pineapple is the fundamental nature of reality. Minds and pineapples are both higher order emergent things which have no evidence exist outside of this long chain of existing of biology, chemistry, physics, quantum. And so it's completely implausible to think that it actually exists outside or before any of these processes that produced literally every example of that thing that we know of. And so we have a good reason to think that, yeah, the theists are probably wrong, physics is probably right, just like we do for abiogenesis. And so we can probably conclude, or rationally conclude, that the fundamental nature of reality and the start of everything was probably quantum particles. And that's a much more rational position than to think it was a mind or a pineapple.
Or all hail the eternal pineapple.
I sent you an example paper called
Well,
Spontaneous Creation of the Universe from Nothing, which is just one of the candidate hypotheses for
oh,
how the universe bootstraps from a metastable vacuum, which, if you understand the Casimir
well,
effect, the Casimir effect is a measurable kind of force exerted by empty space, even in a vacuum. And it's because of particle, antiparticle creation and self-annihilation that it doesn't really amount to anything most of the time that's measurable. But when you press two metal plates together, it becomes measurable at the point where it gets condensed briefly, and then it vanishes once the two plates touch. So the paper I just sent you, Spontaneous Creation of the Universe from Nothing,
yes, yes.
takes up from that basic finding, which we believe virtual particles come into existence. Normally they annihilate, but in the event of a first bubble forming, they would not be able to annihilate because they would be separated quicker than they could annihilate each other. So they would come into permanent existence rather than annihilating, and that would cause a Big Bang-like expansion of a universe out of no universe to begin with.
Uh-huh.
The only thing that's
So,
necessary for that to take place is the metastable vacuum, which appears to be nothing, but actually spontaneously, just by having fluctuation, gives rise to space and time and all the rest of it.
yes. So, I looked at the document that you sent over, like
Yeah.
the website, and I searched about it. What I'm seeing here is that it is the quantum potential of the small true vacuum bubble that plays the role of the cosmological constant and
Yeah.
provides the power for its exponential expansion.
Yep.
This explicitly shows that the universe can be created spontaneously by virtue of a quantum mechanism.
Yeah.
Okay. So, if I were to dare to ask, where would the quantum mechanism come into existence from?
Uncreated.
So the
Why
the
would it
idea
come
is
into
that
existence?
it could be the case that the only thing that's fundamental is something like fluctuation, and fluctuation itself gives rise to everything else.
An
But
analysis of the
then
universe
what?
does seem to show that its natural state is dynamic. that being in motion is the normal state of things. So asking what started it moving would seem to be irrational, because the innate quality of the universe is that it's there but in motion.
See, there universe. Okay, let's go with that. Universe. What is universe? Universe is space time, right?
No.
Everything that is, was, and will be.
Well, no. So our universe is comprised of a bunch of fields. Space and time are the primary fields of our universe. It's the space and time field is not everything. It's just one field. There's lots of other fields, and there are other universes made of other fields that are not our space time and don't have space time. So there are lots of things outside of space time.
IX,
Yes,
I want
indeed.
to reply to what you said before. So you said these things are uncreated. So from what I'm hearing, this would also imply that these things have no sources. They have no source.
Exactly. That's where I was getting. Yes.
Sort of.
So
Yeah.
that was exactly my question, to be honest. That see, the whole concept that something would emerge out of nothing. How do you process that? For example, I don't remember.
It doesn't.
Maybe a post-it of mind or Walker or someone said that this comes out of, like, the quantum mechanism would come out of fluctuation, but there needs to be something to cause the fluctuation, and you cannot just say
Why?
that it would be rational to ask like what would cause the fluctuation, because there's always got to be an answer, right?
I have
No.
found the word nothing, unless we're using it in like an economic sense, tends to come from theistic circles more than atheistic circles.
Well, sort
Well,
of.
it's because it used to be a theistic idea.
Well,
that
wait. Let's
creation ex
wait.
nihilo.
Stop. So to answer your question, there is something that is uncreated. There is a thing that exists that was always there and was never created, and that fundamental thing, let's call it a quantum field, was not created. There's nothing that caused it. It is uncaused. It is uncreated. It's always existed, and it caused everything else. The fluctuations in its
Yeah.
nature caused everything else.
Tejas, can I interrupt you, please?
Sure.
So okay, this you said that the quantum field, correct? Am I right?
Yep.
Yes. You said that it is uncreated, it was never created, and
Yep.
it caused the creation of everything else.
Yep.
Does that not sound similar to you?
To a god?
Maybe you're phrasing it.
Hello?
though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, fill in the blank word.
Exactly. God.
No, it doesn't sound similar to a god, because a god has a mind and intentionality and human qualities, anthropocentric. I agree that there is a
Yes, but
necessary
perhaps
thing in reality that is fundamental and uncreated and created everything else.
yes,
I'm happy with that. That's a quantum field. I have no problem with those properties. The problem with a god is when you add in a mind and you say it has intentions and desires and human properties. Those are completely made up. So, like, if I agree with the necessary being kind of a description of the fundamental nature of reality, that just isn't a god because it doesn't have a mind.
no. So this is not about God having a conscious state of mind or something, or like God having a mind or God being conscious. This is
Yes,
just
it is.
about something. No. This is about the start of the universe. Like,
We don't know
this
about
is
a start. though.
uncreated.
Well,
This is
this
something
is
we are
Wait,
talking
let him
about
finish. Let him
something
finish.
which was uncreated. Yes,
Right. I agree.
this
There
is
is
about
something that is
something.
uncreated. I
Yes,
agree.
yes, exactly. So perhaps why can we not be so open about the ideology that it could be perhaps God or it could be the quantum fields which Tijam talks about? As I said, I'm pretty agnostic and
Well,
I'm
do you
more on
think it's
the
a pineapple?
atheistic side.
Do you think that the fundamental nature of reality is a pineapple?
Um, no, but
Why?
do you have like a reason for it?
Why don't you think it's a pineapple? What is wrong with the idea that the fundamental nature of reality is a pineapple?
Because perhaps, as you said, that a pineapple is created.
Well, that's not really the right answer. So let's say all pineapples we know of grow on trees, right?
Yes.
And so to think that there was a tree outside of space-time to grow a pineapple doesn't really make a lot of sense, right?
Yes.
So what about minds? We know minds seem to come from brains, just like pineapples come from trees. And brains don't seem to exist outside of space-time, right?
Correct.
And so to think that a mind or a consciousness is the fundamental nature of reality is equally as irrational to think a pineapple is the fundamental nature of reality, because both pineapples and minds are things that only come about from other things that are biological. And biology comes from
Yeah.
chemistry, and chemistry comes from physics. And so those are all bad hypotheses. We would think those are probably wrong. But if we want to think physics, something in the fundamental in physics like quantum particles, those are pretty good hypotheses because they aren't at the end of this long tree of emergent things like pineapples and brains. They're pretty fundamental. They're pretty close to the fundamental thing. And so hypothesizing that they are the most fundamental nature of reality is a much better explanation than to say a pineapple is the most fundamental nature of reality, or a Mercedes-Benz car is the most fundamental nature of reality, because those things come after a long line of billions of years of evolution of physical processes that produced these things from other physical processes.
T-Jump, so you can't really compare it to the analogy you made before. You can't really compare it to what we was talking about before. So we was talking about something that was uncreated, right?
Yeah.
So there's no original source. There's no like something that's uncreated. Don't have like, for example, like a tree that grows this uncreated thing. It's uncreated, right?
Yeah, that was literally
So
the point of the analogy. Yes.
Yeah. So it means there is no source. It's nothing that makes it up. Right.
The point was that a mind, just like a pineapple, is something complex, and so we would not imagine a mind outside of time and space as being something more fundamental.
Yes. So
We would not
if
add.
I may interrupt, T-Jump, a question for you. Are you there?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So, am I to assume that you believe that consciousness cannot be present out of a mind or a brain?
There's no evidence of that, just like there's no evidence of pineapples being outside of space-time. So is it possible? Who knows? There's just no evidence of it, just like it's possible leprechauns could exist.
But then, yes. But then that's what theories are, right?
No. Hypotheses.
Conjectures.
So what would you... Okay, what would you say is a theory, and what would you say is that it's not a theory?
A theory is a well-confirmed scientific hypothesis based on a combination of known principles, particles, and laws that have been verified to exist independent of our imagination.
Yes.
Hypothesis is just whatever you make up to explain anything.
A good example
No.
of a theory would be the germ theory of disease, the theory of evolution by natural selection, and the theory of gravity.
Atomic theory of math.
Yeah, but the problem is actually with...
Wait, may just a moment. T-Jump, what the definition that you gave for theory, it just in am I to say it as like basically, did you say that a theory is something that is scientifically proven? Yes
a
or no?
well-confirmed hypothesis that is a combination of known principles, particles, and laws in physics that have been verified to exist independent of our imagination.
I have one that Forrest Velkai uses, and I've always thought it was a pretty good, is that a theory is when you put facts in their proper order.
It doesn't even make any sense.
Well, the idea is that at the core of every theory, there's a fact that you're attempting to expound upon, right? And so that's why it's a hypothesis. It's an educated guess. That's where the educated part comes from.
I don't think Forrest is very well educated in philosophy.
Yes.
Oh, well, philosophy maybe not, but
theories and facts are completely at least they are opposite.
No, as a matter of fact, I would disagree that that's the right argument, because if you're talking about well-confirmed, what T-Jump said, right? The well-confirmed part, those are facts.
Yeah. So that's where I was actually getting. T-Jump, what you gave me was the textbook definition for a theory, but what I just wanted to know was a yes or no question. So do you believe that a theory is something that is scientifically proven or not? Yes or no?
Well, science is the most reliable method we have right now, but it's not required. So
T-Jump, yes or no, man?
No, you're not understanding. So pay attention. Science is the most reliable method we have now, but it is not required. So to have a well-verified theory, science is not required, but it's the way we use right now. So the answer is no.
So the answer is no,
Right.
correct?
Yep.
So a theory is not a fact.
No.
The thing is, you're
And
kind of
again, I would
playing
disagree.
semantics here because science does not really talk about facts the way we talk about facts in sort of like a day-to-day sense.
A
No,
So
theory
you're making
science is
theories
going to
about
utilize something
Bev,
like a
you're making
theory, which is very much analogous to a fact. It's like scientific facts.
So
Bev, so you're making
example,
theories.
an
You're making theories
example,
about something.
well, an example of a theory. So let's take evolution. It is a framework of facts. You could say that genes mutate. That is a fact. You could say the environment selects for genes. These two facts put together help put the theory of evolution as a framework. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and just because science calls something a theory, it doesn't. It's not like one would say in a day-to-day, like, "Oh, I have a theory about this," like without any research or observation. These are theories based on research and based on scientific processes, like replicating a study or like demonstrating evidence by way of showing mechanisms of action and so forth. So
No,
What was your point about the
So
question?
we're kind of
Yeah.
drifting away from the point. Like the original
okay.
argument was about the uncreated thing, right? So the
Yeah.
thing is, right, if you're saying something was uncreated, you're also saying there was actually no origin to it. So there was no origin, there was no
Yes,
beginning
that's
to that
literally
thing.
the definition of uncreated. Thank you.
Yes. So that means you're literally denying a beginning, which means you would also have to deny any natural processes from other things. For example, you would have to just direct it just to that thing then,
Yeah,
to that uncreated
it's an
thing.
uncreated
Because there can
natural
only be
thing.
one
That's right.
uncreated thing, right?
Yeah, which is a natural thing.
Yeah.
And
So
it's
what
just
is
a
the
little
natural thing?
tricky too. Like when you say beginning, like what is that? Is that like times zero? Is that even relevant? That's the thing, though. Like to talk about a beginning of the universe, it's almost
Of course
like
it's relevant.
it's sort of like try to pinpoint where infinity is. It's a
No, of course
concept.
it's relevant,
What I
right?
think here is that so what I'm listening to or what I'm observing is that since we cannot say what was an actual start to the universe, we are just trying to ignore the fact that there could be a nothingness.
Yeah, it's just God of the gaps. That's literally all this is.
Well, I don't think there could be.
Exactly,
I don't
and
think there
that-
could be nothingness. I don't think there could be an actual philosophical nothingness.
I agree.
But still, say okay for nothingness to be not present somewhere. Okay, for nothingness to be not present, there has to be something. Correct.
Well, yes. I
No.
don't think nothingness
Then
can be
how
present,
does-
but sure.
No, I
No,
actually
no.
fundamentally disagree with that because nothingness isn't a concept. It is just an absence of something. Right? Like
Indeed,
nothingness is not an
exactly.
entity that exists.
And there could never
Exactly.
not be something.
This is
I know.
also
And I
something.
think
But why?
Well,
Why
this is
do we
something
say
I
that
think.
Because it's absurd.
So do
logically.
you understand the Casimir effect? Do you understand virtual particles? There's literally no observation that has ever been done of anything that we would call nothing. When we observe empty vacuum space, we still find virtual particle creation and destruction.
Yeah.
Random
And I think that's the
fluctuations
point
of
of
particles created and destroyed everywhere.
Yeah, and I think that's the point of quantum physics is demonstrating that at the very least, at any given time, there are a set of conditions, and what's out there or that empty space that we talk about is something, and it interacts some way, and
No,
it
even
at the
that's
very
not really
least
true.
serve as a substrate for things to develop with time. Does
But
that
this
make
is
sense?
also why I was talking about earlier how atheists and theists view this concept differently, because we always get the point that we believe something came from nothing. I find this coming from theists that when we actually give an explanation, when we have someone like Lawrence Krauss who writes a universe from nothing and tries to remove everything that he can as possible down to, like they were saying, basically quantum fluctuations or virtual particles. And we say this, as far as we can tell, is the most fundamental. We then go, well, that's a something. Or I should say the opposition to these views go, and we go, yes, but So is a God. So is whatever. We're just trying to look as far back as we can. I don't, like T-Jump was saying, I don't think a nothing can even exist.
Yes, but why? But see, there's always deeper that we could go. Yes, there are fluctuations and there's all things like that, but there's always got to be a start to something, right?
Just
Like,
ask
where
yourself
did it
this:
all
where's the
come from?
start
Necessarily.
of the thing that you're positing is the start of the things? If you cannot answer that question, then stop making the assertion that you cannot answer about your own assertion. It's circular.
We also want to
No,
welcome
that's
A.
exactly the point. I'm just asking the questions. If I had answers, why would I be asking the questions? I would just be giving you the answers, I guess.
Well, I think there's a really great video on nothingness by Sabine Hofstetter. She goes through like the 10 different versions of nothingness. And I think she does a really good way of explaining what absolute nothingness is. So absolute nothingness would include the impossibility or the lack of a possibility of anything occurring, which would mean there could be no popping anything into existence. There could be no beginning. So the fact that there is a beginning or that anything exists means there was never an absolute nothing, because if there was an absolute nothing, that absolute nothing would entail no possibility of whatever currently exists beginning. Therefore, there could never have been a philosophical nothing.
Right, it's like why absolute zero doesn't actually exist in space, even though we can theoretically derive it. Because if something was at absolute zero, then everything would be at absolute zero.
But then, if we haven't proved this, like the start of the universe, for example, quantum fields and fluctuations and all that, what do you say of the start then? Like, where did it all happen? It's just all
So
theories.
if you
It's
look
not
at
all
the
fact.
papers in theoretical physics, one of the things that's being explored is like, is time and time space in its interrelated form emergent from some other more fundamental fields? And a lot of physicists think that's the case. So when you ask a question like what came before this or before that, it may be orthogonal to that. So if you think about like a graph, okay, you know what a 2D graph is, right? Like you do them in algebra, you do them
Yes,
in
yes,
geometry.
yes.
You do a graph, you have a number line, you do some math function, you can plot it on the graph. Take that into 3 dimensions. You now have things that are, you go from points to things that have
Yes.
extension in space, right? Well, the thing that we then plot change in that graph in time itself may be on some other graph, which is the fundamental field that it came from. So we think of there being a before and after, but there may be something orthogonal to before and after that before and after are emergent from. It's very counterintuitive, but it could be something that's eternal. It could be something which is cyclical. Like all of these theories are explored. People are doing cyclical theories. They're doing eternal theories. They're doing, mathematical theories. I mean, one of the best candidates is just math, basically. That anything we measure in our best theories is going to come down to quanta, right? And if it turns out that everything can be described by quanta, then the quanta may be the fundamental thing. And if quanta fundamentally is best described by math, math is one of those things which just deductively it follows that all possible mathematical possibilities are entailed by the axioms that are anything that could be some set of quantifiers as the starting points is going to lead to mathematics working out the same way.
I see a little problem when it comes down to the beginning and stuff. Like I know a lot of I know some scientists have like different opinions and stuff. Some people lead to the Big Bang theory, and I just, me personally, if these things are uncreated, right? And we're basing it off natural processes. So when did these natural processes actually attend to actually work? It's uncreated, right? So there's no beginning, but there was no beginning, so there was no reactions to, because don't forget we have matter, and that would have to be made by reactions from energy. So how did it it didn't act on itself, right? Because we're talking about natural processes.
Can I
So
just
I just
ask
want to
you?
understand how that
Energy is self-actualizing. What are you talking about?
And can I ask, did you believe that energy and matter can be created or destroyed?
Yeah, but wait, yeah, I mean, it can't be created, destroyed, yeah.
Okay, so
And
it
you
can't be
understand that
created, so it
energy
could
is
be
in
eternal.
constant motion.
Yeah, but wait, but that means you're saying okay, energy and matter is created at the same time, and
No, I'm saying it can't be created.
It's constantly cycling back and forth. Energy and matter and energy, they can go back and
no
forth.
no.
You
So
can't have a transfer.
yeah, wait. So the thing I was trying to get at was it's like you guys are saying okay, energy and matter existed okay without being created. I mean that's what we are agreeing upon, but also they were actually existing around the same time, right? Is that what you guys are trying to get? Because
do you
if
No,
mean?
because
they
if
not
time is emergent from some other field, it may not be that
okay,
there's
but
a before
energy
time.
isn't
Maybe
matter a
there's
different form
something
of energy.
orthogonal to time. It's not in the axis of time. There's no before time potentially, right? There's
No, so
something
isn't
related to time on a different axis. Many of the models are like 13-dimensional models for like string theory or whatever.
yes,
It could be the
but I
case that
see.
one of those models is correct, and that something totally orthogonal to time is what explains time. But there is no before time because time is, let's say, some eternal thing or whatever, in a sense that it doesn't have a beginning point, but it's related to or extended from some other field that's more fundamental than it.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm trying to get at. The thing is, yeah, they're both uncredited, and we can agree on that. I don't disagree. But the problem for me is that matter, from what I'm hearing, is a different form of energy, and then energy is the fundamental thing, right? Because uncreated, right? But at the same time, because matter is a different form of energy, it there would be I don't care how like fast the time is, there's gonna be time within those actualizing in the actualizing process, right? For matter. Matter didn't exist at the same time energy does.
No.
Right?
So time is a specific field. Time isn't a thing that exists through everything. No. And so whatever the fundamental nature of reality is, there's no time there. There's no t equals 0. Time is something else completely. Time is a field that is created later that didn't even exist yet. So what you're thinking of as time is wrong.
So you're basically saying that. So from what I'm hearing, you're basically saying that time didn't even exist.
That's right. That's right. Time had a beginning.
So by this logic, you would also have to say, okay, that means energy that was uncreated would also have no time.
Can I tell you why it has to be that way? Space-time is
So
fundamentally
where does the forming?
Without
How does the forming
space,
work?
you cannot have time, because if you are saying everything is A, you can't have anything else. It is just A and A and A. It can't be A and B. It can't be A, B, and C. If there is a time marker, you have a space marker. If there's a space marker, you have a time marker. Only possible once an expansion event happened.
But isn't energy holded, like, isn't energy holded in space?
No. Energy exists outside of space-time. Energy is something more fundamental than space-time.
It has no time, basically, what you're saying.
Yes, time came
There's no
after
time
energy.
applied to it.
Time came after energy.
Time came after energy.
That's right.
We actually know of several time
Yeah,
cycles.
but you still, yeah, so you agree with me then. So that means time doesn't apply to energy.
Right.
But that makes no sense, right?
No, it makes perfect sense.
Makes
What do you mean?
perfect sense. A theory and B theory.
Then how does the forming work? How do you form things without any time?
Energy was
How are you gonna
never
form?
energy was
processes?
never created and never destroyed. So it wasn't formed.
Yes.
There was no
yes.
forming. No forming.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying energy was formed. I'm saying that how does energy then form things?
It's dynamic.
Without time.
There are other
Therefore, it
fields. There are space and time are one kind of a field. There are other kinds of a field that are different than space-time, where stuff can happen outside of space-time. Space-time is not the only
But they
field.
still have time, right?
No, they do not. Time is a specific field. There are other fields that are
So you
not
can
time.
form things without time.
Yes.
So you can form things without time.
Yes.
Okay,
It's just
so
like, imagine you have a two-dimensional character. You've ever seen like the Flatland thought experiment visualized, like the way that Carl Sagan does it in Cosmos from Thomas Pynchon's novel. So if you have something in 2 dimensions, you might say, well, is it to the left or the right of it? And that's just not the right question, because it's the forward or the backward of it. And if you only have a concept of left and right, forward and backward is like a meaningless concept to you. It makes no sense. You're like, yeah, but is forward to the left, or is forward to the right, or is forward to the up, or is forward to the down? Someone says to you, it's just not on those axes. It's a different axis. That's what we're talking about. Something other than space-time exists. We think there's 13 fundamental fields. So probably space-time is emergent from more fundamental
Yeah,
fields that
but
are
this it makes
That's
no
why I
sense.
use
It
the
makes no
term
sense.
orthogonal. Orthogonal implies that it's not on the timeline. The timeline is a
No, no.
particular line on the graph. It's not the line
Mm-hmm.
that things emerge from. The
The-
thing that
Okay,
the
no,
thing that
so
emerges the
wait.
universe is
Yes.
not the temporal line. It's some other kind of relation line that's not temporal.
IX. So if the only conclusion come to what you guys are saying is that time was created from energy.
That's
No.
not exactly.
No,
I
we're
mean,
saying
No, no,
he
no.
jumps.
energy
Okay.
exists independently of time.
So yes, time was created by something else that has energy. So time was created by
Okay.
energy. Sure.
Okay, so
But that
T-Jump,
would
T-Jump.
wait, what?
Comp,
Okay,
can
no,
I
Oh,
ask
what
you?
I'm
Oh, someone's asked.
I
Go
I
don't
think
ahead.
the
get
point
it.
is that it's
I don't
irrelevant
get it.
here. You have to
what
kind of
I'm
Yeah.
imagine a
saying
world
is,
where it's not so
yes,
human-centric, where
no, no,
in
no.
order for things to kind of develop, where time is not a relevant thing.
I don't get it. So
What
that
I'm saying
means
here is that
uh,
wait, boy, wait. What I'm saying here is energy cannot exist without space, and if energy
Yes.
and
Whoa.
space
No.
exist, neither
No.
one could have
Energy
existed
can
without
exist.
time.
Energy can exist without space. Yes.
Listen to the whole thing.
Okay.
Energy cannot exist without space, and if energy and space exist, neither one could have existed without time. Therefore, since energy has always existed, space and time are a part of energy.
Yeah. All
That's
that's
what you're
wrong.
trying
Every
to say.
single bit of that is wrong. Space and time came about after energy. Space and time are not fundamental.
When you screw up
Okay.
step 1 of a 10-step process, why would you continue to explain the other 9?
Well, and can I ask you, Comp, because I'm very interested. Theists ask us these questions, oftentimes, I assume, having the opposite answer or an explanation. And so, did God form things without time?
the God,
Clearly not, 'cause it
the
stayed
God
right in
formed things without
Genesis.
time.
Yes.
Me personally, I think it's unavoidable.
Okay, so you find it very easy
What
to
I
imagine things
what I
forming
think
without time. I don't see
what
why
I
you're having such a hard time accepting our answer.
it's for me
Having
it's
Oh,
a hard
why?
unavoidable,
time.
because in the
Oh, why?
Bible it says that
Because it
God
doesn't make sense, right?
created it in 7 days and
It
stuff
doesn't.
like.
The question is, why would you prefer your narrative imagination of like anthropomorphizing a story about a character doing stuff over the best physical theories that are most brilliant
You know,
theoretical
because
physicists come up with?
if I'm talking about theist arguments, then
Theories are still not proven. So if we are taking one unproven thing and we are taking another unproven thing, well, both are mostly as
The thing
feasible.
is,
But I understand that there are scientific facts, but still, theories are unproven and God is
one of them is
unproven.
not
So
just
I just want
unproven. One of them is
feasible.
not even a theory. Like, let's put it this way: if your theistic model is claiming that it's an explanation for physical facts about the world, but it cannot generate any meaningful predictions about it, and it adds nothing to the predictions that are already generated by the most successful physical model, then it's not even a competing explanation because it explains nothing and it contradicts nothing that's not already being explained.
I agree. Ours are actually trying to make educated guesses, where, as far as we can tell,
Yes.
these are coming from religious holy texts. However, I just want to point out that theories in science are actually the top level. They go above facts because a fact is a data point, and a theory are many facts put together to try and explain a phenomena. So we're just going to put that out there. So when someone says it's just a theory, that's a fallacy. I was going to make a joke, but it's just a fallacy.
Very nice.
There's a
Thank
pretty
you,
good
Amy.
book about this called Theism and Explanation by Gregory W. Dawes, where he goes into how
that's an interesting one. That's an interesting one, though. Energy creating time.
Wait. Let X finish, and then you can go.
So Dawes just says, look, theism isn't capable of being an explanation.
So
So
at least they don't put forward models. They don't give anything to make it an explanation.
right. A story that you like does not equal an explanation. To do like reasoning to the best explanation, one of the explanations has to actually be one. And if it doesn't actually explain anything, if it's just a story that makes you feel a certain way, if it can't explain or predict any facts, then it doesn't provide a competition to the other explanation on offer, which does explain and predict facts, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's sort of like insisting on pointing at a particular research that was done, I don't know, a couple of centuries ago, and saying, look, this is true because this paper says that. While like reality shows you the complete opposite. And it's like, well, an old book said it, and that's why it's true.
So I wanted to jump in there a little bit. So you made the argument that two unproven theories are both unproven, therefore they're the same, and that's not the case. So let's take two different theories. Let's say we see footprints in the snow. There's two possible theories here. My theory is it's a horse. It was unproven. We've never seen the horse, but we know horses exist somewhere. And then you have another theory. It's a magical unicorn that poops rainbows. One of these theories, neither of these theories have been proven. We've never proven either of these theories, but one of them is significantly worse than the other because one of them is a composition of something, principles, particles, and laws that have not yet been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination. And that's the key difference. The key difference is if one of the theories has any parts that haven't been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination, it's a worse theory. And so the scientific theories, all of the parts of the scientific theories are combinations of principles, particles, and laws that have been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination, whereas God and his mind outside of space-time is not. He's the space leprechaun, unicorn, Santa Claus. And so the scientific theories are better theories because they're only using combinations of principles, particles, and laws that have been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination, just like a horse is a better theory of what caused the footprints in the snow. Casey, what do you got for us?
Very well said.
I can give you some communism if you'd like any of that.
I don't like communism. I think communism is stupid.
That's a very good argument, my friend.
Correct. Greatest argument ever.
I think sharing is caring, and that's exactly what Jesus said.
Anybody else got any question,
That's
comments?
not all he said,
philosophy, blah, anything?
Wait, like forgiveness and sharing are kind of Jesus's main things, right?
I think maybe our Christian culture paints that picture, but if you go back and read everything he said, everything that's claimed that he had actually said, because we don't have any evidence of what Jesus actually said, just have people that quoted him, and these were like copies of copies of copies. So I don't know, you tell me.
I think you guys are looking more for the. I think you guys are more looking for the evidence if he actually exists and what he's actually said. So if you know he exists, then you can at least know he did say at least something worth writing down on the book.
I reject that because even if he did exist historically, which I personally don't deny, what we have here now are copies of copies of copies of gospels, or letters that may have quoted him that are like of people that were not even original. Like the gospels were originally anonymous, so we don't even know who wrote them.
So I guess it go.
Well, we know there were dueling classes of thought about what the Jesus narrative should have been as well. I mean, the first Council of Nicaea was them trying to decide which one to go with. So it's not as though there's one consistent narrative.
I mean, there is a tradition, but what I'm saying is we don't have like gospels from Jesus himself.
How did we get on this?
People that claim to know what he said or what some tradition collectively claim to know, but there's just not evidence of that. It's just you have copies of copies of copies of things.
Yeah, so you just need to connect the intention of Jesus actually existing, and like you have to kind of research, kind of what Jesus, who Jesus was as a person, and then also you would also have to connect it to what the people were writing, because yes, there can be people that kind of write falsely about some people historically, but there are some decent things that lead to Jesus and what he actually said. But I don't think, me personally, I don't really think a lot of these things what the Bible's saying is from Jesus. But yeah, most of them are not, but there are actually some good things there.
We got on this topic because Casey wanted to say that Jesus was a reason to believe communism was correct. Is that right, Casey?
Pretty much.
Okay.
What?
So if it were the case that there were no Jesus, do you think there would be no communism?
No.
Okay. So you think that communism is an idea that could arise independently of Jesus, but you think that Jesus really liked communism?
I think that Christianity probably helped with the development of communism as an idea, because religion was one of the main things that which was central to kind of Marx's critique of capitalism.
Sure. But there's other religions that have other ideologies that influentially shaped all kinds of morality and concepts and so on as well. The fact that it happened to have happened the way Marx posited it doesn't seem to be like the only historical way it could have developed in a similar direction. It just happens to be a historical accident that the form of it that we have turned out that way.
There are other communist
I agree.
ideas, including the idea as well that you have to at some point use capitalism and then switch. You know, these are still communist ideas. Different
Are you
methods
appealing?
to employ it.
Yeah. Casey, are you appealing to like the early Anabaptists, which were like communitarian Christians in your thinking? Where is this coming from?
More of Jesus's, like, well, obviously we don't know exactly what Jesus said, but his kind of underlying principles, which I think were followed mostly by those like initial Baptists.
I don't think he was very friendly to like the Pharisees or like the spiritual leaders of the time. I think he was very
wasn't
critical.
fair.
He wasn't very friendly, meaning he opposed them to their face and did not have fellowship with them and spoke against them. And
He
so
wasn't
alienated his followers from them. So you can't make a general statement, is what I'm saying, that Jesus is like the prime example of being friendly to your neighbor, because he was a little choosy.
He had dinner with.
wasn't friendly to capitalists.
You kind of have to take two. You have to kind of take two pieces of the cake and slice them in the same way. So I don't know what your name is, apostate of mind. I just wanted to say that you used things that you would say. What you said before would say, okay, these things we're not like sure if it's actually Jesus' word and stuff, right? But then after that, you would oppose to say, okay, Jesus actually said these things, and then you go in circles. So you're taking.
No, it's not a
actually the
circle.
Bible,
I'm just saying that you're.
and then after that, when it comes down to the existence of Jesus, then you're saying, okay, we don't have enough proof, but yet using the Bible as the source of proof, right? So
Yeah, because we can assume, let's say that these are in fact authentic. Okay, we can play that game. What I'm pointing out is that you're being, or C is being a little choosy or cherry picking in simply framing this one face of Jesus as if that's all of him. But if there are passages in the Gospels where he's clearly alienated others, where he's being unfriendly to people, then why not consider that as well? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so either we consider all most probable possibilities, or either we don't consider them at all, right? I mean, or we can, or if you want, you can, yeah, or if you want, we can just slice the cakes as much as we want, and we just keep going in circles. We never actually find the truth like that. Yeah,
I mean,
so
if you met someone that was like your leader, and this person said to you, hey, if you're not ready to hate your mother and your daughter or your family for my sake, that doesn't sound very friendly to me. So that's all I'm saying is, like, if we're gonna paint a picture of Jesus, let's try not to just hastily generalize him, as it's often made, that he was this very friendly or loving character that preached kumbaya, when in fact he was not.
And it's
There's
also
a lot more to it.
misrepresentation. It's also a misrepresentation of the actual story in Scripture itself, that Jesus promoted this whole love of neighbor thing as the highest or greatest commandment. Paul promoted the golden rule as the greatest commandment. Jesus said that whole submission to God was the greatest commandment, and that the love of neighbor was only number 2. And so that's why you have a lot of people wondering, well, why was he not necessarily as loving as people try to say? It's because that wasn't his message. His message was about trying to formulate a kind of relationship, a personal relationship with God, not anything necessarily to do with your neighbor. That was why it was an afterthought in his world.
Walker, do you think the historical Bible of Jesus, like the historical Bible of Jesus, or the historical Jesus that we know of, are the same people?
Well, we don't know. All we know is that we have stories about a man who lived back then. That was it. And you have several different compilations of these stories.
Yeah, but the thing we need to know, and we need to know, we have to connect the pieces, you know? So is the historical Jesus really connected to the biblical Jesus that we know of in the Bible? Is it the same guy?
Okay, first off, there's no way that we could do that, because we already know that if there was a person who lived back in that day, his name would have been Yeshua or something to that effect. And that the Jesus term came along later as part of the creation of the story. And so, I mean, in my books, I've always broken it down. If you say Jesus, you're talking about the myth. If you say Yeshua, you're referring to the man that may have existed at that time, an itinerant rabbi walking around telling stories of Taoism and finding a receptive audience, so receptive that he made himself an enemy of the Roman, populace at the time, and he died as a result of being seditious. So, or at least from their position, being regarded as seditious. And those are two very different stories about some schmuck who got himself waxed versus some supernatural being. These are two vastly different accounts. And so there has to be some intellectual honesty made when one is addressing one versus the other.
Yeah, so then we can kind of say the pieces we need is actually to say that we need to maybe study more on the historical Jesus more than the biblical Jesus, because maybe that Jesus might not be the.
Not even remotely. It's not even close to an issue or something people should be wasting their time on, because the mundane claims of the historical so-called Jesus are just mundane and found in other sources. There's nothing unique that he ever said that was of worthwhile value. So there was no point in wondering whether or not he's really the Son of God, because even the message he gave was ridiculous.
Something interesting that I've been listening to Bart Ehrman about is that only 3 of the 4 Gospels talk to Jesus as a man, and only 1 out of 4 talk about it as if he was the Son of God. And so the first 3 Gospels only refer to him as Messiah, and hinting at the King of the Jews, for which he was eventually killed. And it's not until John that you finally get him being mentioned as the Son of God. And it's kind of odd that the majority of Gospels do not view Jesus as the Son of God.
Yeah, not
and it was
only
also
that, but
why the Jews rejected him, was because he didn't meet the prophecies that they were expecting and had been raised with. Their faith said that their Messiah was going to do and say certain things, and Jesus didn't. So, I mean, that's why they rejected him. He didn't measure up to what they were expecting.
Yeah, I see where you're going at with that, and then you're probably going to say or most likely, I think what you was going to say was that something was actually changed to make it seem like he actually did fulfill the prophecy from the Old Testament to New
I
Testament.
wanted to jump in real quick. Snowy Banana is here. He's been waiting for a little bit. So, Snowy Banana, what do you got for us?
Oh, something completely and utterly unrelated to this topic.
That sounds phenomenal.
Awesome. So I was going to actually ask you, is how do you know that we don't live in the best of all possible worlds? Right? Because it's hypothetically possible that we could have all just agreed to live in this world and then mind wipe ourselves to forget that we agreed.
Yeah, it's possible.
And also, yeah, okay, so
That's literally what's
Well,
happened.
so that yes, exactly. So they're like, if we just live in the best of all possible worlds, then there's like nothing is wrong because we all agree.
Maybe
to
the
everything.
universe exists to maximize leprechaun farts, but is there any reason to believe that's the case?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So the fact that it's possible we're in the best of all possible worlds doesn't make a difference to any of the arguments. Like that would still mean the best of all possible worlds would still be the correct, true, objective morality. And so the argument you're trying to make seems to be that if we're in the best of all possible worlds, that would somehow undermine some kind of an argument or something for the best of all possible worlds.
Well, I mean, doesn't it change like how we should approach things pragmatically in terms of trying to make things more moral? I mean, because like in that case, wouldn't it just be that if we live in the best of all possible worlds, then just whatever happens as it happens, just is the moral thing?
Sure, but it's also possible we're not in the best of all possible worlds, and so whether or not it's possible, what the moral thing to do is would still be the same, like making a like Pascal's wager kind of a thing. If we're in the best of all possible worlds, any action you do is going to be moral. And if we're not in the best of all possible worlds, then any action you do could try to make the world more moral. But so there's no downside either way. You're going to be moral either way. But if we're not in the best of all possible worlds, then what you can do can be immoral. Therefore, you should do the moral thing.
T-Jump, but the
thing that seems the most important thing.
The thing I wanted to say actually real quickly is that the problem with the best possible worlds is actually that the best possible worlds would actually need it would not need any subjectivity, right? In the best possible world wouldn't
zero sense. Subjectivity is personal experience. What are you talking about?
No, but we're based on morality based on personal experiences.
What? Yeah, so personal experiences exist. I mean, subjectivity exists.
Yes.
So there would be subjectivity in the best of all possible worlds.
What? Really? So nothing. So, for example, God would be. For example, I'm just basing this world. God would be considered perfect being. He has no. He should have no subjectivity, or should he have subjectivity? Should God be subjective?
What do you think the word subjectivity means?
God is himself a subject, so he is subjective. All of his judgments are subjective.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's what subject.
By
What do you
definition.
think the word subjective means?
It's meant for the it's for the self, right?
What?
Yeah, and God has
no.
a self.
How is that a definition?
Don't agree with what he just said, because what he just said did not make any sense. It's for the self. What does that even mean?
What does that mean? I will tell you real quickly. So what the self is you, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So in the best all possible worlds, we can't make the best possible world.
That makes no sense. That does not follow from anything you just said. So yes, subjectivity is you.
The best
you
possible
are
world
subjective.
would not need. In the best possible world, you couldn't have something that is not the best of the possible worlds.
Sure.
So, for example, we have certain limits, right? So we can't be in the best possible world. The best possible world wouldn't allow something that is not equivalent to the best possible of the world, right?
No, you can still have limits in the best of all possible worlds.
What? There's limits within the best.
Yes.
Of course, if you've chosen there to be limits, then why wouldn't there be?
How can something be the best and have limits?
You chose it
because they would be self-imposed.
Exactly.
So wait. So the best possible worlds would have limits then?
Yes.
Okay.
If you chose it that way, yes.
Could have limits.
So that means, but it wouldn't be the best anymore because it would have limits.
The best, the definition of the best does not include has no limits. The definition of the best is no involuntary imposition of will. That's what the definition of the best means. So whether or not,
Yeah, but but by creating limits, you create a opposition to it, right?
No. Like if you,
yes, you do. You create
will to have limits. Like if I would like to play Dark Souls and I want it to be a very difficult game, then I want limits. And so it's moral for me to have limits because I want the limits.
Can I ask you, Comp, is this the best possible world that God could make?
No.
No, you can do
Yes.
better? You can make better worlds?
Definitely. Definitely.
So
No,
why do you think this
definitionally he can. This is the best of all possible worlds. If God is all powerful and he's absolutely good, then he would only make the best of all possible worlds. This is the best of all possible worlds.
It is kind of funny to have like an
No,
omni
but you know,
god. He's like, you know what? I'm only gonna go halfway there.
Oh, okay, sure.
Right. So, like, just for clarification, like a limit on a limit on our world that I think all of us would consider good is, you know, you can't murder people, right? I mean, that's a limit imposed by the state on personal behavior in order to stop other people's personal behavior or consent or will from being, you know, egregiously violated.
It's agreed.
But by,
Wait, one
but
second,
by
one second,
doing
one second.
that,
Yes,
the
that's
problem
wait. That's a great example. Ballin, your volume is really low. Could you try turning your volume a little bit? But yeah, it's a great example of a good limit.
T-Jump, but by doing that, you're also opposing the will of the person that wants to do that stuff, right? I mean, even though you could say justified, yes.
Not in the best
No,
possible.
so
Right.
how
So, like,
he
maybe in the best possible world, there's a way for him to take out each person to take out their murderous desires, or maybe they don't exist, or maybe there's a way for them to take them out in some
Yeah,
simulated
but you're
reality.
removing something that would you're removing a part of that person, right? So that would also be something.
So in
Right,
the
so,
best of all possible worlds, you only have rights over yourself and your property. So even if you have the desire to kill, you don't have the moral right to kill anyone else. So you don't have that freedom simply because by definition, your will, freedom of your will, only applies to yourself and your property. And so if you will to kill someone else and their will, that doesn't apply as a limitation on your will that you can't do that because that desire applies to a different will that isn't you or your property.
Wait, that didn't really make a lot of sense to me. Like the first part, but like the second part where
the definition of
with the property,
the definition of the best of all possible world is a world where there is no involuntary imposition of will. If your will only applies to yourself and your property. So if you will something about somebody else but can't do it, that isn't an imposition on your will, because your will only applies to yourself and your property. It does not apply to.
Yeah, but if myself wants to do something to someone else,
That's someone else's
is that
will.
not?
It is not an imposition of your will. Your will.
Well, but wait, if you don't allow it, then it is actually imposition of my will.
No, you're confusing the generic definition of imposition of like literally any kind, no matter what, which is not the definition. Imposition of will in this model specifically only applies to yourself and your property. I can limit you in any way I want in regards to what you can do to other people. That doesn't count. That's not an imposition of your will.
So, for example, so let's say that you go and like you're old and you're dying, and then you write what? What do you write? You write a will, and your will is only going to pertain to yourself and to your property. It's not going to pertain to your neighbor's property, and so you can't die and give away your neighbor's property to your child.
In my will, I'm going to write my son gets all of Bill Gates' money. Yes,
absolutely. That's perfect. Wonderful. Hopefully Bill Gates will abide by that.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit confused though, because like for example, an imposition of will do you mean that there's no need for any imposition of will on other people, or that
it's physically impossible? Can't happen.
Okay, well, for example, I mean someone very well might just want something that's very bad for them. Right?
Totally
so
fine.
Let's say but then that of course they're a node in the network of society, and of course their bad decisions are gonna play out into society.
No,
There's
not
no
really.
society in this.
So in the best of all possible worlds, everyone gets their own universe, and you can design your universe however you want. So say you want to do
Literally no
all
society.
the heroin you want. You just want all the heroin. You can set your settings in the universe so heroin causes no physical damage. So that means even if you want it, you can get all the pleasure, none of the pain. But say you want to keep it just as is with all of the damage and stuff. You can keep that too. Have the heroin with the damage, and that's the way you set up your universe, perfectly fine. And let's say you wanted a group communal universe with a bunch of people, and we all said it, and we all want the damaging heroin, and we all consent to the damage heroin causes to society. We've all agreed to this. Then that universe is still perfectly moral, even if they all want heroin and they want to just damage society with their heroin. That's still perfectly moral.
The thing is, T-Jump, actually, I was thinking about this. So when you have multiple universes, I think I had a discussion with you last time, but when you have multiple universes, I just want to know, like when you have a rule in your universe, does this rule actually, is it a rule that just comes into you and then it just applies to you, or how does it work, you know?
I don't know
Like,
what
is
that
it, is these like rules or these limits you place, do these depend on the mind? Does it depend on the mind, or does it depend on your body,
No.
or
They're
what
like
does it
laws of
depend on?
physics.
What,
Like,
how do you set these
they're
rules?
like laws of physics. They just apply in the universe automatically.
Right. So you
So
have complete
they
control of
apply
how
to
they
you.
apply. Like
They
you can
apply to you.
control at what level they apply.
In your universe, but they
Okay.
don't. You can't change how they apply in other people's universe. So each person gets their own
Okay,
universe,
sure.
and they can do whatever they want with it. And there's an overriding set of rules, which are you can't involuntarily impose on other people or their property.
So it's physical then. Then these rules apply physically to you.
Sort of, yeah.
Right. So the
Okay,
interpersonal
so
rules are binding.
Yeah.
From a okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But again, how do you interact with people without the possibility of negative interaction?
Like what we're doing right
yeah.
now. So can you punch me in the face if you wanted to right now?
No, but I could manipulate you, or I could insult you, or I could do a bunch of other things.
Yeah, but I consent to those. Like I could block you off the stage or mute you, and so you couldn't insult me. It would be impossible for you to insult me because I've muted you, and I have that option. I have the power to do that. And so in this consensual interaction,
Wait,
we're
but
having-
I don't have the power to mute you,
No,
so
but
it's
you would
an
do so.
asymmetrical
yes,
situation.
correct. Wait, stop,
He jumped
stop. So
in
in
the
this
God,
situation,
okay.
in our world, I technically own this room, sort of, and so you're consenting to be here.
But you're saying like we would both be able to
Yeah,
to mute each other in our own
Yeah.
for our own thing. But then again, like you could then backtalk me to other people.
So?
You could make other people view me as negative, and so this
So?
doesn't solve reputational destruction issues.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. So you have full rights over yourself, which includes your mouth and your words, and so I don't get to restrict your words in any way at all, no matter what.
Yeah, but
Unless
there's
you're-
one
But
big
you understand how people
Shush,
could
shush,
damage.
shush.
You understand how people could damage your
I don't.
property, your reputation
That-
by
what?
disparaging you to other people, right?
That's not your that's not your property. So your universe and how you set it is perfectly fine with you. How other people talk about you isn't. You don't own that. What they talk about, what they believe, those are all their property. Whether or not they correspond to reality is independent of anything. And so
But wouldn't that be a way for us to cause harm to somebody potentially in a manipulative or
harm
damaging
isn't a
way?
problem. You can cause harm if it's consensual in any way you want. The problem is the imposition of will. So you can't impose on people's will without their consent.
Oh wait,
So the harm, the quote unquote harm that would be being caused is you would be prevented, you would be barred from all the people that they convinced to not like you anymore. You would be barred from interacting with them, but that's already their right. They already have the right to not interact with you and not
they
let
have
you
the right to
interact
not
with them.
interact with you, but the person also has the right to disparage you, and there doesn't seem to be any sort of
Because that's not immoral.
then
It's not
just
immoral to
turn-
disparage people. You
Well-
can call people names all you want.
It's immoral
Technically,
to
they don't
lie about
actually have
people.
the-
I mean, that's what
also-
disparage means.
Nope.
Like has a
They're
connotation
lying
of
isn't
lying.
immoral. So you can lie about people all you want.
So technically, they don't actually have the right to disparage you. They only have the right to disparage you to people that allow them to do so to them, like to people that listen.
Right.
So if
there's
somebody's
no-
disparaging
like
you,
the truth is not
somebody,
moral?
and that person is listening to them, it's like there's no like it's not really a right thing. It's more of a privilege. Like you have the privilege of talking to somebody, and if you use that privilege to disparage somebody else, then there you go. But it's still a privilege. It's not a right.
Right. And you asked if the truth is moral. No, truth isn't moral. Like 1 + 1 = 2 is true, but is it moral? No.
But it would be immoral to train someone that 1 + 1 = 3, given the effect that would have on their life and the overall
Nope.
society that they're a part of.
Nope. It would not be immoral if someone consented to it. So if someone wanted to learn from you 1 + 1 = 3, then it would be perfectly moral to teach them 1 + 1 = 3, whether or not it's true.
No, but that implies that they have an understanding. They need to have an understanding that 1 + 1 = 3 is a deviation from the accepted standard.
Every
They have no idea what the accepted
person
standard was.
has the option to specifically set in their universe that they have omniscient knowledge of all truth. And so if they voluntarily choose,
I'm
not
talking
to
about
have-
interpersonal lies
No,
between
you're not
the,
getting- you're not getting-
the-
So if
the
I have the
divine
option
beings.
to turn on omniscient knowledge at any time, I will then be able to know if anything is a lie or if anyone's manipulating me. I can set it in my universe that no one can lie to me or no one can manipulate me. And so if anyone is interacting with me in my universe, they literally will be unable to tell me false things if they've consented to the rules of my universe and are interacting to me in my universe.
But okay, there's two levels here. There's two levels that we're talking about. The one level is within my universe,
Yep.
right? My property,
Yep.
my beings, my sentient little whatever the fuck I want it to be,
Yep.
right? The other level we're talking about is the interpersonal between the, the deities, right?
Oh, what?
And so in the interpersonal between the other beings, that, like, you, for example, on the Discord call example, right?
Yeah.
So in this example, we would each have our own universe,
Yep.
so we could set all our rules in our own universe.
Yep.
We'd have all of our own property in our own universe, right?
Yep.
But the same token, we're also interacting with each other here.
Yep.
And so these two levels need to be separated in the conversation. So at this level, lying to the rules of social interaction still would need to be followed, and right?
No, you could in this interaction, you could tell me anything you want of any lie of any kind will never be immoral. Nothing you say could ever be immoral in this case. And then I can go back to my own universe and Google search it and be like, is what he said true? And turn on my omniscient lie detector thingy, and I'll already know if what you're saying is true or not. And so,
actually, I'm actually not sure if that actually would work, because
But that's just a processing speed thing. I mean, like, eventually, like, you're telling me that everyone has perfect knowledge, and there's no,
if they want it.
There's no asymmetry.
Well, hold on. I
whatsoever.
don't know that would actually be the case. It's like, would you be able to have perfect knowledge of the inner thoughts of another person? I don't know that you would
Right. I
be
mean,
able
that's
to
their
have
property.
that.
That's not your property.
Well, so like if you're so in this example, if you're lying about somebody else, say Bob is a baby eater or something.
At the deity level, right?
Yeah, the interaction level. So in Bob's universe, Bob eats babies or something. This is the claim you're making, and you're telling me this over Discord in our communal space. Now I can go as long as Bob has set his universe to public, I can just Google search, does Bob eat babies? Answer, no. All right, problem solved. You were wrong. Lie. Done.
What if you said it to private?
If you said it to private, then I
So it
can't
would
know.
so
I
it would
can't know either
require.
way. So I could I may believe
it would
you, which is
require
fine.
information from the other
Or
universe.
what if the API is designed to lie? So you're querying their universe,
Perfectly.
and it spits out. You'll actually we've
so
never eaten
the
babies.
interaction in your universe can't tell you a lie. So it can say you're not allowed to have this information or something, but it can't lie to you if in your universe you said no lies allowed. And so if you're querying
That's imposing a rule from your universe onto someone else's universe.
No. If you're in your universe and you're asking for information, like Googling it, and in your query you say no lies, and if you query another universe and it gives you a lie, then it can't tell you that. So the universe.
What if
no.
the other universe says
You don't
that
understand it,
anytime
Stephen,
someone
though.
queries something about my universe, tell them this?
You can't apply that
They
to
can't
someone
do that?
else's universe. That's trying to apply your restrictions to someone else's universe.
No, that's
doesn't get a
putting
say.
outputs.
No.
That you
Your-
get to
the
decide the
output
output of
doesn't
your
come
universe.
from your universe. The output does not come from your universe. The output comes from the omniscient knowledge of everything.
But your universe is.
Oh, so that's God.
No. This is just input sanitization.
The input.
right?
Wait, that's yeah.
It's just reality.
That's only coming from the other
if
universe,
someone
though.
queries, if I don't have control over what my universe returns when someone queries it, then
Your universe
I don't have
doesn't
control over
return
my
anything.
property.
So if you want to know a fact about someone else's universe, and you have your universe set that you can only be given true information, there are two options. Either it can say, I am unable to give you this information because it's locked in the other universe, or it can only give you the true information. It can't give you false information if you have it set to don't give me false information.
But you understand that the omniscient knowledge that you're presenting your universe contains is in itself an imposition on the other universe.
No, it's not. What are you talking about?
Okay,
No, I mean, like whenever you said like it would just say like we don't know, that actually solves it.
Yeah.
So there you go. It just
this
wouldn't work.
person is lying. Might as well just say this person is lying. This person is sending out bad info.
Well, not necessarily. It's like that's like that. I mean, that's like the same logic of like, oh, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear of the government like watching all your shit. It's like no, it's like that's clearly not.
So you can like query another
Soviet
universe and it
spy
says
logic.
I'm unable to give you this information because it's set to private, and then you can make up a lie and say Bob eats babies, and then somebody else can query it and say, well, I'm unable to give this information.
Right, and then you have War of the Gods because of course Bob.
And that's
is gonna
perfectly
like
fine. You can have
fucking lying
information differences as much as you want. That's perfectly moral. There's nothing immoral about that. You can have whatever.
But I
opinions
don't
you want.
understand how this doesn't break down into the Greek gods fighting each other over everything.
Well, if all of their fighting is their opinions of one another, that's perfectly fine. They can have opinions of whatever they want.
So what superstructure? What being is in charge of
None
the
of them.
restrictions?
Every
between
being is
combat of
exactly
the-
equal.
Okay, but there's something above them that's stopping them from fighting.
Yeah, reality.
The universe itself.
The laws
the universe
of the
itself.
universe itself.
You said
Yeah.
limits, so I mean, I guess there's someone better than the other. I guess.
It's your mom.
They're all self-imposed.
Okay. Anyway, Tijam, I just want to say that I don't understand where you're coming from. It's just like, you know, you said before that it would imply to my physical body. Um, and my physical body going into yes, let's say someone else's universe, and that's their thing, right? I still have my physical body from my other universe that has all these limits and rules that I set in this other universe, but yet this other person that I'm in the universe I'm in the universe with actually can regress against everything within me. He can read my mind and everything, right?
Yeah,
Because it's
if
his
you
universe.
if you
Right.
consent,
Well, that doesn't make sense.
it makes perfect sense. Like if I'm in a video game and I join your server of Rust, and in your server of Rust you have hacks on and you can see my inventory. But in my universe, in my house, you can't see in my house. Like you can see in my body in your universe just fine. So if I have two bodies and I've consented to make an NPC avatar in your universe, and you can see all of my inventory and what I'm thinking in your universe, makes perfect sense. It's perfectly easy to understand that in just modern video games.
T-Jump, so the analogy made was decent, but like it's just like you kind of forget the part where you kind of have to add that this person is completely completely outside of this other person's universe, right? So this other person can't really get to see everything that this person from this other universe is and from,
Right.
right?
So if this
Well, that
person
would be
has a
also
setting,
imposing on.
so if this person has a setting in their universe that allows others to create an NPC to enter their universe, which is a representation of that individual, but is not the entire individual, and you, the owner of this universe, can see anything about the NPC, then they will not be able to see anything about the person behind the NPC. They will only be able to see the NPC. Now, you can set the rule so that you can't create an NPC, and you must genuinely enter the universe with your whole entire self. And if you enter with your whole entire self, I will be able to read your mind and know everything about you. And that you can make that the rule, and people will just be like, nah, I'm not going to enter that. Okay. Or and maybe you would, and they'll know your thoughts, and that's fine too.
The problem is with the best possible worlds, from what I'm hearing, is it uses too much assumptions, right? So using a lot of assumptions within the analogies you're making. So if this and if
No,
that,
it's
right?
axioms,
What?
not assumptions. Like there's
Well,
a
yeah,
certain set of rules that you just have to assume for it to be able to work.
yeah, but like I was just trying to say, like he is in the boundary of limits in it. So if there was
There's no
limitations,
problem
and
with limits.
you'd be
Limits
you'd be
defined.
setting the boundary. Yeah, and if you set in those boundaries off these limits, then we're gonna have like it's just all assumptions,
I
right?
don't think you know what that word means. All right, I'm gonna get some
It's
food. You guys can run the show for a bit. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, get some food. Talk to you guys a little bit.
I'm to screech slurs and get him banned from YouTube.
You guys go right ahead. All this is about
Put on my watch,
paycheck.
buddy. I'm a moderator.
Okay, all right, there we go.
I gotta say, like viewing morality, like I was reading his website, and like viewing morality as arisen from evolution itself, like as a biological necessity, or as a necessity for like propagation of the species. I like that perspective. I think that's probably very accurate.
I think there's a cool argument to be made, even with T-Jump, about it as to whether, like, what order of emergent property is it? Is it like foundational, non-emergent? Is it first order emergent, or something like that? Because honestly, if you were to do a completely naturalistic line of reasoning for the universe, energy exists, it's self-actuating, it creates other matter. This matter operates under various forms. Gravity can cause the increase in complexity, so you've got another level of emergent complexity coming out, and then finally you get down to the point where you've got self-replicating molecules, and then that gets you into life, And yet all of this is still one continuous process of energy moving. So
Yeah,
does
no,
that
I
make the
yeah.
eventual emergence of morality from that life also emergent, but just second order or third order emergent?
Yeah, like
So I just
yeah, I don't know.
I,
It
I just wanted
depends,
to
I
say
guess.
something real quickly. I just want to say something real quick. So I think we base our morality or just what we think off our life experience. You know, we feel what we feel and what we like. We base it off our life experience. Like, I don't think it's because we
Okay.
exist we feel a certain way. It's because what we go through is how we build what we like and what we don't like. Because there would have to be experiences. We would have because that's. I don't know where you guys get your morality from. Then
You're
like you get
implying
it.
that it's a choice.
All morality is arbitrary.
You're implying that it's a choice. I mean, literally, 95% of your total cognitive load right now is your subconscious trying to keep you alive. You know, so most of what you are is dedicated to the idea of life having some kind of primacy and continuation. So all of your subconscious is focused that way. The neurochemical drives you have, your instincts are all being pushed in this direction to stay alive. There's just this one little portion of your brain that you call you and that you call self that is focused on the idea of thriving, not just surviving. And that
Are
is
you
when the
saying
social
that?
element comes in. The individual may want to stay alive, and they have to recognize that if they are part of a social environment, then the success of their society is directly related to their own success. And so
Yeah,
what is best for
of
me
course.
is that you are strong, so that we are strong. And that is where morality is coming from, that innate empathy that arises from us being alive and a social creature.
No, so Walker, I just want to say that I do know that the subconscious does have a role within survival. Of course, yes. We don't choose. We don't choose for our 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 uh, our brains to get signals from
Or
us
our
knowing
hearts
when to
to
be
beat.
hungry or something. We don't. Oh yeah, our heart to beat. Yeah, like it just does it, right? It just does, right? But that's a little different from being conscious and actually experiencing, right? Subconscious is different, right? So actually being conscious and actually experiencing is actually it's really different because more to build a ground of morality, you would also have to experience these things. You can't just your subconscious just being existing can't build anything off that. Can't build any morality off that.
Of course you can, because you exist and you're sitting there doing the analysis. And so you get to
Yeah,
say
with your
what is
conscious
important.
mind.
Yeah, but that doesn't change anything. It's still where we all are. We are all sitting here in our own conscious mind attempting to figure things out, which means that if you're starting to make definitions of what morality is, are you talking about what is good for you or not? Because that seems to be the nature of what these moral discussions break down to. It's like, what are you defining as morality? And as a social species, I am saying that we have already defined that as that which is best for our community, our group, because that is what's best for us. So altruistic egoism, right from the very beginning, is I'm making choices that are the best for me with the situations that I find myself in, which now has to include the idea that my society needs to be strong, because that is what is best for me.
Walker, you
In that
can't just make it
environment,
objective.
but that's the point. It's not a matter of objective. We're saying that these are the situations as they are for me.
Right,
These are
it's
the
empirical.
situations how they appear to be for you. The only objective part is whether or not you and I both agree that those are facts of reality. The
Right, so
second
it's
you
based
and I
on
do that,
empiricism. You're
No, but
looking at the
different things
world and
agree.
judging it from there.
I don't know what definition you guys use of objective, but agreed
it is
upon
stance
doesn't mean
independent. It
objective.
has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with me. So if you and I both agree that we're seeing things the same way, and we determine that that is because we are both sharing a reality, neither one of us is in control of that reality, and yet we've both agreed to a standard.
All right, one second.
And that is where the objective comes from.
Hiragni, what did you got for us? You just joined, so I'll give you a chance to speak.
Yeah, I think I mean, there were various things said here. I think I do not disagree with Balian about the evolutionary thing, but I mean, it's fair to point out that it's like highly multivariable and also temporal factors that come into morality, hence why it's so complicated sometimes, I think, to define. I do think, T-Jump, that I was listening to your best worlds definition, and I haven't actually ever heard of this before right now. I do think that doing is necessarily doing to others. And so you can't really do anything without doing something to others. Like that's just the virtue of how things work.
So like people throw rocks, are they doing nothing? When people play video games, are they doing nothing? Are people painting? Are they doing nothing?
I mean, if I include just universe as a whole, I think
If one person glances at that painting, you've affected someone.
True, but does that mean that when you've made the painting but no one has seen it, have you done nothing yet? And you've only done the painting after someone has seen it?
Well, how about this? I paint.
Yeah.
I use brush strokes. It affects the wind. The wind affects someone else. It is necessarily going to be the case.
So what if you're in space and you're painting and no one else is in space? There's a Russian cosmonaut. He's the only guy in the ISS and he's painting, and nothing about it affects anyone else. Has he not painted the object?
I affect some gravitational rays that emit that like originate from me. No, that
Right,
I
so
actually do
the
believe in
effect is
this.
going to be so small, it might be imperceptible, but it's still probably happening.
It's fine, but I'm just saying that. I mean, I'm not even differentiating only like human beings and everything else. I'm saying because there is a matrix in which human beings are formed. Like how you affect the matrix, also the matrix will affect everyone else in the matrix. So if you do anything in the universe, it is affecting everyone else in the universe.
Okay, so let's say
Yeah,
I
and
tell
it could be affect. Here's 10,000 different ways. Like it could be that you're spending that time painting and not talking to someone, right? So that could be an effect by negation. It could be that you had to secure the supplies to be able to paint on the ISS, and you had interactions because of that. So I mean, it's you can even view it outside of the initial moment of the painting.
All right, so let's say
right?
there's two people. One person is next door, he's painting, he's affecting gravity. Another person gets hit by a quantum wave, gets teleported to their own pocket universe where they're the only person who exists and has no physical laws interaction with the current world, and they're painting. Is one of them doing more than the other? And is one of them doing less than the other?
I'm not arguing about more or less than the other.
No, I'm not saying more.
I'm not arguing about the quantity. Sorry?
Well, so you said in order to be doing something, it has to affect other people. So one person exists in our world next door.
It has to affect the universe, and the universe affects everyone else.
Right. So one person exists in our universe, and he's around, he's next door, and he's painting. Another person got teleported to a different universe where no other people exist, and none of the things in that universe affect our universe, and both of them are painting a potato.
I think if he's gonna teleport from this universe to that universe is this universe. Otherwise, he cannot get to the other universe. Otherwise, there is no. The point is, there needs to be interaction for you to like even hypothesize that this can happen, that teleportation can happen. And then when you're saying that there is no interaction between these two universes, you can't hypothesize that this person travels to the other universe.
So say that there are two universes that pop into existence from quantum fluctuations that are totally separate.
How would you ever base morality on this? Like you're outside the realm of everything.
Well,
literally.
I'm just going based off of the definition of doing right now. And so say there's two universes that pop into existence. One of them has only one being named Bob, and nothing else, no one else, no other conscious agents anywhere in the universe. And Bob is immortal and he's painting a potato. And the other universe is our universe. And there's a guy down the street named John and he's painting a potato. Is one of them doing more than the other?
I mean, if the universe
you cannot compare them. You cannot compare the two universes. There is no comparison. There is no interaction.
Right.
For you to compare some things, you need to be able to
No, the answer is very clearly that from your point of view that the guy in our universe is doing more. Like I think it's pretty It's pretty clear cut and straightforward. He's
Yeah,
clearly
when
doing
you
more. He's
get-
interacting. He's interacting with more objects total overall than Bob alone in his universe is interacting with. So therefore, the guy in our universe would inherently be doing more, just by existing. Quite frankly, he would be doing more.
I disagree. I think it cannot be compared. I'll tell you why. I am saying you can say in yes or no whether someone is doing something or not. If they are doing it, then they need to affect the universe in which they are. So they need to affect their own particles and like the particles of the universe. Just by the virtue of them being of the universe, their own particles are also the particles of the universe. But when you want to compare the doing, you need to form a metric. So for example, I interact with smaller number of objects, but I interact with them in a more specific way that might affect them more. And I interact with bigger number of objects, but I interact with them very minutely. I don't know which one is more doing because I have not defined a metric. And honestly, I don't think you can actually define a metric for two different universes. That is not comparable.
Well, also, I'm
And so-
specifically focusing on the metric of other conscious agents, other people. One has zero other people, just Bob and nothing else. And the other universe has billions of people. Simply by virtue
Yes,
of
I
other
understand
people
that.
being there, does the act of painting a potato become more doing in one universe than another universe, even though it's the exact
Certainly
same
has-
painting?
Yes, it certainly has more of an effect. Certainly has more of an effect.
Well, no, the
That
question
being
is
said,
because
in your
doing is you're doing an action. Is doing the action of painting a potato more?
Okay,
in
okay,
one
let me
universe
let
than
me
We're
another?
let
getting
me
into semantics of what doing means.
Okay.
Like
Exactly, that's
that's
the question.
Yeah, but let me pose something,
No,
and
that's a
I
dumb
don't really.
question.
This is not really about. I think it's not a relevant question. I would not. Yeah, but let me pose something opposing to what Valiant just said. Right? If Bob is the entire universe and anything he does affects himself, he is literally affecting his entire universe.
Sure.
Therefore, he might be doing more than the person that is affecting like a tiny fraction of this universe.
Cool.
So see
Right,
what
and-
I'm saying? It's like you have to define metrics to be even able to say that. Like, am I defining metric as how much percentage of this universe am I affecting, or am I? It's like a quantitative measure that I can measure. Can I even compare quantities between two universes? Can I compare mass as it is? I can't. I think it's not. You can't ask this question because I don't think you can compare.
Right, by
Well, you're
by the state
changing
of
one
it,
of the
by
terms,
interacting with more things in the universe, there are more noun verb pairs that you are you might inspire your little cousin
yeah.
to take a painting. You might give someone a bit of a brighter day. Like we define doing by our interaction and effect with
Let me-
others with other things.
Yeah, let me bring one more perspective here, right? This actually is also a matter of zooming in and zooming out. So, for example, I am an entity, right? But I can also zoom in more so, and I can define every neuron of mine as an individual, and then they are interacting within themselves. And so I actually think that this distinction is also arbitrary. Like the distinction of me and the universe is arbitrary. This is not real, it's arbitrary. And if you think about Bob, if Bob is the entire thing in the universe, like, is he doing more depending on like your definition of him, first of all? But also, what I really want to point out here is that it is just like zooming in and zooming out to know like what things are affected. This is like a whole matrix, and you are affecting a particle. If it moves, it affects other particles.
Let me ask a different way.
That's all.
Is Ninja or XQC doing more because they have millions of viewers when they play chess online than a grandmaster who plays in a tournament with less viewers? Is the fact that they have more viewers, even though they're garbage at chess, mean they are doing more than the grandmaster?
See, again, I told you, they have to
You're
define the metric.
conflating value with effect by saying doing more.
Well, no, so
right?
the
So
point
of
here is
course
that
the
the
grandmaster
effect-
has more value.
Well, the point here is that the
right?
effect,
I
the
would
Okay, let
number
me
of people
ask
just
you
don't
this.
matter. If you're doing the same action, if you move pawn e4 and you're on Ninja's stream, and if you pawn e4 and you're a grandmaster, they're doing the same thing. They've done the exact same action. There is no greater.
No, but you
action
chose to
than-
analyze it at the level of they're playing chess.
Right.
And if we're analyzing at the level of they're playing chess, one in front of millions of people and one in front of, the small audience of people that might be interested in a grandmaster playing chess, then when looking at it from that perspective, you have to analyze the effects from that perspective. You've put the frame into the question, so now we have to analyze
Right.
from
So
that frame.
the definition of
I
doing
actually
is
don't
not
think that it's actually the
contingent.
same action, by the way. I actually think that when everyone, if
That
A,
single
B, C
action
all
is
do
the same. Moving the chess
No,
piece
no,
is the
it's not.
exact same, but the total number of effects and the total,
No.
total
But
actual
Ball,
effects
this
are
is the
different.
point because she doesn't agree. This is the point I'm trying to get at. When you've
Yes,
taken
but I
both
must
done pawn
ask
to
you this,
e4,
right?
she's saying that there is some
I
difference between these actions, even if they both done pawn e4, both
Yeah,
painted
there
the
is.
exact
No,
same
but
potato.
there's two different things
No,
here.
no.
Yes,
Ball, no,
both
there's
are
not. No, there's
taking
not. You're talking about a different topic. She specifically thinks those are two, even though the exact same physical occurrence has taken place, they are different
Right,
in
but
some
it's the
fundamental
effect
way.
on the
It's not about the
world.
effects. Not about the effects. Separate topic.
Okay, yeah, okay.
It's
Tijam,
not
okay,
about the
let me.
effects. Is it not about the
It's-
effects?
So go ahead.
Not in the
Um,
context of this discussion,
I
no.
thought the whole time that it was about
So
the effects.
I have a question.
What?
I have a question. How do you quantify?
Yeah, you
how do
just
you
you just fucked that up. Like,
I think
any
you.
of these things to
Well,
begin with?
just I want to let
Uh,
Hiragani finish. So you don't think they're
I
the same
honestly
action?
think there is I don't think cause and effect really. I think they're proportional. So if effect is more cause, yeah, but it's fine. Look, Tijam, I will definitely say that when XQC or a grandmaster makes a move on the chess, which is totally when you look at it just seems like the same action. I definitely think they are different. I don't think I can say whether one is more than the other unless we define a metric, because this is about values. This is where values actually come in. But I will ask you this because I don't want to be difficult here. I want to ask, what is the purpose of this question? Where do you want to go with this? Because then I can maybe help understand where our disagreement could be or where we want to lead this conversation.
Well, I was just very
Yeah.
confused when you said that doing the same exact action is somehow more or less relative to something other than the action itself.
It's not about more or less. I'm saying it's necessarily related to doing something to things around you. I'm saying you can't do in isolation. That's all I'm saying. I'm not defining the quantity of doing. I'm not
Wait, what if
defining a metric
wait,
of
hold on.
doing.
What if I pick my own nose? What am I doing? Am I not
I'm
doing
disgusted
something
by
wrong?
that. You are affecting me.
right, and it's about what you value as an.
No, what
as
if
an
I
effect.
what if
Yeah.
what
So
if I'm floating in a void 10 trillion miles
I'm
away?
saying that
and
if
then I pick my
you're
own?
not in a void, though, that's the point.
Right. No, but
Yeah,
let's say you
that's
were
the-
in you.
The whole
Let's say
point
you
of
were
the
in a void,
hypothetical.
right? In the hypothetical that you were in the void, all you've done is affected, from all the way down to the gluons, all the way up to the actual thing we perceive of you picking your nose. All you've done is affect that total system. Obviously, if you're just in a void. However, if you're not in a void, then you might have many, many different effects on all the other things that are in that non-void space, thus making the total effect of your action far greater than if you were in a void, thus changing the actual effect of
Yeah,
the
but
action.
it's already
thus
been
doing
it's already
more.
been discussed that we're not talking about cause and effect here. I don't think, right? Or did I miss something?
Sure,
I mean,
yeah.
you
But you see what I'm saying, though, right? It's not about. This is not you when you hypothesize that you are in a void, right? Which I think that it becomes a totally, because then you are the universe, right? And so things within you are interacting within you. They are affecting each other. So then the consciousness will probably break down and become. Yeah, it will be differently manifested, is what I think. But it can be and can also not be. But anyways, the point is there is no. You are the universe at that point. But I'm saying that you are not in a void, and if you're not in a void, this is not going to happen. And if you are in a void, it is about you being the universe, and there are particles within you too that okay.
Well, wait. Let's say, for the sake of argument, let's just say that yes, it is the exact same action from whatever perspective we're taking here. When a grandmaster and XQC move the chess piece. Okay, where do we go from there?
Well, that would seem that her definition of doing would be wrong, because in that case they're both doing equivalently. Because her definition of doing seems to
The
be
quantity doesn't. The quantity is not what I'm arguing about, teacher. Like I've told you multiple times, this is not about how much doing you are doing, because
Right. It's
how
how do you
much doing
define
you're
doing?
doing
That's
is
the argument.
the argument. What I'm saying is that you do by affecting things, the matrix that you're in. So also, by the way, snowy banana. When you do things, you affect yourself. So you're literally affecting the whole universe when you're picking your nose, because you are the universe.
I mean, that's not. Well,
I
okay,
just
so
wanted
like,
to point
my
that
dog
out.
died. And
Yeah.
Snowy, you pick
Ah,
your nose.
got him.
Butterfly
Oh,
effect.
Yeah,
God.
Snowy.
Yeah, I just
Butterfly effect. If you didn't pick your nose, my dog would still be alive. Fuck you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean, the butterfly effect. I mean, yeah, that is also true. But what I'm saying is that my only point here, and without delving into the quantity of doing, because when you delve into the quantity of doing, we are actually getting to the
Oh,
whole
right. The
whole
part of the quantity was
morality.
just to try to understand
I
the
want
difference
to.
there between the two universes were
I
I
level of.
want to ask you something real quickly. I just want to ask you something. So, if I would pinch myself right now, would the universe feel the pain of my pinch?
Dude, if we ever have the computational power to actually track the butterfly effect, we are gonna end as a species, dude. That is gonna be
For
so
real.
fucking crazy.
let me
Like-
let me ask. Wait, let me engage with Comp. Comp, are you a part of the universe? Or are you outside
He
it?
is outside of he was 100% outside of the universe.
He's just
I think there needs to be a threshold to relevancy. Like something
Get
just
the
happened.
fuck out of here.
I guess so.
Sorry, wait. Are you a part of the universe? Are you not, Comp? Are you
Me?
in here? Yeah.
I'm a part of it. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So do you feel the pain?
I feel the pain within my body. Yeah.
Yeah. So does the universe feel the pain? What do you think?
But if I pinch you know what I mean. If I pinch myself, does the universe then feel the pinch?
Does every
You are
other
part of
thing.
it. If you
She's
feel
trying to
you,
eliminate the distinction between you, yourself, and the universe. It's the same thing.
I
from-
mean, I'm
from your
arguing that there is actually
but
there is
wait,
actually
but wait.
all distinctions
But
are arbitrary.
if she's saying I'm a part of the universe, then you're also saying, okay, everyone is a part of the universe. So if I pinch myself, everyone is gonna feel that pinch.
Yeah,
That doesn't make sense.
No, like again, when you listen, when human beings categorize things, we are doing so for our own purposes. So when I say I have this microphone here, that is a unit of understanding that I can then tell someone, "Hey, look at this microphone," and they go, "Oh, I know what a microphone is," and they fucking look over. But at the same token, so it's not completely arbitrary. It has a use, right? We
I need
categorize
to
things
go.
according to use.
I need to go, but I really quickly need to really address what Comp said. Comp, if your stomach is aching, is your whole body aching? Is your hand also aching if your stomach is aching? Is your feet also aching if your stomach is aching? Or is it just your stomach that is aching? It is necessarily the case that if you're in pain, does it mean your whole body, every cell should be in pain? Is that how you define pain? I don't think so. So if I say the universe is in pain, it means that some part of the universe is in pain. Doesn't mean that all the cells in the universe are in pain.
Dude, put down.
Oh wait, so some parts in the universe feel pain then.
Sit.
What?
You can definitely say that you are in pain. You are a part of the universe. That means that some part of the universe is in pain. Simple.
But to what extent can a universe experience pain
Sat
outside
down,
of
son.
a body?
Okay, I have to go because I have to eat. So talk to you, but
Yep.
good talk.
Thanks
Yeah.
for coming on. Appreciate it. Talk to you later.
Yeah, I appreciate you, T-Jump. Thanks for engaging nicely. Yeah, thank you.
All right, anybody else questions?
I didn't really understand what you're trying to get at there.
I have a quick question though. What was the whole analogy about a Grandmaster versus XQC playing chess? I didn't quite follow that.
So the argument she was making is that there is some fundamental difference in the level of doing between the effects the doing has on other people. So if a Grandmaster moves a pawn to e4 and XQC moves a pawn to e4, simply the fact that XQC has a bigger audience means his action is greater. He's doing more because he has a greater audience. And I think that's stupid. I think that the fact that
See, I can reverse that though and say XQC wouldn't know to play e4 unless he saw a Grandmaster playing e4.
That doesn't make a difference. So the argument here is if the physical action they take is identical, has one done more of an action than the other? I think no. She thinks yes.
I mean, it's true from a semantic perspective, right? Because we say doing, right? So like if you are affecting, you know, this person this way and this person this way. So I mean, there is more doing from a semantic level.
I mean, I guess I sort of agree with that, just in the sense that there can be different consequences when two people take the same actions.
Right. I mean, like one person could press a button and the whole
Well, like,
world blows up, and the other
even if we
person
just
could
keep
press
it
a
within
button
the
and
chess
TV turns
analogy,
on.
right? If you get some random XQC shitter to play some complicated semi-Slav line, they're gonna get crushed every time, even if the computer says they're winning. Whereas if a grandmaster plays it, then you know it's a totally different outcome every single time.
Yeah, I get both perspectives. I mean,
Yeah, I do as well.
it's I'm
But
curious.
I think it comes down to evaluating the weight of the action versus the weight of the consequences of the action. I think if we look solely at the weight of the action, then I fully take T-Jump's side, right? But if we look at the weight of the action plus the weight of the consequences of the action, I don't quite side with her regarding that, but I'm not quite as aligned with T-Jump.
Yeah.
Only thing I did-
I
only
get-
thing I did
yeah,
was-
this was getting back to the universe. Could the system, the perfect world that he was describing, exist with basically the interactions between the universes completely contained?
Yeah,
And-
so my perspective on that, and I heard some software terms being thrown around earlier, is unless there's some sort of checksum that can verify the validity of information being presented from one universe to another, there's no way for T-Jump's universe to verify that the universe, or that the information coming from, I don't know, Balian's universe is true.
Right. Well, the other problem is that if the
T-Jump
beings can
already-
traverse
well, I mean,
universes, if the beings can traverse universes, then of course there's going to be some interaction between them. Like there's going to be cause and effect.
Yes. If I can go to your universe and I can apply my software to your universe, the same if you come to mine, right? But if our universes are only interacting with each other through APIs, then I don't have a way to validate whether or not the information pertaining to your universe is true just based on the output that you give.
Right. So either our universes can affect each other, thus an imposition on the will by definition, which is against the perfect world.
What? No,
because like
or we can't, in which case, or shoot, I lost the argument.
You know that actually
Right
is
there.
a good point. T-Jump, how would you be able to differentiate between or how would you be able to know that someone else wants to enter your universe without them affecting your universe in some way? Because they would have to be able to send you some sort of
if I have
information
my-
packet that says, "Hey, I want to enter."
Same
Can
way
I
I have
enter?
messages on Facebook. I can set my messages on Facebook to private, and you can't send me a message, or I can set it to public, and then you can send me a message, and I can accept the message request. Same thing applies to the universe. So if I don't want anybody entering my universe, I just set messages to private, and you can't send me a message, or I can set it to public, and you can send me messages and ask to come in.
Yeah, but there's social interaction presents a necessary imposition of
No, it
will.
doesn't.
That's basically my argument.
No, it doesn't.
You have to be able to affect. There's no ability to interact if you.
Okay.
someone can
Think of it in
He's
video
literally
game
just-
terms,
he
right?
did the-
What we're
explain
talking
as
about right
why
now
it's
is a
not
difference
good.
between hosting a server and browsing servers to join, right? If you host your server, you're making it
reason by
public.
analogy.
But if you are just
No, he's perfectly right. This is not an analogy. It's literally what would
This
happen.
is a very exact conversation. So when you're reasoning by analogy, you're
It's not an analogy. This is
necessarily
literally how it would
No,
work.
I'm literally perfectly describing what the system is. Like you're either browsing public servers or you're hosting your own server, or both simultaneously if you want, right? But that's how someone else's universe could interact with mine without me having to, or without them having to have some kind of
I'm
influence
not
on it.
arguing that you can't turn
What about
off the
telepath-
other people's
what about
ability to
what about
interact with your
telepath?
server. I'm saying that by definition, if you allow them to interact with your server, then that's going to necessarily present minor or major impositions of their will on your server.
So just
Yes,
wait,
but
wait,
they
wait,
don't
wait,
have
wait,
to
stop,
interact
stop,
with
stop,
my
stop,
server
stop.
for me to
Stop,
interact
stop,
with
stop.
theirs.
Impositions of will are not immoral. Involuntary impositions of will are immoral. So if you voluntarily agree to let people impose on your will, that's perfectly fine. So if you voluntarily allow people to impose on you, not a problem. So the problem here of what makes something immoral is the involuntary part.
So here's an example of involuntary, right? We already covered the
you see what-
necessity of
problem with it-
involuntary is that there's two different levels again, right? There's the my universe, and then there's the interaction we have at the Discord, analogy level, right? So by definition, by allowing someone from the Discord level to enter into your universe or to affect your universe or to interact even with each other at the Discord level, right? There is going to be things that occur that you don't like.
No,
And so you
no,
can
that's
shut
wrong.
off
That's
your
wrong. So okay,
universe.
so here I'm setting up my universe right now. I'm saying people can choose to enter my universe. In order to enter my universe, they must abide by these rules. If they accept these conditions, their character in this universe is physically impossible of violating any of these rules.
But that's assuming your rules are perfectly in
Yeah.
line with your wishes, which is a
What?
limit of quantitative ability.
Yes,
He's
yes,
doing
that's
a
literally that's
rules
literally a
layering
part of
bullshit
the rules. So you get to set the rules.
Right, but I'm saying, like, again, if we're both perfect beings with infinite computation power, right, then then we're going to it's going it's an immovable force versus
No, it's not. Let's go through this. I'm setting up my universe. I have a set of rules. These are all of the things that I allow in my universe. You must accept this. It's physically impossible to do anything against any of these if you accept the conditions. You can voluntarily enter. You voluntarily enter. Now, show me how you can do anything to impose on my will involuntarily. Go.
I can think of something that you haven't thought of that would impose on your will, but you haven't specified explicitly.
No, it's all of the rules have been explicitly set. So there are no exceptions. All of them, every possibility, every logical
So you've thought of
possibility is
everything.
done.
It's a perfect world. Why wouldn't he have thought of everything?
Sure. All right. Well,
We
Ben,
do want
I,
to
as
welcome
being-
Raskor. Raskor,
But
welcome to
again,
the
you can
show.
affect it by interacting at the level of compatriots outside of each individual universe.
What?
You can still affect into that universe. If
Was it
All right, wait.
involuntary?
So again,
Yeah.
Stop. So, all right. So I set my universe. Here are the rules. In order to enter my universe, you have to agree. It's physically impossible to violate them. I have all logical possibilities set. You enter my universe. I don't care what you did outside of my universe. How do you involuntarily impose on my will? Go.
Well, I mean, the argument that you don't care what happens outside of your universe. I don't think people would have a space. in
Okay,
which
let's
they
say
could
I really
interact
don't
where
like
they
it if you
wouldn't
talk
care.
negative about me, but it's still not an involuntary imposition of myself or my property. So it's not an imposition of my will. So I don't care what you do outside of my universe. It's not immoral. How do you involuntarily impose on my will? Give me an example of something that is an involuntary imposition of myself or my property.
Right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. If it's a perfect system that has some sort of structure on it that's somehow not maintained by the participants and can therefore not be destroyed by the participants in it, then of course, yes. If it's just a logical, yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense. That being said, aiming for that basically just means that we have to forego any sort of it's just a thought experiment. I mean, it's not anything that can actually occur.
Right. It's a definition of what the best of all possible worlds would be like. The pragmatic ways to get there is a completely separate issue.
Yeah, but
And
there's
if you were to sit there and describe a Platonic ideal in its maximal form, that is exactly what's going on. You're simply describing what it would take for something to be the best of all possible worlds. It is conjecture because we obviously don't exist within that world. But
No, I
the
understand.
point is that we can still construct the model of what to aim for, and that's all we're doing.
So then, of course, morality has to map to the absolute, to the Platonic, and also to the real. So then, how
It has to map to what you've set.
Wait. Stop.
path
Let him
towards
finish. Let him finish. What map to the Platonic and the real? It doesn't make sense.
So you have a Platonic ideal, which in the Christian, in Christian theology would be like God's perfect kingdom, right? As, reasoning by analogy, which I said I shouldn't do, but that would kind of be the same thing in your religious system and the Christian religious system. So then, the Bible takes the extra step of really mapping the path to that ideal onto the real world in like pragmatic situations. So I'm curious as to how
it attempts.
The Bible's pretty clear that you
Walker.
can't
Doesn't
do
matter.
it.
Doesn't matter. It attempts to. Yes. So what?
It attempts to, right? So like I'm just curious as to like the fleshing out of that attempt in your religion.
Yeah. So in my religion, the goal is to make the world as close to the best of all possible worlds as we can, given our limitations. And so we should do everything we can to limit the involuntary imposition of will, legalizing weed, providing affordable housing, decreasing the cost of living, homes to the homeless, food to the hungry. We do everything we can within our limitations to limit the imposition of will on others as much as possible. So there are still going to be necessary impositions of will, like putting people in prisons. That's an imposition on will, but we do it to prevent a greater imposition on will, the people killing other people. Forcing people to get vaccines, that is an imposition on their will, which is immoral, but we do it to prevent them from spreading the viruses to a bunch of other people and killing them, which would be an even greater imposition. Stoplights are an
Right.
imposition
So how
of
would
will.
you handle? Right. So you're trying to make sure that everyone can do kind of what they want to do without affecting society in a negative way.
Pragmatically,
Yeah, but
so the
possible
way to
though.
phrase that is we pragmatically limit or impose on wills the least possible.
The least that you have
Yeah.
to. Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. So again,
Think
how
I'm-
would you handle, for example, the locus of responsibility? Would you make society responsible for ills? Would you focus on the individual responsibility? Like Christianity obviously focuses on individual responsibility and places it, the line, Dostoevsky, the line of good and evil cuts down the heart of every, or it's a line
The
down the heart of
universe.
every man, right? So you put it, okay, so then how do you assign blame?
We don't need to assign blame.
Within
Why
your
would we need to assign blame?
Well, because, for example, you have two homeless people, one of whom is working incredibly diligently to find work, who is born with a terrible mental illness, who has been given a set of cards that was terribly stacked against
Yep.
them, but is simultaneously doing everything they can to, make the world a better place and make themselves a competent part of it. And then on the other side, you have a person born with everything who wasted it all and is now sitting there homeless, an evil, corrupted, degenerate wreck.
Sure.
How would you morally differentiate between those two people?
They're both conscious. They both have equal moral value.
So moral choice plays no role.
Nope.
Okay, so then again, if someone chooses to do terrible things, how
We would
how do you
kind of like a
justify-
bear
how would-
or a rock. If a rock is going to fall on someone, we have to stop the rock.
so
So
there's no free will.
I don't believe in free will. I don't think it's even possible to have free
Okay.
will, but I don't really care. So the
fair.
point here is that we place limitations on people.
Well, no, the only reason I said that real quick was because you basically were going right to the analogy of a rock falling on someone or a bear just doing what it does.
So we
right? You don't
treat
assign
a
free will to
person
those, so.
the same as we would treat a rock or a bear. Anything that would cause an imposition of will, we're going to have to try to restrict it. Whether it was intended or not makes no difference. I don't care if you intend to kill 10 people or you accidentally kill 10 people, makes no difference. We have to prevent the imposition on the death of the 10 people. And so the intention part is just irrelevant. I don't care if you intend to harm people. The intention we can use.
We make that differentiation in our legal system, right? So we
Wait,
differentiate
but
between
Cheatham,
manslaughter and murder. First degree.
I want to question.
right?
I want to question what you said before.
Wait. So yes, in our legal system, we do that because if you are going to kill someone, there's a probability you may do it again. If it's accidental, you're
Right.
you're not intending to do it again, and so we can guess with some kind of statistical probability you are less of a threat to other people's wills, and so we can make a guess that someone who did it accidentally would be less of a threat, and so we wouldn't have to put them in prison as long. So that's not because
so
of
you
the
maintain
intention.
the intent because due to pragmatic probability,
Yep.
you wouldn't actually assign it any sort of
Yep.
any sort of supernatural meaning.
Right.
Okay. So, for example, if I intend to if I do something for my psychopathic purposes, for like completely selfish psychopathic gain, or if I do something because it's altruistic, you're saying that the only effect would be that it's just a statistical likelihood that I would see. The reason morality makes that differentiation is pragmatically because of the likelihood or because of the direction it'll go. So yes, it's in everyone's psychopathic selfish interest, I believe, to behave truthfully and accurate and not destroy their reputation in the capitalist market, let's say. It's also you can also come at that from an altruistic perspective, but knowing that motivation is very insightful, and
Pragmatically.
so again, I think morality should account for that.
Well, pragmatically, it's insightful. But say we were in the best of all possible worlds, and there was literally Hitler had his own universe, and he set his rules where he would kill all the Jews or whatever, and
Right.
You could consent to going into your universe. He just no one would do it. No Jews would do it for obvious reasons. And so he hasn't done anything wrong. He could set his universe to do anything he wants. Who cares? But so his intent to eliminate the Jews, he could have the most evil intent possible. It's still impossible for him to do any immoral actions, because in order to do an immoral action, someone would have to involuntarily consent to going into his universe, and that can't happen.
Right. So the problem I see here, and again, I'm kind of going down just because I want to see how like fleshed out the religion is, because I find it really interesting. But like,
check out the website Church of the Best Possible World.org.
No, I've read it.
Cool,
yeah,
cool.
You told me last time I was
Yeah,
here.
I'm promoting for the audience, just FYI.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So, yeah, the problem is that we get into like a utilitarian situation here, where it's like, well, if you can calculate that by killing these 500,000 people, you're going to save 1.5 billion people or 1.5 million people, and that's assuming that you have perfect calculations. And so then would you just say that it's immoral to make any sort of any decision that isn't completely certain from that perspective? So we should just probably stay away from it.
Well, it'd still be immoral even if you knew that. So even if you knew killing one person would save 1 billion, it would still be immoral to kill that person, because it's still an involuntary imposition of will. So in this context, all immoral actions that may lead to moving closer to the best of all possible worlds would be called justified immoral actions, where it's still immoral, it's still wrong, nothing's ever going to change that, but it's done to promote some kind of greater other moral things.
And so we just get into the discussion of what's justifiably justifiable.
What?
Right? Like what actually constitutes, yeah.
Sure, like the thing that causes the least imposition of will would be the justified imposition of will.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Anybody else? Questions, comments?
You
Balin,
ready to wrap up?
do you believe in free will?
I don't know, man. I try to.
Cool. I'm here just because I wanted to correct the record. When the girl was explaining about the effects on people or whatever, I think you guys misunderstood there. It wasn't about like the quantity of effect or whatever in the chess example. It was about, so two people making the same action is a different action. That was her stance. Because
yeah, and we kind of
two
clarified that,
different
right? Because
people.
if two people make the same action, it's the same action if you look at just the weight of the action, but it's a different action if you look at the weight of the consequences in association with
No,
it, right?
no. Her stance is it doesn't have anything to do with the consequence. You picking your nose in void is still affecting the universe.
Reflective journey, yes. Aging is 100% immoral. If you don't want to age and the universe causes you to age, that's 100% immoral.
True. But anyway, it was a while ago, so I don't care anymore.
Anybody else want to join the conversation? Raise your hand in our Discord chat.
That's right, Theist. Come on, come on.
Oh yeah, I actually have a question for the panel. When you say when people are rational, do you take that to include soundness of the premises,
No.
or no, or just validity? Just
Yeah,
validity.
just validity.
Okay. I mean, I'm not entirely sure about that, but I understand.
Well, like, so you can have an argument that is valid, and as long as you think the premises are true, then you would be rational to infer the conclusion is true, even if they're false. You just don't know it. So, like, if I think if Jesus predicted he was going to rise from the dead and Jesus rose from the dead, then God is real, or something along those lines. And so I believe Jesus rose from the dead, therefore I believe God is real. Even though premise 2 is false, Jesus did not rise from the dead, I would still be rational to conclude God was real because the argument is valid. And so the rationality and the truth are separate.
And also the premises should lead to naturally to the conclusion, because you can also have all true premises, but the conclusion doesn't follow. And so just else we think about.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, that talks about validity. Yeah. Okay.
What I'm curious. So, would you consider Christianity to be a justifiable moral wrong?
Say
Like
that
as
again.
a, would you
Oh wait. So
consider
like, are
like
you
the
asking if imposing religion causes more good than harm? Is imposing
No,
religion?
no. So I think imposition of religion is tyrannical and feeds into a bunch of other things that the civic progress of the United States has demonstrated to be bad. Overall, like
Theocracy.
lead to worse outcomes.
Okay.
But I think that what I'm asking is that Christianity seems to be your religion seems to be like the broadest possible, the most abstract possible religion, right? So you've abstracted out the most key goals of what seems to me to be the Christian religion and other religions, and put them into a unified moral framework. That being said, I think Christianity is largely in line with these other goals, and I think Christianity would have certainly instructed your pursuit of these goals, given how just by being so pervasive in our what do you want to call it, Western culture, right? I mean, Western culture, quote unquote, is kind of based on on Judeo-Christian thinking, right? Like the primacy of the individual, the power of the spoken word,
Yeah,
these
just not
core concepts.
Jesus, not God, not vicarious redemption. So like you're cherry picking a few of the values that are presented in Christianity, and I think you're cherry picking the most rational values presented in Christianity. But I don't think the
No,
ones
but
that you're cherry picking.
you're interpreting. Yeah, but I understand that you think I'm cherry picking, but you're also interpreting Jesus as you're looking at Jesus, and then you jump to the scientific question: did Jesus rise from the dead?
Well, no.
And
So that's
like,
separate.
of
So what
course
I'm
not.
saying here is when I say the word Christianity, what I mean is what most Christians believe about this religion, the cultural identity of Christianity. And so I think your interpretation of the values of Christianity is not the same as what most Christians think Christianity is. And so when I'm talking about Christianity,
Definitely.
I'm talking about Jesus rose from the dead. You got to believe in Jesus to go to heaven. If you don't, you're going to hell. If you're gay, you're going to hell.
Sure.
And so
I've thought quite a bit about what would seem pretty dogmatic beliefs are trying to get at. Again, you think my guy, you're on my team if you think this guy came out of the ground, and you're not if you don't, right? Like that. I understand, like that's the cultural, but they're trying to get at something, I think, that they can't, or most Christians cannot articulate. And it's not that they're stupid or that they're like, it's kind of like, if you look how wisdom arises throughout the world, what basically occurred is people started telling stories about characters they admired or events with a moral to the story.
Right. So I think I would agree there that the reason that these stories are popular is because they signify some kind of unifying principles that are more fundamental that the stories couldn't express in their most fundamental form, and these unifying principles have more significant value than the generalized stories. And my religion gets more towards the unifying principles, and the stories entail a bunch of extra baggage that isn't really required by those unifying principles or something.
Right. And I mean, there's the danger that I think a lot of Christians who think my way feel, which is that if we do away with the stories quickly, we very well might miss a very important part of them, one of those very important unifying principles. And so we do away with the story at our peril because A, we may have misinterpreted it, right, which is very possible. Or B, we or we miss something, or C, we're blinded by something in us that wants to miss something, right? But whatever. That's A or B.
I
But you get
mean-
what I'm saying, right? Like getting rid of this, like just because people can't extract those principles per se from the story and like just live by those principles doesn't mean that the story is
Right.
just
So
because they're
I
not
would
what-
say that if
they-
the story can be ambiguously interpreted to get the wrong principles consistently, then the story is bad and we should throw out the story and use a different story that more accurately conveys the accurate principles and does not allow for the ambiguous misinterpretation of wrong principles. And that's what I would be advocating for in the case of Christianity, is that
Well, I'm curious though, like the Jesus story, like how would what
Okay,
negative interpretations
I
have come
can help you
about
with that.
from Jesus' story, like
Okay,
the
so
core
from
of
your
Christianity.
perspective,
You mean, why is Jesus a dick?
Jesus is a dick.
so hang on.
Why
So
was Jesus a dick?
Balian, from your perspective, are the values that Jesus presents axiomatically good?
I don't know really what you mean by that. Like
Okay, are they by themselves good without the need for justification? Are they visibly good to the average person?
well, obviously not, because he was he was murdered. But I mean, not maybe.
No,
not,
I'm talking like
he
the
was a
average
threat to the
Christian in 2023. I'm not talking back then when people were.
Yeah, yeah. I think from like the average Christian would look at the yes.
Okay, so if that is the case, then why does Jesus have to threaten you with the threat of eternal damnation and torture to get you to follow his ideals if they by themselves are good?
It's not a threat. It's a description of reality.
No. It is a threat. It is
So,
quite literally a threat.
Well,
to
I would
control
interpret
behavior.
it. I understand that's your perspective, but my perspective on hell, for example, would be that you will enter a bottomless pit of suffering, even like outside of the supernatural, in your own life, if you don't abide by these principles. But it's easier, I guess, to. And I think this was a shortcut that the Catholic Church really propagated, which is just, and a lot of others. We can just threaten them with, eternal damnation in hell, literal eternal damnation, and then they'll obey us more easily, because these people, of course, could never understand that, when you lie and cheat and steal, that your life can get infinitely terrible to the point where you'd prefer death, right? So, like, I think that was a bit of a cop out from the religious more than the religion, and I think it was it was understood that you can view that literally or metaphorically.
It's kind of a double-edged sword as well, because it can deter you from not having faith because there's a hell somewhere, but it can also motivate you positively, wanting to be in this place where
like a
with
suicide
like
bomber.
unending fellowship. No, like also motivate you positively with dangling the carrot of heaven in front of you.
But
so to
but
speak.
the inaccuracy, or like, because I view these stories as trying to dig to the truth rather than as the final truth. And so, like, the inaccuracy of that perspective is like best encapsulated, in my opinion, in the Islamic fundamentalist who straps a bomb to himself and is like, well, 72 literal virgins in my literal paradise. So I get what you're saying. Like the stories do have ambiguities or are easily misinterpreted to be evil, but I think, frankly, that's the case even with scientific doctrine. Like how many people are constantly misapplying or misinterpreting quantum physics? Like, that is like an entire business. So just because something is easily
no, not exactly. So
doesn't mean that it's
you can deliberately misinterpret anything you want. But if you're reading a quantum science textbook and actually doing the physics, it's extremely hard to misrepresent the physics because it's math. Both sides of the equation have to be
the same way. I would say that if you're living a Christian life, and if you're actually looking for the truth in Christianity, then it's incredibly hard to misinterpret it.
No, that is absolutely wrong. There is nothing mathematically true about Christianity. There's nothing in the Bible you can actually mathematically calculate to be like, this is the true Christian life.
Life experience, if lived properly, will correlate, will lead you to, it'll lead you to a lot of truth in the Bible. I'm not saying that you're going to, fall on your face and become a Christian, but
that's completely false. 100% false. Some of the people who follow the Bible the most religiously and did the most Jesus-like lives became atheists because of how badly it failed, how badly they were unable to help anyone at all or have any positive effects on their life at all. So
didn't Martin Luther himself say that the more he tried to avoid the 7 death penalties, the more he found himself committing them?
Yep.
Well, I
But-
mean, like the story of Jesus is the difficulty of
Wait,
living
wait,
those
wait, no,
principles.
the point
in the
here is that
world.
you could follow the Christian rules exactly, and it has no guarantee to have any positive effect on your life or anyone else's ever. It has no
But
correspondence
it's the
to
best
reality.
shot you have.
No, it's not.
According to
I
what?
understand.
No,
absolutely not.
Listen, I understand what you're saying. You can live right according to the Christian principles, and they can, I don't know, put you on a cross. Right? That's the entire point of Jesus'
The part
story.
you just said about it's the best chance you have. The best chance you have is the one that has the statistically highest probability of having the best outcome, and that one's science, philosophy, morality. It has nothing in
But you
Christianity.
understand that
Nothing.
science doesn't dictate values,
Right,
right?
right. So-
You know
so-
that.
But you're
Wait,
just
wait, wait,
plagiarizing humanism.
Muslims
Stop,
can
stop,
claim
stop,
the
stop,
same
stop.
thing too.
I
Hindus
understand.
can claim the same thing as
I
well.
understand science isn't
how-
a thing.
They're
Wait,
different
stop,
worlds.
stop. I understand science doesn't give you values. That's why I wrote a model of morality. Mine does.
Right. Okay. Well, again, your point was that Christianity, if followed, doesn't give you the. You said this. Christianity, if the principles in Christianity, if followed, don't guarantee you.
Do
a
not
good
give you
life.
the highest
You're-
probability of success or happiness or values or anything.
Yeah, I would say selling your daughter into slavery doesn't really give you a good opportunity for success.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I can go pick on 10,000 BC hermits again. I think the people that would have been more
Wait,
alive
wait,
with you would have been the pagans sacrificing their daughters.
So I
And we're not trying
just
to
to clarify,
pick on the
just to clarify,
hermits.
the
Oh,
like
secular
Jephthah.
values, secular humanist values, Norway, Denmark, Sweden, Germany, Japan.
I mean, it's
these
right, but it's
beat
so
the
like. Can you
crap
at least
out of
admit that this is
Christianity.
disingenuous for this guy
Oh.
to look at look at the people who are living as
Oh.
close to your values in 10,000 BC as possible and say, well, they did also have some bad views on adultery. It's like yes,
No,
but
I'm
look at all the
calling
good things that they were
Christianity
doing.
stupid. I'm not saying 10,000 BC.
Again,
just
with the
to
benefit of
clarify.
a computer screen that can feed you information,
are
you're calling
you
them stupid.
screaming?
Good
Stop,
for you.
You're getting so mad.
Stop. So Balin's interpretation of Christianity is a more like modern interpretation that doesn't fit the classical interpretation, which would include selling your daughter into slavery if God told you to, or killing your children if God told you to. He's taking a more pragmatic values approach to like the core essence of the most useful parts of Christianity that you can apply. And
Yeah,
so
apologies for getting mad.
Okay,
That
so
perspective just pisses me off.
To ask to clarify then, Balin, what is your perspective on gay people?
That's.
do you agree
I
with the
would take-
Christian values of the
I
Bible?
would
that
take
it's moral?
in the same way that C.S. Lewis had a great line on this.
This is a
in the
really
same
easy
way-
answer question, brother.
Yeah, sure. In the same way that you that when you look at yourself, you see moral failings, right? So I should have done this, I should have done that. We all feel that, right? But you don't hate yourself for doing.
Sure, but do you
don't-
feel
you don't sit there-
heterosexuality is a moral failing?
Wait, let him answer. He's going to take.
You mean
he's gonna
homosexuality
He's going
is
to take a
moral
few
failing.
paragraphs here. Let him
Okay,
finish.
there. You just answered it. Thank you. That's all I wanted.
No, I was saying that.
Just go ahead. Answer the question.
I wouldn't even
Just
say
take your-
that.
take your
I
turn.
frankly, my view on homosexuality is almost like I don't have a view. I really don't like to.
Hey, but
like to
Bannon,
put
you're
that
kind
out.
of getting
I
away.
think the
from
question
it,
is more about the Bible.
Yes. So
like
is
you talk
I
about
wanna-
like
wait,
personal
wait,
experiences
wait a
and
sec. So
and all that.
I want to clarify here. So is your interpretation of Christianity that Christianity says homosexuality is wrong and immoral and against the values of Christianity?
Yeah, I think so. I would have some. There's some good arguments to be made for that that I don't think get grappled with in our society very often. I would say that the homosexual lifestyle, especially between men, predisposes one towards hedonism and overvaluing of sexual gratification. I think that it imposes a significant cost on society. Because of for instance, the cost of adoption and childbirth, or the cost of gay people having
Can I
children.
pause
is
you for
very
1
high.
second?
So I think there's arguments that you could even make a pragmatic argument
Right.
against
So
Wait. Let Amy go.
But-
Let Amy go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, the correlation seems to be with testosterone and men. Men tend to have a more frequency to have the desire. Now, lots of women do have the desire to have sex, but I'm just saying the more testosterone you often put into the equation, you have two men often having the most sex. And
Right.
then,
So it would be a morally justified wrong because these people had no idea what testosterone was.
well, no, it wouldn't be wrong at all. It wouldn't be wrong or
No,
right.
I'm not saying homosexuality. I'm saying the argument against homosexuality made in the Christian Bible would have been a justifiable moral wrong under T Jump's thing, because they didn't understand, they couldn't affect testosterone.
Can
right?
I tell you why that's an evolved position? Because what it used to be is that in the Torah, in the Old Testament, it was very clear. It was like, listen, man sleeps with another man, we need to kill them. The Jewish tradition was to stone them to death. And there doesn't seem to be at least any implication within Christianity that that outlook has changed. And that's where you get all of this negative views. And what has happened is it's no longer the literal view. Even the literalists, even the fundamentalists won't be like, you know, it says kill them in the Bible. So, you know, we got to.
No, and again, like someone brought up the stone the daughter if there was adultery, or, you know, even homosexuality. Like, if you're in a tribal scenario, you have to, again, do morally justified evils in order to maintain the society from a pragmatic perspective. So again, allowing homosexuality into the society could present a lot of create a lot of friction and a lot of problems. That.
What do you mean allowing it into the society?
So his argument here is that
people to be openly homosexual.
So his argument here is the shellfish argument, that eating shellfish back then was bad because they didn't have the ways to filter out the bacteria. Therefore, the Bible isn't explicitly saying we should never eat shellfish. It only applies to those people at those times, because at that time
which is
it
why
was
I think the Jewish
detrimental.
religion is which is why I think the Jewish religion is a little bit too literalist, and I think holding Christians to the same to the you know, tying them to the mast on homosexuality being evil per se, or stoning the daughter to death, you know, as like a Christian, as something that you should judge them for, is the same thing as judging them for the shellfish, because they were both made from pragmatic.
But see, if you were completely, I understand where you're coming from that historical perspective, but it always, the watered down version of what we often get now is, listen, we all have our sins to bear. Haven't all of us lied, cheated, or stolen in the past? And what that implies is, listen, gay used to be super bad. That's just a little bit bad. It's like, you know,
it's patronizing
your
as
diet
shit.
program.
Yeah,
and,
I understand. It comes across as patronizing and like, you know, demeaning, right?
Not only that, but I would say, at least from a social context, that a lot of people within gay marriages, they are saying, look, we are part of the community culture. We're raising families. We are not only not harmful for society, we're actually positive to society.
Well, and again, I think the proper interpretation of a lot of those less than modern injunctions is that of the necessity of them in a pragmatic necessity of them in the context that they were delivered.
I don't think you can like generalize that. I think there are species where there's homosexuality going on, and that doesn't seem to interfere, and that you can't like rule out the possibility that somehow homosexuality plays a role in society and evolution.
Right, and there is evidence for that. And so again,
there was
like,
a pragmatic
there's
value
evidence
to
for that.
killing gays. Is that what you said?
There may have been a pragmatic value to killing gays in 10,000 BC when you're a nomadic tribe, yes.
Oh,
Do
I
you
thought you were
think
saying there's a
there's an
pragmatic value to
intellectually
gay people
defensible
existing, which
position
there
that
is.
that's true?
Well, I would also think that the latter is also true. I think there's both like if you're intent, there's I would say right now there doesn't. Well,
So
you
wait,
know,
so let me take that one. It is possible that in early societies of humanity, that people who were homosexual, because they didn't reproduce, made it less likely for a tribe to be able to thrive and grow than one who was purely straight. And that makes sense why, given evolution, there's only, I think it's like 10% or less of people are, or if any
About 7%.
animal is homosexual. And so it makes sense
Right,
from an
very small
evolutionary perspective that you would want less homosexual relationships than you would heterosexual ones that actually produce children. And so evolutionarily speaking, he's probably correct that there would be an advantage to only providing resources to heterosexual couples in early evolution 200,000 years ago for those kinds of people. Yeah, that's a perfectly valid argument.
Well,
But
the
there's
thought
also
process
valid
behind it.
arguments that go the other way that say that because you could have, for example, older generations help with younger, the rearing of younger children, you would also
Yes.
have
Right, and
males
so the
who aren't
determination
engaged
that
in
Christianity
sexual
made
relationships,
was that the
they're
overall,
offering support to the family arrangement because they're not engaged in sex.
right, and so the Christian decision, the Christian perspective decided, or the Christian perspective is that the overall contribution to those historical societies, but from by homosexuality was less than what it took, and so therefore they decided to preach against it, right? So
No, where in the Bible does it say that? It
because
literally just says if you're gay, stone you. Like that's literally all it
Right,
says. It
right.
doesn't speak anything about the morals.
well, I would appreciate if they also gave their arguments, but again, like
Well, so
like,
that's
I don't know,
that's a
man.
very good point here. So when you ambiguate statements in a text in order to make it fit modern understandings, that's no different from taking Platonic understanding of astronomy and saying, well, what he meant by this was, and then take
I'm not even suggesting that what they meant by it was. I'm saying
what they were
that
trying to get at.
if
Right,
we're,
right.
like,
That part isn't
No, I'm
significant.
I'm not suggesting that they necessarily were trying to get at it. What I'm saying is that they put forward the best understanding of the world that they could put together as nomadic tribes people in a desert, and that we should improve on it based on our resources and our new understanding.
Well, wait, what do you
I
mean
mean,
they tried
you
to put it
completely-
together?
right,
Weren't
you
these rules
completely
literally handed
reject
down
the
to them by
idea
God?
of Scripture being inspired then? Is that where you're going with this?
I think like I view divine inspiration as like in the same way as like where do ideas come from? I think it's the same kind of thing that they were trying to get out there. It's like where like this idea is so true and maps so well onto reality that I think there's no place that it must have come from the divine being that created everything.
But these ideas don't map to reality, so that's a problem then.
And you couldn't just claim,
you can compare
couldn't
them
have that
again.
claim
You can you can
exclusive of
find little
Christianity.
holes in Christianity that don't map onto reality.
You can
but
find
the
very
idea
big
for
holes.
okay, well
Hindus
that's
can
okay.
say the same
Fine,
thing
sure,
about their
whatever.
How about
scriptures.
this, the
Muslims
biggest-
can say the same thing about their scriptures.
This is a specific argument.
How
but
about
I mean,
the
not-
biggest
that's not good.
possible hole that we could mention in the fact that Christianity posits nothing uniquely good and true? How about that as a whole?
What about the entire religion being focused on a person who took on all
You
the
can get it
responsibility
elsewhere.
from the world and died on a cross for the
You
sins
can
of
get it
humanity?
elsewhere.
Like
Nothing uniquely
You
true
can get
or
it
good.
literally anywhere
Well,
else.
The entire
but the
religion was
focus.
based
What
on
other?
another
What
religion,
other?
the Bible.
Excuse
I think
me.
this is a good
excuse
question.
me. What other text? What other text uniquely focuses on the ultimate story of sacrifice for quote unquote the greater good? Like that isn't
In the
based on the Bible.
Egyptian Book of the Dead, they're discussing a funeral ceremony that occurs after death, where the heart of the person who died is judged against something that preceded the Ten Commandments.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. There's
Sure.
there's
The 42
literally
strictures.
about a dozen or so that all do that. But
right, but the
but
the
focus.
focus
I wanted to
Every
go
other
back.
giant
is
right
taking
behind the
responsibility
focus, same
for
point.
the sins of the world. That is the
That
focus
is the
of
entire focus.
That's a copy.
And
That's
right,
copied
don't
from
ask.
other religions, but I don't care about that. When I wanted to ask about why should we
on
try
the idea that you
to
can't build on
improve improve Christianity instead of just dump Christianity in the garbage and make a better one with only the good values and get rid of all the garbage.
Because again, that's a very liberal perspective that doesn't allow for the possibility that there are things that haven't been explicitly garnered from the Christian text in a way that you can accurately do that. You might miss things,
Right.
and
So
I don't
let's
think
say I have
that atheists give the Christian perspective enough respect and enough diligence in finding those things that you can pull out of it, as perfectly exhibited by the people in this room.
Well, so
Just
wait,
give
wait,
an
wait,
example of what
Even
you're
when I
talking
was a
about.
believer, you would have been a heretic, and nothing you said would have mattered.
Okay,
What's
stop,
an example of
listen
that?
to you now.
Stop. So I could say that about any text. I could say that about Ptolemy's solar system model. Maybe there's some secret hidden meaning in Ptolemy's solar system model that we haven't discerned yet, and so we shouldn't throw it
No,
away.
I'm not claiming that it could be. I'm claiming that it is
Right,
that
right.
way.
So
It's perfectly
okay, fine. I don't
laid
care.
out.
I can say in Ptolemy
Right.
there is secret meaning that is hidden in Ptolemy's solar system model that we haven't discovered yet, and so we shouldn't throw it away and replace it with the modern cosmology because it has the secret hidden meaning that we don't have any evidence for.
Again, I'm not saying that again, you're first of all, you're conflating me with the Christian traditional dogmatists that you think is that kind of is the cultural norm. So I don't want to defend something that I don't believe in.
I'm not doing that. I'm saying specifically when you're saying we should keep something about the stories because there may be some hidden meaning we haven't discovered yet. I could say the same thing about Ptolemy, about alchemy, about what's it when you turn iron into gold? Like you could metallurgy. You can make
that's
up
alchemy, yeah.
garbage hypotheses and say there's a hidden meaning in them. And if you don't provide evidence, we throw them away because there's a new model. And the reason we accept the new model is because the new model can make novel, testable predictions and works better in reality than the old model. And that's why we don't just try to improve old models. We throw them in the garbage can and replace them with new models. That is the correct epistemic way to make progress. It is not trying to maintain the old models or trying to find value in the old models. We throw them in the garbage and replace them with new ones, and we should do the same thing with Christianity.
Again,
it's the Tootsie Roll at the bottom of the outhouse.
You think that you're going to get everything out of Christianity that you need to in order to capture it.
That's what all of the
I
evidence
don't
suggests. There is no evidence of hidden meaning in Christianity. None.
And there's a lot of evidence of plagiarism.
This was demonstrated 5 seconds ago by Walker missing the idea that a religion based on one's sacrifice for the sins of the world and taking responsibility for every wrong in the world.
Well, that's what I want to talk
moral
about.
Imperative. He didn't even understand that.
It's called vicarious.
That's the core of the religion.
Well, I want to also point
I
out.
want to let Amy go, but that's called vicarious redemption. There are dozens of religions that do that. Dionysus, Inanna, Hercules. There's a whole bunch that do that. It's called vicarious redemption. It's a very common trope.
Well, and I think what you're trying to get to does get to that. Like we should be all striving to make what you call like the perfect
Best of all
world.
possible worlds, yeah.
So best of all possible worlds. But again, what I'm trying to argue is that the demonization of Christians because they perhaps don't have the least misinterpretable way to put it is wrong because we're getting at the same thing.
That's a cop.
Okay, after Amy goes, I'll tell you why I
thing.
demonize Christians. After Amy goes, I'll tell you why I demonize Christians.
Let me guess. You had a hard life.
Well, not everybody agrees with you that Christianity is a better option. I would
let
argue
Amy go.
that Judaism
She's trying to
was
speak
a
for a
better
while.
model in that it did not necessarily necessitate some cosmic sacrifice with some Jesus where repentance is just enough, where there isn't a hell model. People just die and life ceases to exist. Why is Christianity an actual better model when it's only advancing something that is not supported by evidence like hell? It introduces a blood cult to our society.
The point I wanted to really argue, I'll just build off of that, which is I think that Christians and then the rest of the world have different views of sacrificial logic. When you come to us and you say, look at this guy, he gave it all, he sacrificed his life for everyone. From our perspective, we see a God who basically poisoned us and then decided, hey, this is the antidote. The reason for sinning and all of this is his fault. The deal, as far as we could tell, is he's going to murder someone for all of the bad deeds that everyone else did. I view that as highly evil. I view that if you're trying to shove the bads on another person, it doesn't matter how good that person is. Whichever God is doing that is evil.
Right. So vicarious redemption, I had to look it up. I've never heard the term before. Some people, so being willing to take on, Hitchens already said it's immoral. Yeah, basically just taking on the responsibility for other people. So I disagree that that's immoral, but yeah. I don't even know what I was trying to say.
Well, it seems a little ad hoc. I mean, Jesus decided to take on the sins for everyone once he was already nailed up on there. And so it's like, I guess I'm going to die. I might as well take the sins for everyone. But I don't think that
with him being a
thought
deity
that it was
again,
going
or
to be.
with him being able to understand the world as a deity, he knew that he
Well-
set everything up for him to do that. So again, it's implicit that.
And the interesting point is, did early Christians think that Jesus was God? I want to keep on pointing out that only 3 of the 4 Gospels mention Jesus as God. And so if only John thinks that he was God, it's the minority position, at least from the Gospels.
Okay, and so I just want to make sure I have your argument, T-Jump. You believe that if Christianity or Christianity is immoral and not justifiably so, because we have the ability to take all the principles out of it that are useful, and we should and discard the rest, right?
Yeah. I would say it's not justified because there are already better ideologies that existed at the time and before, like Jainism. Jainism is the most moral religion, and so it was never justified.
But they all die.
What? No, they didn't.
I mean, like if anyone aggresses on a Jain, the Jain is dead.
Sure, because they're non-violent. They still exist today, though. So I agree that it's not as pragmatic.
So it's right
as
to
war.
cede. No, is it right to cede? Like, I'm going to attack you on this. Is it right to cede control of the world by allowing someone to just kill you and your family?
Should you or should
create
you
an
not
evil and
create a
terrible world that they want to create? Is that moral?
But they didn't. So, like, obviously,
No, but if everyone was Jains, right? You said it was the correct religion, right? So if everyone was Jains, one person could murder everybody and construct a fucking khanate and just rule the world into absolute tyranny.
Right.
And so right, and so stopping that is moral,
stopping
and that means
again,
that the Jain
it is
religion
the
is
lesser
immoral.
immorality. It's not moral to kill Hitler. It's immoral, but it's just the lesser immorality.
Well, then basically you don't believe in evil.
What?
Well, not
even-
as the religious
Evil.
term.
You don't believe that evil can be resisted. You don't believe evil can be okay. Yeah, I mean, I understand if you could stop Hitler without killing him, that would be better than killing Hitler.
Right.
So you're saying it's a pragmatic necessity.
No, the point is, God can do that.
Yeah, an all-powerful God could have done that and didn't.
Again, like I don't believe like a God has to come and solve all our problems for us.
But anyway, H advocate.
Okay.
That's a desire for a celestial parent. All right, a celestial.
So would
Oedipal
you like
mother.
to know now why I
Disgusting.
demonize Christians?
Well, before we continue, H advocate has been waiting in the audience for a while. Let's let
Oh, okay.
let
My
that
bad.
person talk for a little bit, and then we can go back.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to preface my remarks by saying that first, I think there are a lot of great things that Christianity contributes to the moral, positive moral traits for our citizenry. But I am concerned when I have to admit, when I do look at radical changes in our country today, whether Christian moral principles aren't undergirding a lot of this. For example, when you look at woke movements and this belief, this push against meritocracy, I wonder if there isn't a lot. The meek, the angry, the insecure, the jealous shall inherit the whole earth, and the successful people, their chances of getting, their chances, they earn their money illegally or by hurting people anyways, which is the common belief today, and their chances of getting into heaven are that of a camel through the eye of a needle. I wonder if these moral principles, and including some of the discussion I think there was earlier about, that was different. Like, for example, live by the sword, die by the sword. Another, hate, love those who hate you. These are all principles that I think somehow now have a popular audience in wokeism, and I wonder whether people might comment on the Christian moral inheritance and its connection to wokeism.
I kind
can
of stopped
comment on
taking
that
it seriously
immediately.
as soon as you mentioned wokeism.
That's ridiculous, because in the Proverbs, frequently diligence, merit, ability are all praised by. So this idea that the meek shall inherit the earth is the only thing you need to take from the Christian, doctrine to and you can use it to justify like insane communist Marxist presuppositions. Like it's not correct. You're taking one passage of the Bible and then interpreting it to justify Marxism, when justifying Marxism with the Bible, according to Marx, was completely impossible.
Yeah, I'm not justifying them myself. I'm saying I'm wondering if, and it's not necessarily an original argument for me. Nietzsche in his genealogy of morality made this accusation, and today particularly, I have to admit, when I hear it's very common for people to say that no one can earn an honest buck, that anyone that's making any money has done it by stealing and just some dishonest means. Now popular, like for example, Bernie Sanders seizes upon this this changing trend in America, and he doesn't want no one. It should be illegal for anyone to make $1 billion. This kind of limited, this mentality of limited resources and not infinite creativity and entrepreneurship. So these are all principles, moral principles that come from Christianity. And we see manifest in wokeism, as far as I can trace. I mean, this is why does everyone today believe this is you can't be successful except that you've stole for people, if not
Because
for
they're
the
trying to
heritage of
reference
Christian
the
moral.
market. It's not a free market, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, again,
It's
like
not
just
Yeah, you don't. America does
I'll
not
follow
have a
that.
free market. It's ridiculous to think America is actually following proper capitalism even to begin with, because it's not a free market.
this is true. It's increasingly fascist, but I mean,
and a lot of Christian nationalism has been behind that as well.
Christian nationalism
Has been
Yeah,
largely
is that a
behind
thing?
that
the whole
because
reason
of the
why I hate
movements that
Christianity.
one of the movements that they've been making has been to take over the legislation and the ability to pass laws that will affect other people, which includes things like eventually getting Citizens United into play. Because
listen, we're covering way too. Yeah, that's a lot
no,
of
it's
topics,
not.
dude.
You can keep on track. I'm sure you're smart enough. So if you've got the capacity for private organizations to fund political ventures, suddenly, all of a sudden, everyone, including Christian nationalism, can do the same thing. So you can't just divorce the state of how America is currently not a free market and then bemoan people who say that it's immoral to engage in it.
Right. So again, like if you're going to try to like if you're claiming that wokeism owns altruism and like the idea that, you should give to the poor, then I don't know. It's wokeism. It takes that and then introduces a tyrannical aspect to enforcing that, and also leans on like socialist ideas of how to redistribute that wealth. But it certainly does not own the idea that and to say that because wokeism owns altruism, that therefore Christianity is responsible for woke. I just don't.
We also say I think we're using different definitions because woke started as meaning being aware of different social issues, and then it became very bougie, and then it became the enemy to conservative movements, even though that doesn't seem to be how it originally started. And so to a segment of the population, being woke means that you are actually being politically active. And to the other half, it means being this type of, like you were saying, I would say authoritarian type of view towards. The problem with both of these definitions is that they are inconsistent and incoherent when you try to assemble them.
Yeah, it's impossible to know what anyone is saying when they use words like that, which is why I think, frankly, like that's not criticism. It's just the fact. I don't think we can. I don't think it's prudent to like any word that everyone knows is going to have a million different interpretations, or any movement, I guess, that there's some way to put that isn't dumb. I can't.
I would struggle to find it. I think that when people bring up quote unquote wokeness, it removes almost all credibility from them.
So I'm anti-woke. I've done debates
No,
against.
I think it's a thing.
Yeah.
I
think there's a coherent definition to it. I think it is like the critical race theory kinds of ideologies. Critical race theory has several tenets. One of the tenets is standpoint epistemology. Standpoint epistemology is absolute garbage. It's
so, man, I'd like to push back slightly.
Sure.
My understanding of
Like,
critical
is that
race
complete
theory is it was
subjectivism?
examining.
sort of.
My understanding of critical race theory is that it is the examination of the outcome of laws in conjunction with how they are written, right? It's a
Well, that's
legal theory. It's
more
not
just
an
the principle
actual-
that describes it. The actual standards that they use to assess the truth values of the claims. There's 3 of them. I have them saved on some debate somewhere. I forget which ones. But one of them, the one I had the major issue with, was standpoint epistemology. Standpoint epistemology prioritizes the perspective of the affected individuals, usually minority groups, over facts, which is a problem. So, like,
Yeah, that's an inherent smuggling of Marxism, just the oppressed oppressor perspective. Not the,
I don't think
it's not economic
it
per se,
necessarily
but-
connects to Marxism. It might
Yeah.
vaguely, but so Marx's ideologies weren't as bad as modern critical race theory. Modern critical race theory is much worse than Marxism, but
it's a superset.
Sort of, yeah. But so like in standpoint epistemology, you have to prioritize the interpretation and the voices of the individuals affected and consider that as more important than statistical or like empirical data sets on whatever's going on. And that is, I find, considerably problematic, because scientifically, the reason we don't do that is because anecdotes and personal testimony are garbage. They're terrible evidence. We literally omit those for the data because the data is reliable, and standpoint epistemology reverses that, which I think is just incredibly stupid.
Yeah, that's perfectly put. That's, yeah, wow.
Yeah, well,
Honestly,
my
yeah.
understanding of critical race theory was just the basic definition of examining the outcomes of laws versus how they're written, right? If there is something beyond that that I'm not familiar with, I'll have to read more about it.
Right, but by the
But for me,
standard of how it affects the people, which is again the anecdotal, right?
No,
That's exactly what
well,
he said.
let me give you an example of what I'm talking about, right? If I pass a law today, say I am dictator of the United States, I pass a law saying that if you smoke crystal meth, you will go to prison for life, no trial, nothing. Now, obviously, it's not constitutional, but just I'm dictator of the United States, I can do what I want. So, with that perspective, right, does that law sound racist as written?
Of course not, right?
Okay, but then when you observe that 85% of the people impacted by that law are white, right? Does that imply to you that the law has a racial undertone of sorts?
Well, there's 2 things that can apply. Like, you can take both sides. You can say that, well, it obviously was written to disenfranchise white voters, or you can take the side that voters should meet this standard, and it's evidently that a certain segment of the population that happens to be majority white is not meeting the standard. And
Okay, so then
you can take both
building
sides.
on
Actually, I think you make a great point. What I see as that point is that what critical race theory is an exercise in the classic fallacy of statistics. That's in other words, a creative interpretation.
Right, you're interpreting it. You're just, not only are you saying this is how we should evaluate the data or the outcome, or you're saying we should evaluate.
Oh, I didn't finish what I was saying. I didn't finish what I was saying.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So what I was going to say was, when you take one of those laws, right, you can have it either way, where it's, oh, I'm not sure, we observe this disparity, we observe this disproportionate impact, but we at this point didn't have enough evidence to determine that it was racially motivated, right? You can say that if it's just one policy. But then if I pass another policy that, again, is not racist as written, but has disproportionate outcomes, and then another one, and then another one, and another one,
right,
to the point where you see a systematic passing of policies with the desired outcome of disenfranchising a specific group of people, that is what critical race theory, as I understand it, points out.
Right, but critical
Wait,
race
wait, stop 1 second. So that's
I think you said it really well right there.
1 second. So it's partially true. The problem is how do they do that? How do they assess the truth claims there? So, like, I agree with
They
your
just impose them.
I agree with your definition of the goal of critical race theory is to assess the impacts of laws effects compared to their implementation. That is the goal. That is the stated goal, but has absolutely nothing to do with the method they use to achieve that goal. So
right, they just smuggle that in.
Sort of.
No, I'll respond to Tito. So the problem that I have with that is I take issue with that too, because when you have groups mainly,
well, 1 second. I wanted to use
right?
one example. So let's say we increase the cost of potatoes, and Irish people buy more potatoes, and because they like potato food for some reason, I don't know. And so increasing the cost of potatoes will disproportionately affect Irish people in a society. They will become more poor. They will become more criminal because we've increased the cost of potatoes. And say that there's other laws like, I don't know, red hair dye or something. And this also disproportionately affects Irish people. And we can say there's a number of these laws that go into place. These could have absolutely nothing to do with racism, zero to do with racism, purely based off of random economic effects. And based on critical race theory, because these specifically affect this community, and because this community gets to have more of an authoritative say on what is racism, and they call this racist because it affects them more, critical race theory will inaccurately be able to diagnose the problem for what it actually is, and we'll simply call it racism and say we have to do things to counter this effect, simply but due to the fact it does happen to affect this group more. And so critical race theory doesn't have a way to differentiate whether or not certain effects are specifically racist versus simply coincidentally happen to affect a group. And they just say, well, if it does, it is racist by definition, because systemic racism has nothing to do with intent. It has everything to do with outcomes. And because it doesn't have this differentiation factor, it has a huge epistemic problem with trying to actually diagnose reality.
Right, and the outcome of that inevitably is that groups now just have to compete for the microphone to be able to say the loudest what is racist and what isn't. It's a death. It leads to death spirals and just tribal warfare within society. Because again, if there's no objective criteria by which we judge whether something is racist or not that we can agree to, it's just whoever is loudest wins. Which means get the sticks out. We're going to go to war.
No.
That's what it
All right,
leads
so,
to. It's dumb.
So I want to make it clear from the start that I am very far to the left of the people who are doing like the cultural sanitization or the oppression Olympics and all that other dumb bullshit, right?
Because if you're more left,
no, to the left.
If you're more left than the most
you
extreme
Trotsky,
leftist,
No. Like, okay, to make it clear, this whole sort of thing is what we see in the left part of the Democratic Party, which is, they're basically center left if you look at them from a European. Well, I would say radical left is round up capital owners, execute them, and forcibly redistribute their wealth, right?
Sure. I mean, I would include a lot of Black Lives Matter.
My point basically is my window that I view left versus right is different because I look at it from a more holistic perspective globally than I do just from within the U.S. because the U.S. is fucked.
Well, I don't think so.
Okay.
We're fucked. Yes,
so
we are
continue.
fucked.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my point is that I'm not in the camp of nor in favor of oppression Olympics, right? Where whoever shouts the loudest has the loudest voice and has the most impact. What I am in favor of is examining, how many laws are passed, where they are passed, what outcomes they have, and seeing, within these patterns of laws being passed, can we, to some extent, obviously not 100% or 0%, determine how much racism there is behind this. Here's a very easy example. So in Georgia, let's say they try to pass voter ID laws specifically in Atlanta, only in Atlanta, right? That would have a disproportionate impact on Black citizens in Florida or in Georgia. Sorry, I misspoke for a second. So that by itself, you can say, well, wait a minute. Voter ID laws do nothing against voter fraud because voter fraud itself is almost non-existent, right?
Sure.
So then you have to ask, okay, so why was this law passed if any and all data and evidence indicates that voter ID laws are ineffective, right? Or sorry, ineffective at preventing voter fraud because
Right. So you're saying that the only motivation that could be left was that it was racist.
No, I'm saying that one of the motivations left is that it could be racism.
Okay.
And based on an examination of other trends, it is determined that it is the most probable.
Well,
doesn't mean it is. It means it is most probable.
So then critical race theory would just...
Stop. So the problem here is that how did you determine racism was the most probable? Because usually it's not. Usually
exactly. What's the criteria?
The most probable case in cases like that would be they don't want Democrats to win. Most African Americans in Atlanta are Democrats. Therefore, in order to disparage the Democratic voting process, they would then use it as a kind of gerrymandering.
Well, yes, it's all voter suppression. A big part.
The point here is that it may not be racism. They could be targeting the Black community not because they are Black, but because they are Democrat, and so it's not racism at that case because it has nothing to do.
Those
with
aren't
race.
Mutually exclusive.
Well, no, they can be. They can
critical
be.
race theory would make one primary.
A person in politics could specifically make a decision only because of the voter demographic and have zero racial component whatsoever. They have no racial motivation. They don't care about race at all. They could have absolutely zero racist motivation in this decision whatsoever, but you're trying to attribute it to racism because it affects African Americans more. This is the problem. This is the potato problem I was mentioning earlier, that the reason for the implementation of this law may have absolutely nothing to do with race whatsoever, but because it happens to affect a specific racial group, it then becomes labeled as racist. And the problem with the epistemology of CRT is that it can't differentiate. It has no way in its epistemology to differentiate these things. It doesn't exist.
Right.
And so when you say that there's some kind of more probabilistic way to assess that this is racism versus not racism, I don't know what you're talking about, because when I've researched critical race theory, they don't give you a way to do that. There is no such method anywhere.
It's just assumed.
Okay. So I have a parallel, right? And keep in mind, right, like I've very clearly defined and outlined how I view critical race theory. So just making it clear, not so much for T-Jump, but more for Balian, that anything outside of how I define it, I have nothing to do with. It's not part of my perspective. So responding to T-Jump, it is, at the end of the day, right, there's no such thing as objective racism. You know, it's all subjective at the end of the day.
But it's intent hunting. Like you're just sitting there
Well,
hunting
let me
down a
finish
certain
my
intent.
fucking
Wait,
sentence. Shut up and let me
what do you
finish my
mean?
sentence.
What do you mean there are no objective reasons? What do you mean by that sentence?
Okay, so what I mean by that is we can only get to 99.99999%, right? Because
Of what?
even if a politician proposes a law that says, I don't like black people, I hate black people, I don't want them to vote, you cannot then determine that every single person who votes for that politician, gives them the authority to pass that law, has that same intent, right?
I'm lost.
So you can only get as close to 100% as possible.
I don't understand what you mean.
You approach 100%, but you don't reach it.
No, I still have no idea what you mean by objective reasons.
That's a pretty horrible law. Like what?
So what I mean by objective is no determination of whether racism is present or not can reach 0 or 100% when we are evaluating.
Well, sure, but nothing can, essentially. The only thing we have absolute knowledge of is
yeah, that's my point.
So what?
But what he's saying is that critical race theory doesn't.
No,
present
that's not a
objective
counter argument.
It doesn't present
Yeah.
objective criteria by which to judge things as
Yes,
you know,
because
being
there are no
motivated by
objective
ra-
criteria.
Wait.
Right.
Stop,
So again,
stop,
it's
stop. I don't
hunting
care.
motivation
Wait, I
and
don't-
intent, which is
Sure
so
there is.
losers.
Wait. There
Like, you don't-
are
you just
are
gave an
objective
example.
criterion. There are absolutely. You don't need to get to 100% or 0% to have objective criterion. Science is an objective criterion that can increase the probability to significant degrees based off of p-values and accepted methodology to objectively increase the probability of knowledge. So what I want from you is, what is your accepted methodological means that is equivalent to science that can tell us whether or not a particular law is racist or not?
Okay, so it's in the same realm as class evidence. Are you familiar?
Yes.
Okay, so within class evidence, when there is X probability of Y occurring, you then take that and you multiply it against every other instance of X probability of Y occurring to say, because there are so many things that happen in sequence, it is more likely than not I can attribute, thing X to thing Y.
Yes, but again, in every case, that can pretty much be boiled down to like, I don't want Democrats to vote. Gerrymandering. It has nothing to do with race in modern politics, at least.
Well, right, but you can observe a clear pattern going back to like Reagan and with the inception of the Southern strategy, right?
Well, yeah, there's definitely cases where it did happen. I 100% agree. There were absolutely cases of racism in the past. And we can objectively see that in cases like where Nixon and Reagan specifically say we're making these drug laws to target the African American community. So yeah, that's clear racism.
Gun control was another easy example.
Sure. So
But
there are
you
absolutely-
can support these laws. You
But
can
wait,
support these
those-
laws
we-
from an anti-racist perspective.
Sure, but
right?
that's irrelevant. That's
just
irrelevant.
because
That's
you
irrelevant. So
I'm much more
but
interested in conversing with T-Jump because he's actually intelligent.
But
the point here
but
is that
CRT posits that the only motivation typically for these things is race without any
No, it doesn't- it doesn't.
statistical analysis.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that's the only.
No, but
it does not say that's the only motivation. They don't care if there are other motivations. That's irrelevant. CRT literally doesn't care if there is a rational motivation for it or not. They don't care. They only care if racism is a motivation. Even if there's other motivations that are correct, they don't care. It's still racism. So they make no difference
Okay.
to whether or not there are other reasons.
T-Jump, let me posit something to you. Let's say, just for the sake of moving this discussion forward, you cannot definitively in any circumstance with any law determine that racism was the motivating factor. Let's just say, for the sake of the argument, that you can't determine that at all.
Sure.
So at that point, would you or would you not examine laws individually that have disproportionate outcomes? So I'm basically breaking
I
down
would
the concept of
analyze
systemic
the
racism.
effect of the laws economically and the effect of the laws on a sociological level, independent of any racial consideration. So if the law benefited society, if it made a lot of money, I wouldn't care about the racial factor at all. I'd be like, what is this law designed to do? Does it work?
Right. So effect, not motivation. Right. You're
Yes.
focusing on the effect, not the motivation.
I've been focusing on the effect from the start.
I think you're talking to me in that one. So the way,
Oh,
the way
okay. Sorry, I
would,
wasn't sure who he was talking to.
the way I would assess the law is not based off of the outcome of how it affects a race. I would base it off of the outcome of how it affects the community, the income, the job creation, the lowering the crime rates. I would look at it at how the law affects the critical factors that determine whether a society is successful, because those are the things that are most likely to be the determining motivation for creating the law, not the effect of a particular race, because most laws aren't designed to just target racial groups or designed to target other things.
Let me pose an
should
example to you
explore,
perspective.
right? But you, real quick, you should explore like how it does affect races. Like the benefit of CRT, I think, is that it does ask the question: okay, is there anything in our society that is, trying to be like it only serves to hurt races?
All right, so in that case,
Like
that's
that
a
is
really
decent
good
question.
case to establish racism. If the law does nothing, if it doesn't help, if there's no statistical advantage to the law whatsoever, and it just harms or targets a racial group negatively, that's clearly a racist law. We should get rid of that immediately in every case. Just no. Why is
Right,
that?
but CRT goes way
Okay,
further
let
than
me
that.
give something that's a little more ambiguous. So this isn't
Is
one
that
of those
always true,
cluster
though?
laws.
I wonder.
I'm more referencing here, like let's take for example the war on drugs, right? We have observed that the war on drugs is incredibly ineffective at what it was initially intended to do. Didn't really reduce drug consumption, sale, overdose, etc. And the end result we see is a lot of people locked up for benign drug use.
Right.
So would you say after observing that, how would you
Yeah,
assess
it should be abolished.
the overall
The war on drugs is absolute garbage, and we should have abolished it years ago.
Right, but I mean, there could be many motivations of that. For example, the private prison system.
I'm
There's a
not
massive
claiming that
corporate.
there is a motivation. That's the thing that I think we're having a disconnect there. I'm not claiming that there's a motivation behind it. I'm observing the outcome of it and saying, oh, based on this outcome, where there is no benefit to society, however, it still disproportionately affects X, Y, and Z groups. I can
Right,
cite,
but you're putting on it the reason that it is racist, and that must be the primary
not.
reason why. Okay, so
No,
if you're not,
I'm not.
if you're not, then
You
never
didn't
mind.
say
I'm
that.
sorry,
No,
I misunderstood.
No, I didn't say that. What I said, just to be extra clear, I'm examining the outcomes of policies. I'm not examining the intent when they are written. I don't give one shit how they're written. I care about the impact it has and the outcomes of it.
Right. So in that case, like in all of the cases where the outcomes literally don't work and it's a counterproductive law, we should change them and get rid of them. Absolutely, 100%. I don't care about the racial outcome.
So my standard, right, what I assess as a racist law is
why
something
do you
that
even, why do you need to include that? Because like what I just said is I can say this law doesn't work, we should get rid of it. I didn't need to say racist a single time in that sentence. I didn't need to reference race in that sentence. It's just irrelevant.
I can tell you
But
why.
CRT focuses entirely on that. Like everything
do you
must
want me
be.
to answer the question, or are you just
let
going
him
to talk
finish.
over
Let him
me?
finish. Let Bissell finish.
Okay, so a big part of that and why I choose that particular phrasing is optics, right? Because within the left, there is a ton of infighting, and there is a necessity to reach out to those oppression Olympics morons and get them to come on board. That's the main reason for it.
Sure.
But regardless of that, I can say, oh, I observe a disproportionate outcome that heavily impacts one race over another without calling the law racist, right? You and I can agree on that, right?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, so then to you, right, if I am appealing to you, then I will not mention that the law is racist because there's no necessity for me to, because you look at it from the perspective of, oh, whether or not the law is racist doesn't matter because we're not looking at the intent of the law, we're looking at the outcomes. However, for people that are on the left, I have a severe disdain for liberals, mainly people in like Dianne Feinstein, Nancy Pelosi, like that kind of era of liberal. Where Bill Maher is another easy one, where they look more at the optics of things, and these are the people that are very obsessed with like cultural sanitization, oppression Olympics, etc. So I want to appeal to as broad an audience on the left and center as possible to make sure that we can have the most people possible opposing these things. Do I believe internally that these laws are racist in intent? I honestly literally don't give a shit. I care specifically about the outcomes.
Well, can I step in
This
here?
discussion was about CRT.
Yeah, but the CRT, like the issue with CRT in this discussion is that you can't really trust like a racial conscious lens to make the determination of something being racist or not racist, because everything's racist under a racially conscious lens.
Where have I said in this conversation that everything is racist?
So just
please,
to clarify,
please adjust what I've said.
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying
Okay,
that
well, then talk to me
specifically
instead
the
of
lens
the straw man
itself.
you'd like to
the point he's making is a very good point here. So if I wanted to try to convince a bunch of people to follow me, and I could say, he's a Nazi, don't follow him, follow me because he's a Nazi. Like, that word is going to trigger people into thinking he's bad, he's evil, so it's a poisoning the well kind of a thing. And so that using the term racism is like calling someone a Nazi. There may be no logic or rationale or evidence behind it whatsoever, but it can be used to motivate people away from a particular position because it's an ad hominem fallacy, like calling someone a Nazi. And so I think that
no question,
that usage of the term racism in the way that you're using it in order to try to appeal to a base of people on the left is no different than me going up to somebody and calling them a Nazi because I wanted other people to follow me. It's just using a trigger word to make their emotions dislike the opposing position and like your position more without providing any evidence. And so that's why I'm against.
Yeah, welcome
right,
to
and it has
politics.
the negative effect of poisoning the well. Like you said, it makes the discourse worse, and then that opens you up to opens the discourse up to all kinds of other terrible errors that can lead us in terrible directions.
I'll disagree with that because I very clearly define my terms before I use them or I clarify if asked.
You just said that you will use the word racism when talking to leftists because it will motivate them.
No, not the leftists, the liberals. There's a distinction.
Or for me, they're the same. I'm a center leftist. So.
Right. To people who would buy into that racism, who are harping on racism as to people who would listen to that and it would get them engaged. And it's
to the people who don't view class as the fundamental underlying issue and view race instead. Yes, those are the people that I'm appealing to. The people
so you should be
that
trying
are
to educate those people.
The people that are on my portion of the left already understand that it's a fundamental issue of class, not necessarily race, and just divide and conquer tactics by capital owners to prevent, basically upward socioeconomic mobility, right? So I don't have to explain things to people that are in my camp that already know. It's more trying to draw the people a bit to the right of me, like the standard moderate liberals in the U.S. That's where that phrasing comes in because they're too stupid to understand.
I just want to draw attention that I think the conversation moved from the main topic, which was the method. I thought that the idea of CRT is a methodology to investigate certain actions or whatever, something like that, not your personal opinion.
No, CRT as
racism,
right? If we can chalk it up as like connotation versus denotation. The denotation regarding critical race theory is what I mentioned earlier. It's examining laws, as they're written, and separating the intent from the outcomes of the laws. Now, if we take in the connotation or the colloquial understanding, however you want to phrase it, that includes a lot more, and that goes into the white liberal bullshit that I hate in the U.S., right?
Well, I think you got the backward. Denotation would be the actual principles. Connotation would be the implications, the abstract implications.
My understanding was denotation is dictionary definition, connotation is colloquial interpretation.
Right, and I think yours would be the colloquial interpretation. I think the dictionary definition or the denotation of critical race theory would be like the actual principles they use to establish truth factors in this context. Connotation.
I mean, I'm going all the way back to the origin of critical race theory, not looking at critical race theory as it's outlined in 2023, right?
Critical race theory, I'm pretty sure, is one of the
critical race theory. When at its origin was a legal theory taught, specifically in law school for law students. That mentioned what I said. It's examining the outcomes of law and detaching that from the intent of the laws.
The issue that I have with that is that you're following your.
Wait, that seems way too abstract to include the word race in the term. If it's critical race theory, then it's examining the effect as it pertains to race. Right?
Let me make this really easy for you.
Critical theory would be the abstract.
Bolly, let me make this really easy for you. Do you believe that there's
laws are crafted?
Real easy for me, dude. Again, you're including race in the term.
One sec, I gotta go, guys. So good talking to you. See you next
thanks,
Sunday.
All right.